Our hero wakes up in a hospital room, looking completely bewildered. A mysterious, glowing red door suddenly materializes at the foot of his bed. He cautiously checks behind it, finding nothing but thin air and a whole lot of questions. Unable to resist, his hand reaches out and turns the handle, sealing his fate. The door immediately yanks him through the portal with incredible force. Sprawled on the ground, he finds himself in a completely different, desolate place. He stares down a grim, endless hallway that simply shouldn't exist. Venturing into the oppressive darkness, he calls out for any signs of life. Suddenly, a disturbing chomping sound echoes from the shadows right beside him. The unsettling noises multiply, suggesting he's stumbled upon a gruesome feast. He finally lays eyes on the diner, a colossal, three-eyed skeletal monstrosity. The creature lets out a deafening roar, and our hero can only scream in pure terror. Wasting no time, he dives back through the portal, slamming the door on that nightmare. He lands safely in his hospital bed, only to find the mysterious door has completely vanished. Suddenly, a disembodied voice congratulates him for awakening a new power called World Link. Completely spooked, he whips his head around, desperately searching for the speaker. The voice explains it's a telepathic message from another dimension with a simple warning: listen or die. Its first command is to find a creepy-looking statue hidden inside his own bag. He pulls out a cursed golden idol, allegedly planted there to steal his very soul. But against all odds, the voice declares that he somehow managed to survive the curse. Memories come rushing back, revealing he's not the body's original owner, but a transmigrator and a kid named Shen Yi. The voice explains the original Shen Ye's soul was completely annihilated by the statue's curse. Turns out our hero died from overwork back on Earth, and his soul conveniently slipped into this vacant body. The curse had a major flaw. Failing to kill its target grants them all the power it's stolen for millennia. As the cursed idol crumbles to dust, the voice commands him to summon the door, which is now his to command. The ominous red door reappears, a direct result of his newly awakened World Link ability. He's immediately awarded a new title for his troubles: the incredibly lame, polite person. This damaged passive skill just makes people think he's slightly nicer, much to his confusion. He demands to know who the voice is, but only gets a warning that the original curse casters are coming for him. Before disappearing, the voice reveals the horrifying name of the world he visited, now etched onto the door: the Nightmare Realm. The voice reveals it's also trapped in that hellscape, promising a reward if he grows strong enough to free it. He's barely been in this world for a day and already has a mysterious target on his back. With no way to defend himself, he decides to equip his lame title and hunt for a new one. His brilliant new plan involves trying to negotiate with the giant three-eyed skeleton monster. Convinced his polite person title is the key, he prepares to reason with the beast. Stepping back into the Nightmare Realm, he's immediately dwarfed by the skeletal horror. He nervously introduces himself and activates his only weapon: extreme politeness. The monster just stares back, its glowing eyes completely unimpressed by his introduction. Believing his charm is working, he sincerely apologizes for the interruption and offers friendship. His offer is immediately rejected as the creature lunges forward to attack. He narrowly dodges a devastating swipe that shatters the very ground beneath him. Scrambling back to safety, he can't believe his polite chat was met with such aggression. The skeletal beast smashes right through the portal, determined to finish the job. Thrown back onto his bed, he barely escapes the monster's relentless pursuit. Catching his breath, he realizes the door simply vanishes if destroyed and curses his useless title. A system notification pops up, crushing his dreams of farming titles by limiting him to one per day. With the monster blocking his only path to power, he knows he's running out of time before the assassins arrive. He decides to channel his past life as a top-tier salesman, ready to close the deal of a lifetime. The monster's glowing green eyes fixate on him as it continues to tear its way into his world. Its horrifying, spider-like form emerges completely, ready to rampage through the hospital room. He boldly steps back into the Nightmare Realm, declaring the monster's attacks are useless. With a salesman's grin, he explains that since he can escape any time, they might as well talk. The skeletal beast lets out a furious roar, enraged by its potential meal's taunts. Unfazed, Shenya smoothly asks if the creature is finally ready to hear his business proposition. But the monster turns its back, prompting a desperate plea from our hero not to leave. He quickly points out the creature's injuries, noting its damaged bones and slow regeneration. His observation hits the mark, causing the colossal skeleton to freeze in its tracks. Shenya whips out a phone, pitching calcium tablets as the ultimate cure for its skeletal woes. He offers to become its personal supplement supplier if they can just strike a friendly deal. With his life on the line, he anxiously awaits the monster's final decision. The monster rejects his offer, gathering a ball of dark energy to attack. Unfazed by the rejection, Shenya decides it's time to pull out his real trump card. A system notification suddenly appears, presenting him with a magical contract. He celebrates his successful gambit, realizing his crazy plan actually worked. Reading the contract, he's stunned by the monster's incredibly long and intimidating name. But the final title reveals the fearsome beast is just a glorified battlefield pencil pusher. The skeleton proposes a soul exchange, admitting it needs his help to regain its strength. With the terms laid out, Shenya prepares to sign the binding agreement with a magical flourish. He proudly signs his name, discovering he has some seriously impressive titles of his own. As the contract is sealed, our hero and his new skeletal partner are officially bound together. Finally out of the hospital, Shenya arrives at his new home in a modern apartment complex. His new parents fuss over him, handing over tonics and the calcium tablets he asked for. As a former orphan, he's genuinely moved by this unexpected display of parental care. Their peaceful family moment is suddenly shattered by an unexpected knock at the door. Two police officers introduce themselves, here to investigate the circumstances of his accident. The lead officer casually dismisses the incident as an unpredictable misfortune, calling his survival a blessing. Shenya's face darkens as he internally rejects their fatalistic explanation. He knows the truth. The original Shenya was killed by a monster from that cursed idol. He confronts the officer, asking if people are just supposed to accept their fate when these things happen. The cop is left sweating and speechless, completely caught off guard by the kid's intense questioning. The officer tries to calm him down, admitting he has something important to share. He announces the hospital will be abandoned and sealed, a drastic measure to prevent more accidents. Shenya feigns relief, noting the officer's high rank while pretending he's just a scared kid. The cop shuts down his concerns, claiming a simple middle schooler couldn't possibly have enemies. With their official business concluded, the officers turn to leave the apartment. Shenya sees right through their act, realizing even the government is terrified of the curse's power. He's left wondering why anyone would waste such a powerful curse on an ordinary teenager. Just as he's lost in thought, the sergeant unexpectedly returns to his doorway. The officer offers his personal card, a silent acknowledgement that something is very wrong. He gives a final, cryptic warning to call if anything feels off, leaving Shenya with a direct line to a potential ally. He examines the card, noting the name of the surprisingly helpful Sergeant Luo Feichuan. Alone in his room, he questions if one rogue cop can truly help when the entire government is useless. A grim reality sets in. Now that his enemies know he's alive, they're definitely coming back. His greatest fear suddenly surfaces. What if his new family becomes their next target? Fueled by a new resolve, he clenches his fist, determined to get stronger immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he summons the ominous red door to the nightmare realm. He flashes a professional sales smile, ready to make his first delivery. Stepping into the oppressive darkness, he casually calls out for his new skeletal partner. The colossal beast drops from above, and Shenya cheerfully presents the promised calcium tablets. But instead of accepting the gift, the monster simply points towards the portal to his world. Confused, Shenya offers the tonic his parents gave him instead. The magical contract immediately activates, glowing with an intense green energy. It translates the monster's request, the tonic in exchange for a spoil of war. The item is a nightmare crystal, a relic that can directly implant skills into its user. Thrilled by the offer, Shenya eagerly accepts the deal and grabs the crystal. The crystal shatters instantly, unleashing a torrent of energy that floods into him. A system notification confirms he's learned Moonlit Deer Walk, an elven evasion technique. He can't believe his luck, finally gaining a skill that will help him survive. The skeletal beast collects its payment, holding the bag of supplements and the tonic. With the deal concluded, the monster seems satisfied with its new supply of earthly goods. With the deal done, his skeletal partner vanishes back into the oppressive shadows. Shenya calls out his new ally for being so secretive, reminding it they have a contract. Hearing his parents return, he dismisses the door and decides to practice his new skill. But a system notification reveals he's one agility point short of even using the technique. Just then, a sinister voice echoes in his room, shocked that he's still alive. Shenya's senses scream with danger as he whips his head towards the sound. An assassin in a creepy mask suddenly appears upside down, peering through his window. The masked figure taunts him, ready to test the limits of his survival. Wasting no time, the killer shatters the glass and lunges forward for the kill. But Shenya reacts in a flash, instinctively activating his new evasion skill to dodge. The masked killer is surprisingly impressed by his target's quick reflexes. Shenya can't believe his enemies have already sent a professional to finish the job. Falling back on his only social skill, he activates Polite Person and tries to de-escalate. His charm offensive fails spectacularly as the assassin lunges, completely unaffected. A system pop-up reveals his title is Broken Rank, explaining its total uselessness. The killer gets tired of the chase and pulls out a gun, ready to end this the easy way. Staring down the barrel of a gun, Shenya realizes his luck has finally run out. A last-minute system tip reveals titles can be consumed for stat points, much to his frustration. He instantly sacrifices his lame title for a crucial point in agility, unlocking his evasion skill. Bathed in green light, he activates Deer Walk, preparing to dodge the impossible. The assassin fires at thin air, completely baffled as Shenya vanishes in a flash of green light. Refusing to be outsmarted, he draws a blade and charges into the mysterious portal Shenya left behind. He finds himself in the desolate nightmare realm, convinced he's discovered a secret passage. But our hero pops up behind him with a smug grin, bidding the confused killer a final farewell. Realizing he's been tricked, the assassin lunges back towards the portal for one last strike. Instead of his target, he comes face to face with the terrifying skeletal beast lying in wait. The monster's jaws snap shut, and the assassin's mission comes to a sudden, gruesome end. His new skeletal partner happily enjoys its unexpected meal, courtesy of Shenya's quick thinking. Safely back in his room, Shenya collapses against the wall, catching his breath after that close call. He knows this is just the beginning, and realizes he needs to get stronger before the next killer arrives. A system notification pops up informing him the skeleton is pleased with his sacrifice and is offering a reward. He's stunned to receive 2 high-quality green items, a pale shadow crown and a silver war medal. A closer look reveals the crown is an elven disguise, and the medal is a teleportation device to their lands. He smirks at how quickly the monster went from predator to business partner and decides to test the crown. With a flash of green energy, he's instantly transformed into a noble-looking elf. He gawks at his new elven reflection, already scheming to raid the elf territory for more loot. But his scheming is interrupted by a knock at the door, and he instantly fears the worst. To his relief, a worried voice from outside identifies itself as his friend, Chen Haoyu. Remembering this is the original Shenya's best friend, he quickly deactivates his disguise before answering. The second the door opens, his distraught friend tackles him in a hug, blaming himself for the whole ordeal. Shenya awkwardly comforts his crying friend, insisting the accident was just bad luck. His mom returns, revealing his dad is off fetching more of those mysterious super tonics. Haoyu freaks out, explaining the tonics are insanely rare, a sign of his family's hidden influence. His friend quickly changes the subject, reminding him about the all-important high school exams. The word exams hits Shenya like a truck, suddenly remembering he's stuck in a middle schooler's body. His mom reveals he missed the strength portion, but can still pass with a good agility score. It all clicks for Shenya. This world's education system is based on physical stats, not just book smarts. But a grim thought surfaces. Attending school is like painting a giant target on his back for assassins. Overwhelmed by his dangerous new reality, he falls silent, worrying his mother. He makes a difficult choice, deciding his survival is more important than any school exam. Overwhelmed by her love, he finds himself in a warm, comforting embrace. His mother assures him that his safety is far more important than any school exam. He pulls back with a confident grin, telling her not to underestimate how strong he's become. But her worried expression shows she sees right through his brave facade. Realizing he can't let her down, he announces his plan to attend the exam review sessions tomorrow. Memories of the original Shenya flood his mind, revealing his grandfather is an incredibly powerful figure. But his parents cut ties with the wealthy family, choosing to live a simple, independent life. He connects the dots, realizing there's no way they could have afforded those super tonics on their own. They must have swallowed their pride and begged his grandfather, all for a son who was already gone. Fueled by their sacrifice, he decides he can't let their efforts go to waste and asks for a snack to power up. He enjoys a quiet meal with his new family, a moment of peace before the chaos. The next day, Shenya arrives at school, ready to face his academic and existential threats. He's baffled by the curriculum, which focuses on psychic energy and body mechanics instead of math. Believing there's safety in numbers, he plans to use school as a shield against future assassins. His study session is interrupted when a classmate announces a girl named Zhao Yibing is waiting for him. He finds the girl, vaguely remembering she was a friend who nagged the original Shen Ye about his grades. She immediately starts bragging about her exam scores, confident she's heading to an elite school. Shen Ye offers a simple congratulations, completely unbothered by her flexing. With a cold look, she cuts ties, telling him to never speak to her again. He's left utterly confused as the entire hallway starts gossiping about him getting dumped. She tries to let him down easy, claiming they're from different worlds and should just be friends. He calls her out for kicking him while he's down, just as she deletes his contact info for good. Shen Ye flips the script, revealing he never wanted to be her friend and tells her to leave him alone. The crowd's gossip reveals the truth. She was only interested in him when he was at the top. Her friend jumps to her defense, calling Shen Ye a disappointment, but he couldn't care less. Zhao Yibing starts crying, trying to guilt-trip him by saying she thought they were friends. But our hero sees right through the act, ready to counter her emotional manipulation with his own sales skills. He publicly rejects her, declaring he has the right to find someone better and offers to pay for her gifts. With a final decisive point, he makes it crystal clear that their friendship is officially over. Her friend explodes with rage while Zhao Yibing is left speechless by his brutal honesty. The crowd erupts, branding Shen Ye a heartless villain for his public takedown. But Zhao Yibing panics, realizing her plan to dump him has backfired spectacularly, making her look like the fool. Suddenly, a burly classmate steps in, blocking Shen Ye's path with a furious expression. The self-appointed bodyguard declares that our hero isn't going anywhere until Zhao Yibing says so. Shen Ye recognizes the school's number 3 student Sun Ming and coolly tells him to move aside. Sun Ming flexes, boasting that he's surpassed Shen Ye and threatens him with a beatdown if he doesn't apologize. Shen Ye's demeanor shifts completely, feigning defeat and reluctantly agreeing to say sorry. He turns to the girls with a downtrodden look, admitting that they've won this round. With a single tear, he dramatically asks if she's finally happy now that she's broken him. Then, in a brilliant move, he fakes a sob and dashes right past the stunned bully, escaping the scene entirely. The crowd completely falls for his act, seeing him as the heartbroken victim. Zhao Yibing panics, realizing her plan to look superior has just made her the villain. Enraged at being outsmarted, Sun Ming charges after Shen Ye, ready to start a fight. But as the bully throws a wild punch, Shen Ye easily dodges the telegraphed attack. In a stunning reversal, he uses the bully's own momentum to flip him through the air. The entire hallway watches in shock as Shen Ye lands a swift kick on his downed opponent. He effortlessly weaves around the bully's clumsy attacks, glowing with a mysterious green energy. Onlookers are stunned by his newfound speed, realizing he's on a completely different level. Shen Ye calmly stands his ground, powered by his incredible moonlit deerwalk skill. Their fight is cut short by an angry teacher ordering everyone to the mock exams. The disappointed crowd scatters, grumbling about the interrupted fight as they head to the exams. Sun Ming shoots him a final glare, promising revenge, but Shen Ye just scoffs. Down on the field, the entire student body lines up for the grueling physical assessments. His friend Haoyu finds him stretching, completely oblivious to the earlier drama. Haoyu tries to convince him to skip the long wait and check out a new comic shop instead. But Shen Ye has a better idea, remembering he needs to collect his daily title. He slips away down a deserted hallway, searching for a place to work his magic in secret. Finding an empty bathroom, he quickly ducks inside a stall, ready to get down to business. He summons a new creature from the nightmare realm, hoping for an easy title. But a lanky, knife-wielding shadow monster steps out looking far from friendly. The monster brandishes its weapon, a surprisingly lethal-looking fountain pen. This shadowy figure stalks down the bathroom hall, ready for a fight. Instead of finding a target, the creature is met with complete silence. It frantically searches the stalls, wondering where its summoner has disappeared to. Shen Ye, meanwhile, has already escaped and activated his elven disguise. He pops back into the nightmare realm, calling for his skeletal partner, but finds the place empty. While searching, he stumbles upon a familiar item, the assassin's discarded pistol. He happily pockets the loaded gun, figuring it's better than nothing for his upcoming elf raid. With no sign of his bony friend, he decides it's time to use the silver war medal. The medal activates, bathing him in a brilliant blue light as he's whisked away to the elven lands. Mid-teleport, a familiar dark voice suddenly calls out to the human. He recognizes his mysterious benefactor, who offers one last gift before its power fades. The voice bestows upon him a mysterious human token for his journey. With the transfer complete, His teleportation to the new world finalizes. He lands with a thud in a lush, sunlit forest, surrounded by magical particles. Shaking off the dizziness, Shenya confirms he's successfully infiltrated the elven lands. He examines the gift from the voice, a sharp, ornate dagger, and questions its purpose. His thoughts are cut short as an armed figure suddenly appears, demanding to know who's there. He's immediately surrounded by a patrol of elves who seem to recognize his disguise, calling him Fern. The lead elf stares at him with intense confusion, repeating the name as if seeing a ghost. The lead elf scolds him for being late, revealing he stumbled into the middle of a mission. Playing along, Shenya blames a hiccup while realizing these aren't elves, but imposters wearing the same disguise. The leader reveals their sinister plot: assassinate the elf chief and plunder the village tonight. Shenya agrees enthusiastically, but makes a critical error by trying to adjust his uncomfortable crown. His new teammates panic, screaming at him not to touch the disguise. The leader smacks his hand away, warning that removing the crown will reveal their true undead forms. Shenya realizes with horror that his skeletal partner, the real Fern, has just thrown him into a deadly infiltration mission. The group takes off at a sprint, rushing to make up for the time Fern wasted. He struggles to keep pace, stunned by the incredible speed and strength of his undead companions. They finally arrive at the elf village, where the leader explains the first step of their plan is risk-free. The leader reveals the plan. The three of them will provide cover while Shenya handles the assassination. Utterly shocked, our hero points to himself, unable to believe he's been nominated for the job. His new teammates immediately get suspicious, asking if he's trying to back out of the mission. Shenya quickly plays the part, licking his dagger and declaring he can't wait to get started. The leader buys his act, but Shenya knows he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. He realizes this is a suicide mission, and his skeletal partner has set him up to take the fall. Luckily, an elf guard spots his silver war medallion and welcomes the valiant soldier home. With the gates opened, the guard personally escorts them to meet the elven chief. The group ascends into the breathtaking elven village, a beautiful but deadly new battlefield. Shenya's resolve is tested as he walks past happy elven families, making his grim task feel even heavier. He's immediately distracted by the local scenery, momentarily forgetting his deadly mission. The guard leads him to a grand entrance, announcing that the elven chief is already expecting him. His undead teammates conveniently decide to wait outside, ensuring their assassin doesn't get cold feet. Caught in a war he wants no part of, Shenya focuses on the only upside, a potentially awesome new title. He steps into the chief's chamber, a single path of light guiding him toward his target. With his life on the line, he puts on a brave face, ready to meet the leader of the elves. Inside, a mysterious figure stands silhouetted against a massive stained glass window. The elven chief turns to greet him, his piercing eyes welcoming the soldier from the front lines. Shenya's jaw drops as he gets a good look at the chief, completely stunned by what he sees. A system notification reveals a new perk. His door can now analyze the titles of others. A flood of purple notifications reveals the elf chief's absurdly powerful titles. Shenya bitterly compares the chief's epic resume to his own pathetic polite person title. He realizes with dawning horror that this is a suicide mission against an unbeatable foe. Internally, he vows to get revenge on his skeletal partner for this ultimate betrayal. But the chief unexpectedly thanks him for his service and invites him to rest. Before he can process this, he's instantly teleported away by powerful magic. He lands in the middle of a celebratory banquet, surrounded by his fellow soldiers. His undead leader reveals the assassination plan: wait for the chief, then strike while they create a diversion. Knowing his teammates will just abandon him, he desperately tries to think of an escape plan. His plotting is suddenly interrupted when a beautiful elf maiden asks him for a dance. She declares it an honor to dance with a hero, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He awkwardly accepts, but the charming elf maiden happily offers to take the lead. They glide across the floor in a surprisingly graceful dance, surrounded by glowing butterflies. While she's lost in the moment, Shenya's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated stress. He internally curses his luck, unable to enjoy the dance while desperately searching for an escape plan. His partner notices his grim expression, wondering if the horrors of war have silenced him. Playing it cool, he blames his terrible dancing and smoothly asks for her name, Lainey. He offers to perform a magic trick as an apology, and she eagerly accepts with childlike glee. Lainey gives him her bracelet as a reward, but warns him the trick had better be impressive. With a confident, "No problem," he prepares to perform for the entire elven banquet. He leaps onto a table, grabbing everyone's attention for a magic trick they've never seen before. With a salesman's flair, he announces his grand finale, a magical transformation into a human. The elven crowd goes wild with excitement, eagerly demanding to see the impossible feat. His undead partners are baffled, but one genius thinks it's a clever way to blend in. Shenya tells the audience to watch closely as he prepares to reveal his true self. In a flash of green light, he removes the crown and reverts to his human form, offering the disguise to Lainey. Lainey is completely mesmerized by the transformation, holding the magical crown in her hands. The elves erupt in applause, completely fooled by his trick, and ask him to change back. He smugly explains the secret. The crown was the source of his elven appearance all along. Then, he points a finger at his stunned teammates, outing them as fellow magicians who can do the same. He drops the final bombshell. Without their crowns, his teammates are just a bunch of undead. The word undead sends a wave of pure terror through the elven crowd. Instantly, the elven guards raise their spears, declaring a red alert. Shenya summons his escape portal, promising to return after the big reveal. With a casual wave to Lainey, he dips out, leaving the elves to handle his mess. The entire banquet is left stunned as our hero vanishes into thin air. Lainey snaps out of her shock, ordering the guards to capture the 3 exposed spies. Before the undead can even blink, powerful vines shoot up from the floor to restrain them. The spies are completely trapped as a powerful voice mocks their failed mission. The elven chief reveals he knew everything, amused that a human outplayed them all. The captured spy tries to talk his way out, desperately claiming it's all a misunderstanding. But the vines squeeze tighter, forcing the imposters to reveal their true, monstrous forms. The chief examines the crown, realizing it's the key to exposing every undead spy in their lands. With a grateful look, the powerful elf leader declares that he owes Shenya a favor. Back at the banquet, Lainey stares at the empty space where our hero vanished. She sadly realizes the mysterious human magician is never coming back. Meanwhile, Shenya catches his breath in the nightmare realm, amazed his door could blend in so perfectly. His moment of reflection is cut short when he spots a familiar figure lurking in the shadows. He furiously confronts his skeletal partner, who's been enjoying a snack while he was risking his life. The monster is stunned he's still alive, but Shenya is more shocked to hear it speak and immediately accuses it of betrayal. The monster demands details on his survival, but Shenya angrily declares he's the type to hold a grudge. To appease him, the contract offers a powerful necromantic spell based on the principle of equal exchange. Shenya explodes with rage, completely insulted by the attempt to buy his forgiveness with a mere trinket. The skeleton explains it was a calculated move, as a human ally had a chance of survival where an undead would not. Upping the ante, the beast offers a legacy nightmare crystal containing 3 top-tier necromantic abilities. It reveals the crystal is the very foundation of the undead race, a priceless artifact its enemies are hunting for. Trying to save face, Shenya reluctantly accepts the sincere apology, warning it's a one-time deal. The skeleton suddenly transforms into a regal king on a throne, unleashing a torrent of dark power. 3 glowing orbs of energy shoot towards our hero, each representing a different ancient power. The skeletal king commands him to choose one of the 3 innate abilities and make it his own. The first choice is Murmurs of the Dark, a skill that lets him speak with the dead. His second option is Sacred Bone Body, a get-out-of-jail-free card that grants temporary invincibility. The final choice is Necromantic Resurrection, a classic power for raising undead minions. Shenya quickly weighs his options, deciding that information is more valuable than a temporary shield. With his mind made up, he snatches the green crystal, choosing to become a supernatural detective. The crystal shatters in his hand, flooding his body with ancient necromantic power. His skeletal partner is completely baffled, questioning why he'd picked the seemingly weakest skill. The beast reveals that every past necromancer lord chose combat or defense, making Shenya the first of his kind. Unfazed by his unorthodox choice, our hero demands a full report on the botched elf mission. The skeleton drops a bombshell. His original target was a priestess, but he somehow met the high priest instead. The skeleton admits his spies are gone, and Shenya realizes this is his chance to gain the upper hand. But just as he's about to press his advantage, his skeletal partner begins to fade away. Deciding to focus on his own survival, Shenya turns to leave the nightmare realm. His escape is interrupted by a new title. One of Us, a temporary mind control ability. Thrilled by his first useful title, he's surprised by another reward, the Nature's Blessing bracelet. He realizes it's Laney's gift, a rare accessory that passively boosts his spirit power. Tallying his impressive haul, Shenya heads back to class, needing a place to stash his new gear. Back on the field, the agility exams are in full swing as his friend Haoyu is called to the starting line. The test begins, and Haoyu explodes off the line in a blur of motion and purple energy. Shenya shouts encouragement from the sidelines, cheering on his best friend. Haoyu confidently thanks his friend, boasting that the agility test is nothing he can't handle. His confidence is immediately shattered as a paintball splatters right across his face. With a disappointing score, Haoyu is dismissed, and Shenya is called to the starting line. Our hero takes his position, his calm demeanor hiding a world of deadly experience. The test begins, and Shenya instantly becomes a blur, dodging a storm of projectiles. The crowd is stunned by his impossible speed, wondering how he got so good after his accident. He smirks internally, knowing his elven footwork makes this schoolyard test a complete joke. His impressive performance catches the eye of two mysterious figures observing from the sidelines. One of them agrees he has talent, but will only give him a chance if he aces the psychic power test. The school official panics, knowing a perfect psychic score is an impossible task for the formerly average Shenya. The teacher announces his perfect agility score, but Shenya knows he still has a long way to go. His friend Haoyu celebrates the win, but our hero ditches him to hit the books instead. Alone in the classroom, he's instantly overwhelmed by this world's completely alien curriculum. His Earth memories clash with the original Shenya's, giving him a splitting headache. His study session is brutally interrupted as Sun Ming kicks his desk right out from under him. The bully grins, making it clear he's here to finish what they started in the hallway. Shenya coolly asks if his ex-friend Zhao Yibing is behind this little ambush. Sun Ming just scoffs, slamming the door shut to make sure there are no witnesses. With his goons backing him up, the bully corners our hero for a 3-on-1 showdown. He boasts about his 2 points in strength, ready to see if it can finally beat Shenya's agility. But Shenya just smirks, activating his One of Us title to de-escalate the situation. The bullies are instantly hit by the skill's effect, their aggressive expressions melting into confusion. Sun Ming's crew suddenly sees him as a brother, spilling the beans that Zhao Yibing put them up to it. But the title's 10-second timer runs out, and the bullies snap back to their murderous rage. Deciding the temporary charm is useless, Shenya immediately devours the title for 3 permanent stat points. He discovers he can reallocate his old points too, instantly transforming into a strength-based brawler. One of the goons grabs him from behind, completely unaware he's just restrained a powerhouse. Sun Ming charges forward with a glowing fist, ready to deliver a bone-shattering punch. But Shenya effortlessly blocks the attack with his knee, stopping the bully dead in his tracks. With a cold glare, our hero proves that agility isn't the only trick up his sleeve. Sun Ming stares in disbelief, completely baffled by his blocked attack. With a single twist, Shenya overpowers the bully, making him scream in agony. He effortlessly tosses the other goon aside, proving he's far from average. Our hero follows up with a swift counter, taking down the second attacker in a single blow. The remaining bullies watch in horror, realizing they've picked a fight with a monster. Surrounded by a powerful aura, Shenya reveals his strength stat is on a whole different level. Standing over his defeated foes, he calls them out for trying to ruin his life over petty jealousy. The terrified bully begs for mercy, but Shenya just lifts him by the collar, unimpressed. He coldly reminds the bully of every crime committed against the original Shenya. With a final decisive move, our hero makes it clear that forgiveness is completely off the table. He lets out a dramatic scream, putting on an award-winning performance for the entire school. A teacher bursts into the room, followed by a crowd of curious students demanding an explanation. He finds the 3 bullies scattered across the floor, while Shenya sits calmly in the corner. With perfect crocodile tears, our hero plays the victim, claiming he was the one being bullied. The teacher is completely baffled, pointing out that Shenya is the one who clearly won the fight. Hiding in the crowd, a stunned Zhao Yibing realizes her brilliant plan has completely backfired. She can't believe her hand-picked goons were no match for the new and improved Shenya. Despite his shocking display of power, she tries to convince herself that their story is over. Her friend asks if she regrets her decision, forcing Zhao Yibing to confront her own actions. A flashback reveals a softer moment, making her wonder if things could have been different. As the bully is wheeled away, Zhao Yibing celebrates, convinced Shenya's future is now ruined. She smugly declares her own path is clear, completely unaware Shen Ye is watching from the sidelines. She tells her friend her only regret is not ditching the loser sooner. But her victory is cut short as the defeated bully locks eyes with her from the stretcher. She panics, realizing her hired goon is about to expose her as the mastermind. Her fear turns to rage as she silently wills him to keep his mouth shut. A dark thought crosses her mind, wishing he would just disappear before he can talk. As Sunming is carried past, his pleading stare forces her to act. The entire hallway watches the silent, tense standoff between the two. In a brilliant countermove, Zhao Yibing bursts into tears, playing the victim once again. She dramatically calls the cops, pinning the entire blame on Shen Ye. The teacher sees right through her act, realizing she's throwing Shen Ye under the bus as the situation spirals. He orders the crowd to disperse before summoning Shen Ye to the principal's office for a little chat. Meanwhile, the principal tries to pitch his students to a shady recruiter who coldly rejects the offer. Their meeting is interrupted by a panicked teacher reporting the fight and the arrival of the police. She presents a video of the fight, but the recruiter scoffs, unimpressed by a simple schoolyard brawl. But their smug expressions melt into pure shock as they witness Shenya's impossible display of power. Even the responding officers are left speechless after watching the damning footage. Shenya plays the victim, claiming he recorded the fight out of fear, despite being the one who dominated. The lead officer informs him that even with video proof, he's still heading down to the station. The teacher frantically argues that taking Shenya will ruin his future, especially with video proof already available. Shenya ignores the chaos, more focused on mastering his new stat-switching powers. The principal arrives with the recruiter, praising Shenya's quick thinking for recording the incident. The recruiter, Mr. Chen, steps forward, telling Shenya he's way out of the bully's league. Impressed by his perfect agility score and restraint, Qian offers him a business card and a private chat. The card reveals his identity, Qian Rushan, a regional director for the Human Martial Arts Group. This legendary organization is a powerhouse, controlling a vast library of martial arts knowledge. For our hero, this is a golden opportunity, a direct path to unimaginable power. He senses an overwhelming aura from Qian, realizing this man is on a whole other level of strength. Kan reveals a super AI has estimated his strength at 4.5 and asks for the exact number. Shenya sees his ticket to safety and confidently reveals his strength is a solid 5. The school officials are left completely speechless by the impossibly high number. Qian praises his remarkable talent while Shenya feigns ignorance about his own power. The recruiter explains that a strength of 5 unlocks the ability to pilot mechs and wield ancient weapons. Impressed, Chen offers him a recommendation and a special retest if he joins the martial arts group. Our hero eagerly accepts the deal, securing his spot among the elite. Just as a formality, Chen casually asks about his psychic power stat. Shenya throws out a modest 3, figuring it's a believable number for his final stat. But Chen's sharp grin reveals that number is far more significant than he let on. The entire room erupts in shock, realizing Shenya's psychic power is just as monstrous as his other stats. Chen challenges him to prove his psychic power by moving a chair. Our hero quickly reallocates his stats, focusing his newfound power on the task. The police captain immediately calls it a day, telling his confused officers to pack up. He explains that a kid with stats this high is completely out of their league. Shenya barely manages to lift the chair, relieved his high-stakes gamble paid off. Overjoyed by his discovery, Qian grabs Shenya and breaks into a bizarre victory song. The school staff joins the celebration before Chen dismisses them for a private chat. With the room cleared, the recruiter's demeanor shifts as he lights a cigarette. He gets straight to the point, asking our hero about his ultimate goal in life. Shenya gives a slick, flattering answer, but Qian pushes for what his heart truly desires. Shenya gives an honest answer. He just wants to be strong enough to protect his family. Impressed, Qian challenges him to attack, declaring this is the first step toward his dream. Our hero calls him a creepy old man, but Qian clarifies he meant with his fists, not words. Taking him seriously, Shenya instantly reallocates his points into pure strength. He unleashes a devastating punch, his fist glowing with a menacing red energy. The recruiter's eyes widen, shocked by the sheer power behind the kid's attack. But Shenya is suddenly frozen mid-punch, completely immobilized by a mysterious force. Ken explains it's a self-defense technique and eagerly asks if he wants to learn it. Before Shenya can answer, the recruiter pulls out a gun, revealing the next part of the lesson. The friendly chat takes a dark turn as Chen points the weapon right at our hero's head. Chen pulls the trigger, firing the gun at point-blank range in a shocking test of skill. He reveals this is a secret art from his organization, a technique that can block any projectile. The bullet freezes in midair, proving his claim that even a sniper is no match for this power. Impressed by Shenya's quick wit, Chen officially invites him to join the Hidden Dragon Project. This elite program offers a path to the world's top 3 high schools, but only if he can pass their grueling entrance exam. Our hero learns this opportunity is usually reserved for the children of powerful noble families. Kyan explains these families are ancient powerhouses with legendary artifacts and bloodlines ruling from the shadows. The pieces finally click into place, making Shenya realize his own grandfather must be from one of these legendary clans. The recruiter sweetens the deal, guaranteeing him a spot in a top-tier school regardless of the exam's outcome. Shenya understands the catch. In exchange for their support, he'll one day work for the organization. He accepts the invitation, fully embracing this world where strength reigns supreme. He finally understands that power is the only thing that matters, the very thing his family lost. Qian presents the official contract, ready to seal the deal with a signature and a fingerprint. Taking the tablet, Shenya realizes the brutal truth. Civilization only endures on the backs of the strong. Without hesitation, he agrees to join, but Qian reminds him he'll need his parents' permission. The recruiter bolts for the door, desperate to lock down his new prodigy before a rival organization can. Promising a quick return, Chen vanishes in a blur of motion. The man disappears down the hall in a literal gust of wind, leaving our hero in his dust. Stunned by his new mentor's power, Shenya is interrupted by the nosy school staff. He confirms the deal is done, sending the principal into a wild celebration over the school's newfound fame. Just as his life calms down, Shenya gets a call from an unknown number. It's Sergeant Luo Feichuan, who's found new information and wants him at the station immediately. At the station, the sergeant with a cybernetic hand offers him a seat and prepares to show him a new lead. But as soon as he stepped inside, Shenya felt a strange and unsettling presence in the air. Luo reveals a photo from the day of the incident, showing a suspicious figure on a nearby rooftop. Shenya zooms in on a spiky-haired man but plays dumb, claiming he's never seen him before. The sergeant reveals their experts believe the man was in the middle of activating something. Luo puts him on the spot, asking if he was carrying anything out of the ordinary that day. Shenya instantly connects the dots. This man activated the cursed statue, but the evidence is long gone. He decides to keep his mouth shut, knowing that admitting he survived the curse is just asking for trouble. The sergeant presses him for details, asking about any strange symptoms from that day. Shenya plays dumb, but realizes Luo's questions are far too specific to be a coincidence. The unsettling feeling grows stronger, as if a predator is lurking in the office waiting for a signal. He creates a diversion, suddenly remembering his backpack was mysteriously opened. Luo's intense gaze doesn't waver as he asks if Shenya has checked what's inside. Our hero nervously denies it, noticing the sergeant subtly preparing to make a move. Taking no chances, he instantly reallocates all his stats into agility, ready to make a run for it. His foot glows with green energy as he prepares his secret escape route. His plan is simple: summon a portal beneath him and drop out of sight if things get ugly. Just as the tension peaks, a ringing phone interrupts the standoff, giving him a potential opening. Seeing his chance, Shenya offers to step out while the sergeant takes his call. But Luo shuts him down with a cold command to stay put, answering the phone. A sinister voice on the line delivers a chilling message. "It's time for you to die." Suddenly, a violent wave of red energy erupts from the sergeant, blasting through the office. Shenya realizes with horror that the assassin's target isn't him, but the officer. Luo curses the attacker's audacity, recognizing the technique being used right outside the station. The office window explodes inward as the powerful psychic attack intensifies. Alarms blare through the station, warning of an intruder and ordering a lockdown. Shenya looks out the shattered window to find the city has been replaced by a blood-red ocean and a graveyard. The man from the photo stands on a tombstone, declaring he's here for revenge against the sergeant. Sergeant Luo tries to brush off his subordinates, trapped in the assassin's nightmarish illusion. But the killer scoffs, declaring Luo's life is the only explanation he'll accept. Suddenly, the illusion shatters, leaving Shenya completely bewildered. He's back in the real world, realizing the sergeant and his attacker are gone, trapped in that psychic battlefield. That unsettling presence returns, and Shenya demands the hidden entity show itself. His eyes flare with a brilliant green light as he activates his new necromantic power. A system pop-up reveals his skill can summon a nearby soul, forcing him to realize there's a body in the room. A mysterious voice suddenly thanks him by name, catching him completely off guard. On high alert, Shenya spins around, demanding the speaker reveal themselves. The voice reveals it's coming from a nearby cabinet, inhabiting its old body just to speak with him. A horrifying realization dawns on Shenya as he connects the dots. The voice mocks the imposter's pathetic end as a hand opens the cabinet door. Inside, he finds the real Sergeant Luo's body, pinned and lifeless. The sergeant's spirit confirms the spiky-haired man from the photo was his killer. Luo's ghost reveals the assassin exploited a weapon malfunction to kill him and steal his identity. The spirit doesn't know the killer's goal, only that he was searching for answers about our hero. Our hero realizes the imposter was after his secret, but a second assassin's attack saved him. He describes the bizarre illusion that swallowed the station before vanishing with both combatants. But Luo's spirit corrects him, calling the event an anomaly, not simple sorcery. The sergeant explains these anomalies are other worlds bleeding into theirs, with the worst being called calamities. Shenya demands to know what a calamity is, his world expanding yet again. The spirit explains it's an invasion of powerful monsters, with the potential for widespread devastation. Luo's ghost brings up the destruction of Jiangnan City, which Shenya thought was just an earthquake. He learns the horrifying truth. It was a calamity that left no survivors out of 13 million people. The spirit warns him to act fast as the anomaly was temporary and the killer could return at any moment. Realizing he's still a target, Shenya receives urgent instructions for a secret armory on the 3rd floor. He scrambles to write down an impossibly long access code, his only key to survival. With his last breath, the spirit tells him to report the truth at the armory before his soul finally departs. Staring at the lifeless body, Shenya clutches the note, the ghost's final warning echoing in his mind. He has a grim epiphany. In this world, being weak means you're nothing but prey for the strong. He considers exposing the killer but realizes it's a pointless and dangerous risk. Knowing the station could be compromised, his only goal is to follow Luo's final order and reach the 3rd floor. He gently closes the cabinet, admitting he's not yet strong enough to get revenge. The door shuts with a heavy thud, sealing his grim decision for now. But a fire ignites in his eyes as he swears to avenge the fallen officer, no matter the cost. Clutching the access code, he promises the spirit of Sergeant Luo that he will find peace. His escape plan is cut short by a loud knock and a summons to an emergency screening. An officer at the door confirms an attack and orders him to a mandatory cybernetic scan. The captain dismisses the other officers, deciding to have a private chat with him and the supposedly missing Sergeant Luo. The captain tries to calm him down, but his reassuring words only raise more red flags. The suspicious captain heads straight for the cabinet where Shenya hid the body. His grim expression reveals he knows exactly what he's looking for. He enters the office to find the body gone, immediately blaming Shenya for its disappearance. In a flash of impossible speed, he tears the entire room apart, searching for clues. Finding nothing, the captain wonders how our hero could have possibly escaped. The shocking truth is revealed. The captain is the spiky-haired assassin in disguise, mocking his captive for failing. The imposter radios in, framing Shenya for the attack and putting the entire city on high alert. An announcement orders everyone out of the building, clearing the way for the villains. As the station empties, a sinister red energy begins to manifest in the office. Shenya peeks out from his hiding spot, confirming his worst fear. The killer wasn't working alone. He rejects the safety of the nightmare realm, choosing justice over escape. Scaling the building, his new mission is to reach the 3rd floor and expose the truth. He vaults through a window, using his parkour skills to navigate the deserted station. Landing silently in the corridor, he sprints toward the secret armory. He finds the access panel, ready to input the impossibly long code from Luo's ghost. But a sudden noise freezes him in his tracks, his senses screaming that he's been found. A security guard appears from the shadows, cornering him with a suspicious glare. Thinking fast, he pretends to be cramming for a math test, using the code as his homework. The guard's inner thoughts reveal he knows it's an emergency code for the World Government HQ. Realizing the danger, the guard lunges forward, determined to stop him at all costs. Shenya summons his portal door just in time, blocking the guard's surprise attack. He realizes his door's adaptive power is the only thing that saved him from being skewered. Unimpressed, the guard scoffs and prepares to shatter his makeshift shield. The guard unleashes a devastating slash, but our hero has already hit the deck. A strange red energy swirls around the door as the guard tries a new, more powerful technique. Enraged by the resistance, the guard's murderous intent becomes crystal clear. Shenya desperately holds his ground, using the door to deflect the relentless assault. The guard recoils in pain, baffled by how a simple door can withstand his full power. With a triumphant grin, Shenya finally finishes inputting the impossibly long code. A government AI confirms the code, exposes the imposter, and dispatches an elite agent to the scene. The AI reveals his new mentor, Chen Rushan, has been mobilized to handle the situation. A 30-second countdown begins, but the imposter is confident he can finish the job first. Shenya makes a desperate dash for the newly opened armory door. But the killer grabs him, determined to not let his target escape. With a glowing fist, the imposter prepares to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, Chen arrives in a flash, unleashing a devastating attack that shatters the floor. Our hero is sent flying by the sheer force of his mentor's arrival. Qian explains his simple philosophy: speed beats everything. With the imposter reduced to a stain on the wall, Qian casually asks for a review of his performance. Back in an office, Chen gets down to business, demanding to know how Shenya got the top-secret code. Shenya explains Luo gave him the code for protection, as Chen reveals the culprits are a psycho group called the Silent Church. Qian lights a cigarette, grimly admitting that Luo's strong sense of justice is probably what got him killed. He reveals the assassin targeting Shenya has been identified as a member of the notorious League of Assassins. Our hero realizes the hit was expensive, but Chen poses the real question: why would a powerful group target a high school kid? Shenya asks about the Kunlun AI that answered the code, wondering why the sergeant didn't use it himself. Qian explains Kunlun is a top-tier government AI that only intervenes for agents with a special passcode. The recruiter drops a bombshell. Luo couldn't call for backup because his main weapon was sabotaged. A colleague presents Luo's cybernetic hand, explaining a virus was planted in his exosuit, leaving him defenseless. The hand suddenly powers on, proving it was designed to fail until the moment of his death, pointing to an inside job. Shenya finally understands the officer's last words, vowing to honor the man who protected him even from beyond the grave. Chen laments that the brave officer was taken down by betrayal, unable to even fight back. The recruiter officially welcomes him to the team, promising to deliver his very first lesson. He delivers a grim warning: humans with ill intentions are far more dangerous than any monster. Taking the lesson to heart, Shenya promises to remember the harsh reality of their world. With business concluded, Chen puts out his cigarette and prepares to meet Shenya's parents. He explains that specialized teams handle anomalies, warning that no one knows what horrors they might unleash. Chen shares a terrifying story of a monster in a human skin suit, revealing why he avoids anomaly cleanup duty. But a sudden realization stops him in his tracks, a new piece of the puzzle clicking into place. He immediately calls for a background check on a new name, trying to find a connection to the fallen Sergeant Luo. The information he receives over the phone leaves him completely stunned, realizing the situation is far worse than he imagined. Shenya wonders about the mysterious Xiao Mengyu and her connection to the fallen officer. Back at home, his father interrupts the contract signing, telling Chen their son has a big decision to make. With Chen gone, his parents drop a bombshell: he's descended from the legendary Sanjin Shen clan. The name clicks instantly as he recalls the clan's history of divine powers and ancient artifacts. His mother reveals his father was a prodigy who was disowned for choosing love over a political marriage. His father explains that Shenya's newfound talent is their one chance to be welcomed back into the family. He's given a choice: join the martial arts group or reclaim his birthright as a member of a noble family. Our hero falls silent, weighing a future of duty against one of freedom. After a moment of thought, he makes his choice, deciding to forge his own path. His parents are stunned, questioning why he'd turned down a life of guaranteed wealth and power. He refuses to return to the clan, asking his parents to believe he can forge his own path just like they did. His parents proudly respect his decision, realizing their little boy is finally all grown up. A flashback reveals the cold rejection his family faced every time they visited their powerful relatives. He reflects on his lonely past life, realizing his current family is the only one that truly matters. With the contract officially signed, Shenya joins the martial arts group, leaving his toxic clan in the dust. Shin reveals the next step is the entrance exams for the world's top schools, and our hero is ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, a familiar figure waits impatiently in a sterile hospital hallway, tapping her foot. Zhao Yibing celebrates her successful smear campaign, watching her twisted version of the fight go viral. She sends a smug text, confident she's secured her reputation as a flawless goddess. Believing she's destroyed his future, she vows to become a legend he can only dream of reaching. But her celebration is cut short by an unexpected notification on her phone. A takedown notice informs her the post was flagged for misinformation and threatens legal action. She panics, wondering how Shenya proved his innocence and why the powerful martial arts group is involved. Her question is answered as the school publicly celebrates Shenya's new contract and elite school offers. Crushed by the news, she collapses in the hallway, her brilliant plan completely shattered. Meanwhile, Shenya arrives at the towering headquarters of the Human Martial Arts Group. In the elevator, Chen casually mentions earning 5 merit points for taking out an enemy. He explains merit points are a special currency, but Shenya isn't eligible to earn them yet. But a government notification reveals he's getting a special reward for his contributions anyway. As they reach their floor, Chen promises to investigate the attempts on his life, advising him to lay low. Chen officially welcomes him to the group, confirming his funds are transferred and the online drama is squashed. A personal video message from a famous celebrity, Shu Mulan, greets him in his new luxury suite. The star offers him words of encouragement and even scores him VIP tickets to her next concert. Our hero is floored, realizing this is the original Shenya's absolute favorite idol. He quickly pieces it together. The entire room has been perfectly customized to his predecessor's tastes. Stepping onto the balcony, he's amazed by the VIP treatment, finally understanding the perks of power. From the 105th floor, he gazes at the sunset, feeling the pull of his new elevated status. With his exams just 2 days away, he vows to dive back into the nightmare realm for another power-up. At midnight, he summons his ominous portal, ready for another trip into the unknown. But the moment he steps through, he's greeted by a gruesome scene of carnage and debris. Shenya wisely backs away, realizing a reckless charge could ruin his next title evaluation. A weak voice calls from the wreckage. His skeletal partner is barely conscious and begging for help. The monster asks for a healing tonic, but Shenya admits he has no idea how to patch up a giant skeleton. With his life force fading, the beast ironically accepts his grim fate. Deciding his trading partner is too valuable to lose, Shenya promises to return with a solution. 2 hours later, the skeleton has given up all hope, convinced he's been left for dead. Our hero finally returns, but his grand rescue plan is immediately foiled by a door that's way too small. He proudly presents a custom-made healing bath, admitting he has no clue how to get his patient into it. Before they can solve the puzzle, the entire room begins to violently shake and crumble around them. The skeleton reveals their secret undead stronghold is being invaded by a united force of humans and elves. Too weak to fight, the skeleton tosses our hero a spatial ring and tells him to hide it. The massive beast dissolves into pure energy, shooting straight for its new hiding spot. With a flash of light, the monster's essence is completely absorbed into the magical ring. The stronghold's entrance explodes, forcing Shenya to quickly dismiss his own portal. He narrowly escapes the blast, realizing he would have been toast if he'd been a second slower. The skeleton reveals it's hiding in the ring, a perk of being undead, and Shenya calls him out for hiding the good loot. He agrees to absorb the healing bath into the ring, declaring his skeletal partner now owes him a big favor. Shenya announces he's heading into the battlefield, demanding the skeleton's full cooperation. While soaking in its healing bath, the monster explains its job as a battlefield scavenger, but the best loot is always gone. Our hero hatches a plan to go undercover as an undead soldier to score a new title. Shenya uses his magic to sift through a pile of discarded armor, searching for a disguise. He calls out the skeleton for being a scrap collector, but is told to dig through the junk for usable gear. After some digging, he assembles a full set of armor and finds a token to summon a skeletal warhorse. To complete the look, the skeleton offers him a ghostly centurion mask that reeks of death. The mask is imbued with a potent death aura, making his disguise completely undetectable to other undead. With his transformation complete, the skeleton declares he looks like a genuine undead warrior. He daydreams about his new Ghost Rider persona, planning to flee at the first sign of trouble. As he heads for the door, the skeleton begs him not to die, worried about its own safety if the ring is found. With a sarcastic promise to try not to die, he phases through the door into the battlefield. He emerges into the war zone, finding the entire undead stronghold has been completely decimated. He surveys the ruins, remembering a dagger he picked up in the Elven lands for extra protection. While sneaking through a rocky crevice, he suddenly finds himself in a tight spot. A dozen sharp blades are suddenly pointed right at his skeletal mask. A squad of human soldiers corners him, mistaking him for a stray undead in their territory. He rips off his mask in a panic, desperately trying to prove he's a human on their side. The lead soldier isn't buying it, calling him a traitor and raising his sword for the final blow. But our hero easily blocks the massive sword with his tiny dagger, much to the soldier's surprise. The soldier stares in disbelief, recognizing the dagger's unique glow as the legendary Nightshade. A system pop-up reveals the dagger can only be wielded by a human with an uncorrupted soul. Convinced he's an ally, the soldier helps him up and orders his men to resume their hunt. The soldier flashes a strange hand sign, asking our hero if he needs any help. Shenya hilariously misinterprets the gesture as a love confession, wondering if everyone here is this direct. He realizes the soldier is staring at his mask and connects the gesture to his disguise. Deciding to bluff his way through, he plays the part of a secret agent in a tight spot. The soldier immediately understands, offering him a solo combat pack to aid his mission. Shocked that his bluff actually worked, Shenya thanks the soldier, whose name is Roman. Their friendly exchange is cut short as a mounted noble, and his entourage charge through. The Baron immediately accuses Roman of slacking off, but the soldier explains he found a scout. The Baron isn't convinced, ordering Shenya's arrest as a suspected spy despite Roman's protests. Unfazed, our hero coolly challenges the Baron's authority, demanding to know who he thinks he is. The pompous Baron Warren threatens to torture our hero for his secrets. Shenya just smirks, memorizes the Baron's name, and summons his escape door. Enraged by the disrespect, the Baron orders his men to take him down. The soldiers charge forward, ready to carry out their lord's command. But their weapons hit nothing but dirt as our hero vanishes into thin air. The Baron is completely baffled, unable to comprehend the magical disappearing act. Roman chimes in, mentioning rumors of elite assassins joining the war effort. He mockingly points out that the Baron just gave his name to a potential shadow killer. The Baron breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he's just painted a massive target on his back. Terrified of a knife in the dark, he orders a hasty retreat, leaving the scene in a panic. Our hero drops back into his luxury suite, making a hasty retreat from the battlefield. He catches his breath, vowing revenge on the Baron and blaming his partner for the near disaster. The skeleton scoffs from the ring, claiming ignorance of convoluted human military tricks. A system pop-up rewards his clever escape with another green quality One of Us title. A special event triggers, offering a legendary latent ability if he can earn the same title one last time. He realizes it's a high-stakes gamble. Succeed on the next mission or lose the chance forever. Our hero analyzes the conditions, knowing he must face impossible odds and escape using only his wits. He recalls turning both elves and soldiers into allies by navigating life-or-death situations. With the key to success in hand, he decides the risk is too great, prioritizing his life over a new power. His strategic planning is suddenly cut short by an unexpected interruption. A call on the intercom announces a visitor, a verified family member of the fallen Sergeant Luo. Feeling a deep debt to the man who saved his life, Shenya knows he can't refuse the meeting. He agrees immediately, hoping to offer some comfort to the grieving family. On a moonlit balcony, he finds a mysterious woman with striking purple hair waiting for him. Our hero confirms his identity, stepping forward to meet his unexpected guest. She introduces herself as Luo's sister, Xiao Mengyu, unleashing a powerful aura and the title Great Swordsman. Shenya is stunned, realizing titles are far rarer and more significant than he ever imagined. It all clicks into place. This is the woman whose name alone terrified his hardened mentor. She reveals her brother was betrayed by jealous classmates who sabotaged his weapon. With a cold, unwavering gaze, she calmly announces that she's already delivered her own brand of justice.
Shenya is completely floored by her ice-cold confession of revenge.
He confirms she took out all three culprits, and her casual yes shows him what a great swordsman truly is. She reveals her brother had limited talent, and she only wanted a safe, simple life for him. Our hero is baffled, as he'd been told the sergeant was a prodigy, not an average man. Seeing his silence, she challenges him, asking if he thinks revenge was the wrong move. He frantically clarifies he's just worried about the legal trouble she might be in. She scoffs, explaining that for noble families, restoring honor is a right no one dares question. Unfortunately, the assassin she interrogated didn't know who hired him, leaving her with a dead end. Now she turns to Shenya, asking for any names of his own enemies so she can continue her crusade. He claims ignorance, but she unsheathes her glowing sword, declaring her quest for vengeance is far from over. She vows to eliminate both the assassin and the mastermind behind her brother's death. Our hero realizes her path to peace is paved with absolute vengeance. With a single unseen slash, she tears a rift right through the night sky. Shenya is left speechless, wondering how she just cut the heavens in half. She then offers her blade to his cause, asking for the names of any potential enemies. He plays it safe, claiming his only connection to the noble families is a strained one. But he suddenly recalls hearing screams during his first attack, giving her a new lead. She promises to investigate before leaving him with her contact info and a warning. His mentor suddenly appears, admitting he was worried the vengeful swordsman would target Shenya. Qian reveals she's a top prodigy and, shockingly, a fellow high school exam candidate. Tian reassures him that noble kids just have a head start, but our hero is more relieved to have a powerful ally. The grim reality hits him hard. A noble family could easily hire assassins to wipe him off the map. Deciding he needs his own offensive skills, he asks his skeletal partner for a power-granting nightmare crystal. He urgently asks his partner for a crystal, needing a new combat ability to survive. The skeleton scoffs that he only has undead skills, which are completely useless to our hero. He fumes, realizing he can't wait for school with assassins and noble family rivals breathing down his neck. But a sudden light bulb moment reminds him of the combat pack he received from Roman. Tossing aside rations and first aid, he rummages through the pack for something actually useful. His search pays off as he pulls out a massive, glowing green nightmare crystal. He crushes the crystal, absorbing its power and receiving a secret mission from a group called the Shadowhand Brotherhood. Our hero is bummed the crystal gave him a mission instead of a skill, but his partner has a theory. Realizing he can't earn another title today, he decides this Shadowhand mission is the perfect side quest. He hatches a new plan. Go back to the battlefield disguised as a human soldier. His partner hooks him up with armor from a fallen army, giving him the perfect lone survivor cover story. The crystal he holds is actually a distress signal from a fallen lord, a key part of his disguise. The skeleton's sudden concern raises red flags, and Shenya demands the real reason for his help. The partner admits his true motive. He needs Shenya to get rich so he can afford a new body. Stepping back into the nightmare realm, he finds himself on a grim, moonlit battlefield. He immediately spots a soldier desperately trying to save his wounded comrade. From the shadows, he overhears the soldier's false hope, knowing their base camp is still far away. He cautiously surveys the battlefield, knowing he can't risk being recognized by Roman's squad. Deciding to gather intel, he approaches the fallen soldiers scattered across the wasteland. He finds an undead giant and uses a dark art to wake it for a quick interrogation. But his first lead is a dead end, as the giant has no clue about the mysterious mask. Leaving the giant to its final rest, our hero continues his search for answers. He questions every body he can find, but his mission is met with a chorus of failure. Frustrated by his fruitless search, he takes a moment to regroup, feeling completely lost. But his brief rest is cut short by a hulking figure appearing right behind him. A massive werewolf looms over him, but instead of fear, Shenya sees a potential solution. He presents the mask to the beast, hoping its keen sense of smell can track down his target. The dying werewolf gives him a solid lead, pointing him toward a one-armed centurion. He finds the centurion's severed arm, wondering if his necromancy will even work on a single limb. His dark magic takes hold, causing the severed hand to twitch back to life. The reanimated hand suddenly springs up, forming a very specific gesture. He instantly recognizes the Shadowhand's signature gesture, confirming he's found his target. With its last bit of energy, the hand points him in a new direction before falling limp. Following the lead, he discovers the rest of the body hidden behind a pile of rocks. Overcoming the horrific stench of the centurion's boots, he feels something hidden inside. Shaking it out, he finds a mysterious note and a glowing blue insignia. A system pop-up reveals the item as a Night Shadow insignia, a key to a powerful weapon. He wonders if the insignia is the key to unlocking a powerful new weapon. He brings the insignia to his dagger, and a surge of blue energy connects the two artifacts. The blade transforms, leveling up from Nightshade to the legendary Nightfall. His new dagger is now an assassin-exclusive weapon, and he remembers the note he found with it. The note reveals his mission. Investigate strange undead activity for the Shadowhand Brotherhood. He finally understands Roman's cryptic clues, realizing the soldier was a fellow agent trying to help. Thinking it'll be easy, he interrogates a reanimated soldier who has absolutely no useful information. He questions a whole pile of undead grunts, but they're all just as clueless as the first. Frustrated by his dead-end search, he realizes this intel mission is going to be a real pain. Just as he's about to give up, his skeletal partner offers a solution from inside the ring. Our hero realizes he has the perfect informant right on his finger, but suspects his partner of trying to sell out his own kind. The skeleton scoffs, admitting his undead brethren aren't exactly his biggest fans anyway. Remembering his partner's rough history, Shenya asks for intel that's useful but not too flashy. The skeleton provides the perfect tip. The undead have upgraded their cannons, a valuable but believable piece of intel. He worries the information is too good, but his partner explains the humans likely already suspect it and just need proof. Satisfied with the low-risk, high-reward plan, our hero heads off to find the human army. He spots the main camp from a distance, wondering how to infiltrate the base and find the Shadow Hand contact. His partner hatches a brilliant plan: fake an injury and get carried right through the front gate. The skeleton reveals human healers can regrow limbs for the right price, a luxury the undead can't afford. Shenya is horrified to learn the undead just leave their wounded to rot, a grim reality of their side of the war. The skeleton explains undead can only heal by sacrificing others in a dark, complex ritual. Our hero celebrates his newfound wealth, realizing he can afford the best human healers. He approaches a fallen giant, declaring he has a brilliant, if slightly insane, plan. Shenya dumps all his points into strength, struggling to lift the giant's massive hammer. He tells his partner to be ready to yell for him just in case he can't. With a mighty crash, he lets the massive hammer pin him to the ground. He commits to the role, asking himself why he's going to such lengths for this act. Trapped under the weapon, he begins desperately banging his shield and calling for help. His cries are heard by a nearby patrol who spot the commotion in the distance. The soldiers rush to his aid, completely fooled by his lone survivor performance. A camp healer unleashes a powerful restoration spell, bathing him in green light. The intense magic courses through his body, mending his faked injuries. He puts on a convincing show of agony as the healing process completes. With the job done, the healer reports his full recovery to a group of waiting nobles. Our hero wakes up right on cue, playing the part of a confused and disoriented soldier. Prince Norton introduces himself and questions him about the emblem on his shield. Clutching the crystal, Shenya delivers the urgent message, claiming his lord's territory is under siege. An old mage takes the crystal, preparing to verify the desperate plea for help. The crystal projects a holographic message, offering a massive reward for anyone who can save Rhine. The mage confirms the message is authentic, completely validating our hero's elaborate cover story. The prince drops a bombshell, revealing Rhine has fallen and our hero is the sole survivor. Shenya puts on an award-winning performance of pure, unadulterated shock. He collapses in fake grief, mourning a family he just made up on the spot. Completely fooled, the prince praises his survival and offers him a safe ticket out of the war. But our hero panics, realizing a trip to the rear lines means failing his secret mission. He boldly refuses the offer, begging to stay on the front lines, much to the prince's confusion. With tears in his eyes, he delivers a fiery speech vowing to avenge his fallen people. His dramatic plea leaves the other nobles and an elf completely speechless. Impressed by his spirit, the prince asks what special skill this young warrior possesses. He claims to be the fastest in his region, then secretly devours a title to max out his agility stat. To prove his worth, he tells the prince to watch closely as he prepares for a demonstration. He explodes forward in a blur of motion, leaving the entire camp in his dust. Our hero slides to a dramatic halt, kicking up a cloud of dirt with impossible control. The sheer velocity of his movement leaves the onlookers completely stunned. With a final leap, he lands perfectly before the prince, his demonstration complete. Catching his breath, he asks if his display of speed is enough to earn him a spot on the front lines. The prince is completely won over, praising his astonishing speed and agreeing to let him stay. But the elf woman suddenly steps forward, her attention fixed on a bracelet he's wearing. He explains an elf named Laney gave it to him as a reward for thwarting an undead plot. The elf touches the bracelet, which flares with a brilliant green light as she speaks a magical command. A magical projection of Laney appears, and the archmage Eudoria demands to know why a human has her bracelet. Shenya casually greets his elven friend, who's thrilled to see him again. Laney explains he's a hero who saved their village, and now the high priest is looking for him. With the story confirmed, Eudoria abruptly ends the magical call. The archmage vouches for our hero, suggesting his impressive skills and connections have earned him a spot in the imperial capital. The prince is sold, ordering his men to get Shenya an ID and enroll him in the Imperial Military Academy. But when the prince asks for his name, our hero realizes his cover is about to be blown. Thinking fast, he fakes a sudden headache and collapses to the ground. The old mage provides the perfect excuse. Head trauma from the battle has caused amnesia. His brilliant acting pays off as the prince tells him to rest, his secret mission still safe. The prince gives him a cryptic farewell, dubbing him the boy who lived through calamities. His performance earns him enough renown to unlock a brand new, self-created title, The Boy Who Lived. Our hero is horrified by the nerdy title, desperately asking the system how to get rid of it. The system gives him two options: fade into obscurity, or act so out of character that his reputation changes. He decides to lay low after his mission, but his new nickname is already catching on. He asks his partner why the prince's words carry so much weight, learning he's the future emperor. As they leave, the prince notes his interest in the mysterious soldier, prompting the others to share what they noticed. The old mage reveals he spotted a high-ranking shadow hand insignia, which the elf connects to his dagger. The prince confirms the dagger is the legendary Nightfall, a sign of an elite assassin, and decides to reward him. Meanwhile, our hero is escorted to his new quarters in the military camp, his secret mission a success. He locates the shadow hand's secret drop-off point, a simple tent near the main camp. But the contact inside gives him the cold shoulder, completely ignoring his greeting. Shenya flashes the secret hand sign, delivering the Brotherhood's official motto. The agent finally turns, returning the gesture and asking for his report. He hands over the intel on the undead's new cannons, earning praise for the valuable information. The agent offers him a reward from his impressive collection of special goodies. First up is a dagger coated in a poison that can either fake your death or guarantee a good night's sleep. Unimpressed, our hero asks for something with more battlefield utility, so the agent presents a whistle. With a single sharp blow, the agent demonstrates the whistle's surprising power. A massive war horse is instantly summoned, appearing right inside the tent. The agent reveals the horse's best trick is playing dead on command, much to our hero's confusion. Shenya asks if the whistle is part of a set with his dagger, but he's already looking for the next upgrade. Unfazed, the agent pulls out his next prize, a pair of veil-piercing lenses. He explains the lenses can spot hidden valuables, but Shenya is horrified by the X-ray vision demonstration. Cutting to the chase, our hero asks for nightmare crystals, and the agent admits he only has 2 left. The first option is a red crystal that grants a basic bleeding skill for his dagger. The second is a blue crystal for Frostwind, a powerful knockback kick, and Shenya wants them both. But a mysterious voice in his head suddenly urges him to choose the Frostwind skill. He instantly recognizes the voice as the same entity that led him to his legendary dagger. Confused by the specific instruction, he wonders why his secret benefactor is so invested in his choice. The voice reveals a secret recipe for power, combine 4 specific skills from different worlds. Trusting his gut, our hero takes the Frostwind crystal, ready to start the mysterious quest. He crushes the crystal, absorbing the icy blue energy of his new kick technique. The agent admits the intel was far more valuable than the skill, offering him more rewards. To balance the scales, the agent hands over a hefty bag of gold, a nice bonus for a job well done. With one piece of the puzzle secured, he immediately asks his skeletal partner for the next, an undead spell. The skeleton confirms he has the Shadow Mirage spell, a simple illusion that our hero can easily learn. He instantly reallocates his stats, pouring points into psychic energy and agility to master the dark art. Knowing he can't be seen, he slips into a dark forest to practice his forbidden new magic. He cautiously scans his surroundings, making sure he's completely alone before casting the undead spell. He unleashes the Shadow Mirage, summoning a ghostly purple duplicate of himself. But the illusion shatters into nothingness just as quickly as it appeared. His partner mocks the seemingly useless spell, but Shenya knows it's part of a bigger plan. With 3 of the 4 secret skills collected, he's just one step away from unlocking a legendary power. His private training is interrupted by a soldier who greets him with his cringy new nickname. The soldier presents him with a Medal of Valor and a letter of recommendation, a personal gift from the prince. He accepts the honor and his new mission, report to the Imperial Military Academy. Between the prince's reward and the assassin's gold, our hero is officially rolling in cash. With his mission accomplished and pockets full, he decides it's time to leave this world behind. He returns to the real world, trading a war-torn forest for a bright, sunny cityscape. A cute AI confirms his war spoils have been converted into a hefty sum of cash. Just as the transaction completes, his phone starts ringing off the hook. He generously sends the newfound cash to his parents, telling them not to worry about him. After his call, he's flooded with notifications congratulating him on his new career. Among the messages is a desperate apology from his old nemesis, Zhao Yibing. He considers her pathetic attempt to win him back, a slight blush on his cheeks. With a smirk, he sends a savage reply, shutting down her advances for good. His best friend hits him up next, ready to celebrate his success with some food. But our hero hesitates, knowing a night out could be a death sentence with assassins on his tail. He remembers the original Shenya's bond with his friend, a connection he's determined to protect. His friend texts, begging for a tour of the martial arts group headquarters. Figuring it's the safest place to meet, he agrees to give his friend a private tour. While waiting in the lobby, he spots a crowd of intimidating figures gathered together. A closer look reveals a motley crew of powerful warriors, each one radiating a dangerous aura. He realizes these must be the professionals his mentor warned him about. A massive bald man in the group suddenly turns, his gaze locking onto Shen Ye. The giant confronts him, asking if he's one of the new recruits this year. But the man just smiles, admitting he used to gawk at the pros just like him. He asks if our hero dreams of becoming one of them, but gets a surprising nope. The giant grins, confessing he only wanted to crush the arrogant pros when he first joined. He's unimpressed by the pros, finding their arrogant display of power completely unruly. The bald giant's attention is suddenly caught by a mysterious woman in a wide-brimmed hat. He casually asks the gunslinger out for dinner, interrupting her conversation. She instantly shuts him down, shoving a pistol in his face with a chilling threat. The woman then turns to Shenya, asking if his friend at the front desk should be let in. He offers to go get his friend himself, but she tells him to stay put. She reveals his mentor gave specific orders to keep him safe due to his sticky situation. A little flustered by the attention, our hero shyly agrees to wait for his friend. His friend finally arrives, completely starstruck by the luxurious headquarters. As his friend gushes about his newfound fame, Shenya tells him he's welcome anytime. His friend skips the cafeteria tour, demanding to see his new luxury suite instead. Their conversation is cut short by the silent, judgmental glares of the pros. His friend is blown away to learn he's living on the 105th floor, right in the penthouse. But the tour is interrupted by a sudden, urgent text message on his phone. It's from Xiao Mengyu, revealing a key witness to the hospital attack has vanished. She sends him a video file, telling him to take a look at what she found. The video shows his best friend, as she reveals the nurse was likely silenced because of him. She explains she's running background checks on everyone he knows, just in case. The footage shows his friend acting suspiciously at school, and Shenya's eyes widen with a terrible realization. As the elevator dings, the message confirms his friend was caught searching for something, raising a massive red flag. Our hero realizes he was in the nightmare realm when his friend was searching for him, but the question remains, why? He stares at his friend, a cold suspicion growing behind his eyes. As his friend innocently asks what's wrong, a text from Xiao Mengyu delivers a chilling warning. Be careful. The elevator doors open, and his friend's gushing excitement provides the perfect cover for his dark intentions. Chen Haoyu sprints down the hall, eager to see the penthouse suite, leading Shen Yi right into a trap. He points to the door at the end of the hall, his cheerful demeanor hiding a deadly secret. In a shocking betrayal, his friend spins around and unleashes a devastating surprise attack. A vicious arc of purple energy slices through the air, aimed directly at our hero's head. The blade finds its mark, and Shenya's world explodes in a flash of purple light. Overwhelmed by the sudden assault, our hero is consumed by the traitor's power. The imposter is stunned, realizing he only struck an illusion and underestimating his target's skill. But the real Shenya, glowing with blue energy, has already dodged the fatal blow. He unleashes a devastating counterkick, sending the traitor flying across the hall. A system pop-up reveals he's combined 3 skills to unlock a temporary legendary technique. With a permanent stat boost, Shenya coldly demands to know where his real friend is. The imposter just cackles, revealing the real Chen Haoyu is already gone. He lunges forward again, promising our hero will be joining his friend very soon. But Shenya meets the charge head-on, blocking the attack with a powerful glowing kick. The assassin scoffs at the defense, but his confidence shatters as he feels the kick's true power. His new skill's guaranteed knockback activates, sending the stunned imposter stumbling backward. Our hero finally understands the secret to his new power, combining simple skills into a legendary combo. The assassin dodges a hail of bullets, moving with incredible speed. With the gun clicking empty, the imposter taunts him for missing every single shot. But Shenya reveals his true goal. The gunshots were just an alarm to summon backup. The building's security system goes into overdrive, dispatching elite forces to their location. Suddenly, the imposter is riddled with projectiles, caught completely off guard. The gunslinger from the lobby appears, revealing she was the one who took the shot, using pens as ammo. She grabs the assassin, demanding to know who hired him for the hit. The imposter just grins, defiantly biting down on something hidden in his mouth. He takes his own life with a poison capsule, leaving the gunslinger furious at the lost lead. The gunslinger fumes over the dead end, realizing the assassin's skin shift ability fooled everyone. In the morgue, an agent reports the assassin is a complete ghost with no records or identification. The gunslinger Wenna apologizes to her superior for failing to capture the target alive. Her boss dismisses her apology, admitting even their security couldn't see through the flawless disguise. As the agents prepare to leave, Shenya asks to stay behind with the body for a moment. His mentor agrees, suspecting the kid has a special way of getting information from the dead. Alone with the assassin, our hero unleashes his dark magic, commanding the spirit to rise and talk. The corpse jolts to life, green energy erupting as he realizes Shenya can speak to the dead. But the spirit just laughs, defiantly refusing to give up any of his secrets. His skeletal partner finds the resistance amusing, eager to see what happens when a spirit fights back. Shenya drags the spirit into a personal hell, chaining him to a slab for some next-level interrogation. The assassin is shocked as shadowy hands erupt from the slab, dragging him into the darkness. Our hero unleashes a soul-searing fire, determined to burn the secrets right out of him. As the spirit is consumed by the inferno, Shenya watches with cold, unwavering resolve. But it's his skeletal partner who emerges from the flames, taking control of the interrogation. The skeleton reforms into a terrifying new form, ready to inflict some serious pain. The assassin's spirit is completely stunned, realizing he's trapped in a nightmare he can't escape. His partner reveals this is just the warm-up, 100 years of torment for defying the darkness. The skeleton details an eternity of suffering, a punishment so vast it breaks even the strongest souls. Unable to bear the thought, the assassin's spirit finally cracks, screaming that he'll tell them everything. With the interrogation over, the fiery mental landscape shatters around them. His partner chuckles as Shenya pulls out his phone, ready to record the confession. He orders the broken spirit to spill every last detail of the conspiracy. The story flashes back to a school rooftop just a few minutes earlier. Zhao Yibing texts a mysterious Mr. Han, admitting her plan to trap Shenya completely failed. Mr. Han summons her to a hotel, leaving her wondering if she should even go. But a sudden call brings amazing news. She's been accepted into an elite program. Overcome with joy, she thanks Mr. Han, believing he's her powerful benefactor. Her celebration is cut short as Xiao Mengyu appears from the shadows, demanding her phone. Zhao Yibing recoils, telling the mysterious swordsman to mind her own business. Xiao Mengyu's blade flashes, stopping inches from Zhao Yibing's terrified face. The swordsman offers a chilling choice: hand over the phone or lose her pretty little nose. Xiao Yibing throws her phone in a panic, but it's intercepted mid-air by an incoming call. Xiao Mengyu answers, and it's Shen Ye on the line with a bombshell. The assassin is singing like a canary. Hearing his name, Zhao Yibing connects the dots, realizing this terrifying woman is Shen Ye's backup. Back in the morgue, the assassin's spirit spills the beans about a joint contract to take our hero out. He reveals the entire hospital attack was a setup, a trap Shen Ye was never supposed to walk away from. The confession continues, detailing how they eliminated Officer Luo and used his identity to get closer. Shen Ye's question is answered with a horrifying truth. His friend's body is hidden in the school sewers. A wave of cold fury washes over our hero, his grip tightening until his phone screen shatters. With ice in his veins, our hero demands the name of the person who hired the hit. He records the confession, forcing the reanimated assassin to talk. The spirit reveals only the head of the operation knows the full details. Shenya presses for a name and location, needing to find the mastermind. He learns the boss is the Skinner, a notorious killer hiding at the Maplewood Hotel with the last eyewitness. When asked about weaknesses, the assassin claims the Skinner's power is unfathomable. Apparently, attacking a high schooler is beneath the legendary killer who is only supervising as a favor. Desperate for a lead, Shenya demands any distinguishing traits, no matter how small. The assassin reveals the Skinner's one twisted hobby, cannibalism, shocking both Shenya and his ally on the phone. Hearing enough, Xiao Mengyu hangs up, declaring she's going to pay the killer a personal visit. The spirit cackles, warning that the swordsman is walking right into the Skinner's twisted trap. Enraged by the taunt, Shenya delivers a brutal punch, silencing the spirit's laughter for good. The force of the blow sends the reanimated corpse flying across the cold morgue slab. With a cold command to stick to the facts, he dismisses the spirit, its essence dissolving into smoke. Meanwhile, at the luxurious Maplewood Hotel, a sinister evening is just beginning. Inside, the infamous Skinner calmly cuts into a disturbingly rare piece of meat. He's enjoying a candlelit dinner with his captive, the last surviving witness from the hospital. The killer critiques his meal with the flair of a food critic, savoring every unsettling bite. He pairs his dish with a blood cocktail, praising the artistry of the grotesque combination. The terrified nurse realizes the horrifying truth as the Skinner thanks her for providing such a moving meal. The Skinner's twisted dinner is cut short by a sudden buzz from his phone. Annoyed by the rude interruption, he checks a text from a mysterious Mr. Han. Learning his associate is dead, he realizes the target is tougher than expected and demands a better reward. He scoffs at the initial offer, declaring he has much higher standards for his services. In response, Mr. Han sends him pictures of a certain young woman as a new form of payment. The killer's eyes widen, completely captivated by the images on his screen. He's instantly smitten, calling the girl a beautiful, innocent lamb in a fit of creepy delight. Overjoyed by this delightful new arrangement, he eagerly accepts the mission. Checking the time, he declares he must prepare for his perfect rendezvous, leaving his current victim behind. He fusses over his appearance, determined to be flawless for his unsettling evening plans. The Skinner has a sudden realization, remembering one last loose end to tie up. He turns to the terrified nurse, announcing he almost forgot a crucial detail. With a flick of his wrist, he severs their connection, coldly ending her life. The killer tidies up the scene, not wanting to scare away his next guest. The story flashes back to Chen Haoyu, who activates a high-tech device with a poetic command. His phrase is accepted, and a mysterious benefactor gives an approving thumbs up as the device transforms. A futuristic green motorcycle materializes from the light, stunning the young man. The benefactor boasts about the bike's impressive specs and its undeniable appeal. He reveals the bike can fly on autopilot and is linked to his ID for automatic payment. Chen Haoyu sits on his new ride, musing that it would look even more eye-catching in red. With a simple thought, the bike transforms into a slick crimson, boasting a high-tech chameleon coating. Our hero sighs, admitting he was hoping for a secret manual. But his mentor explains this escape vehicle is a sign of extreme danger. The bike's jet mode is faster than a missile, but Shenya just wants to know who the organization thinks is hunting him. His mentor explains the organization won't intervene in personal vendettas unless he proves his worth to them first. The harsh truth hits home, and he worries that his powerful ally is about to walk right into the Skinner's trap. His boss orders him into lockdown for the night, promising maximum security at the exam venue tomorrow. Elsewhere, 2 pairs of feet step onto a moonlit path, signaling a new player has entered the game. Xiao Mengyu leads a terrified Zhao Yibing toward a massive, foreboding mansion in the dead of night. The swordsman hopes her contact won't be angry she brought along an uninvited guest. As they approach, she senses a powerful, well-concealed killing intent radiating from the dark estate. Xiao Mengyu gets a confession. Zhao Yibing sold out our hero for a spot in an elite school. The swordsman warns that with Shenya's success, Zhao Yibing's deal is officially off the table. Xiao Mengyu sees the girl as a pawn walking into a trap, but coldly decides it's not her problem. She offers a simple choice: be a witness and live, or meet your benefactor and face the consequences. Zhao Yibing arrogantly walks away, sealing her own fate as the swordsman watches impassively. As the girl approaches the mansion, Xiao Mengyu draws her glowing blade, ready for what's to come. Inside, the infamous Skinner greets his unsuspecting guest with a sinister smile.
The killer takes a deep breath, savoring the arrival of his next victim.
He transforms into a handsome suitor, charming Zhao Yibing with a rose and promises of a bright future. Completely fooled by the act, she swoons over Mr. Han, wondering how she'll ever repay him. He promises to protect her from Shenya, and she falls for it hook, line, and sinker. But as he leads her deeper into the mansion, a sudden, icy chill fills the air. The cold aura makes her shiver, and she clings to her savior for warmth. Outside, a storm of glowing swords materializes, all aimed directly at the killer. The Skinner senses the pure sword intent, but his guest is too busy swooning to notice the danger. Knowing his time is short, he dangles an irresistible offer, a spot in the world's top schools. He repeats the promise, a ticket to a future she's always dreamed of. Zhao Yibing is completely starstruck, imagining a life of nobility and power. The Skinner explains he has a special access code that guarantees her a spot in the exams. He hands her a phone to seal the deal, promising to make her stronger as his dark plan unfolds. The confirmation flashes on her screen, and Zhao Yibing officially believes her dream has come true. Overcome with emotion, she falls into his arms, thanking her benefactor for everything. With a blissful smile, she tells him she's never been happier, completely oblivious to the trap. The Skinner's charming mask slips, revealing a chilling smile as he declares it's harvest time. Tears of joy stream down her face as he caresses her cheek, sealing her fate. He pulls her into a final, treacherous embrace as his dark power begins to take hold. Her face is now a lifeless mask of happiness, held in place by sinister, shadowy threads. The killer presents his new puppet, boasting that they've created a true masterpiece. He kneels before his work, admiring the girl frozen at the peak of her bloom. But his twisted art show is interrupted by a flash of blue light as a sword slices through the room. The killer sheds a tear, eager to claim his twisted prize. But his moment is shattered as the entire mansion is ripped apart by sword energy. The walls crumble, revealing the swordsman standing before the killer's new puppet. She realizes she's too late, admitting this psycho is even crazier than she imagined. The Skinner flips out, unleashing a web of sinister red threads to reclaim his prize. He lunges forward with a possessive roar, determined to get his masterpiece back. But the great swordsman is completely unfazed, preparing her counterattack. She unleashes a swirling vortex of blue energy, effortlessly blocking his desperate assault. Thrown back by the force, the killer begs her not to harm his precious puppet. She holds the girl hostage, and the Skinner finally recognizes the legendary prodigy he's up against. The Skinner reveals his trap, a web of unbreakable silk threads surrounding them both. He offers a twisted deal: hand over the girl and he might spare her life. Unfazed, the swordsman ignites her blade with crackling energy, ready to test his theory. She coldly challenges him, wondering if his puppet can withstand her sword's power. The killer's confident smirk shatters into a mask of pure, tearful despair. He completely breaks down, lamenting the loss of his perfect masterpiece. His grief twists into a new obsession as he turns his creepy attention to the swordsman. With glowing red eyes, the Skinner's sanity snaps, vowing to consume them both. Xiao Mengyu realizes this killer is too far gone for simple threats to work. Changing tactics, she raises her blade and offers him a deal of her own. She offers a shocking deal, the mastermind's name in exchange for her life. The killer scoffs, confident he can just take her down and claim his prize anyway. But she warns him a fight means damaging the goods, promising no family retaliation if he plays along. Her bizarre offer gives the unhinged killer a moment of pause. He reverts to his human form, asking if her insane proposal is for real. With unwavering resolve, she confirms she's dead serious about the deal. The Skinner laughs, admitting that betraying his client would make him a target for life. Unimpressed by his dilemma, she simply asks if he's afraid. He dramatically denies it, declaring he'd gladly become a fugitive for a chance with her. Her threat to slice him up only excites him more as he creepily thanks her for a delightful evening. The Skinner agrees to the deal, promising to devote himself to the swordsman after securing his current prize. Meanwhile, our hero broods on a rooftop, a storm brewing both in the sky and in his mind. He worries about his ally, remembering the assassin's warning that the Skinner was out of her league. His partner gives him the grim truth: the great swordsman is completely doomed. The skeleton scoffs at her cloud-slicing feat, explaining the Skinner's power is far beyond that of a little fish. Realizing the true danger, Shenya's worry deepens, but his partner just tells him to sleep it off. Guilt washes over him as he lists the casualties of this conspiracy, realizing he put her in harm's way. He realizes she's the only one left fighting for justice, and he can't let her fall too. Just as his resolve hardens, a sudden phone call shatters the tense silence. An unknown number asks for him by name, and he cautiously confirms his identity. The voice on the other end is a scared little girl who was told to call him if her mom went missing. He instantly connects the dots. It's the daughter of the nurse who witnessed the hospital attack. Learning she's at the Maplewood Hotel, he tells the girl to stay put and call the police while he rushes over. His partner warns it's a trap, but Shenya can't risk another innocent life and prepares to leave. Grabbing his legendary sword, he argues that hiding isn't an option, and he has plenty of escape routes. He calmly states that to get the truth from these killers, he has to rely on his own dark methods. His partner points out the floor is on lockdown, but our hero is already heading for the balcony. Realizing the insane plan, the skeleton panics as Shenya prepares to make a very public exit. He maxes out his agility, ignoring his partner's warning that the fall will still be fatal. Looking out at the storm, our hero declares this chaotic night is the perfect cover for his rescue mission. He takes a leap of faith, jumping straight off the 105th floor as his partner screams in disbelief. The wind howls as he plummets through the stormy night, completely calm. He free-falls toward the sprawling city lights, a tiny figure against the concrete jungle. His partner threatens to reanimate his corpse if this crazy stunt fails. But our hero has a plan, summoning a glowing red door from the nightmare realm right beside him. He kicks off the magical door, using it as a temporary foothold against the skyscraper wall. Repeating the trick, he summons another door further down, gracefully descending the massive building. He reveals his brilliant strategy, using the nightmare realm to create platforms and break his fall. After a series of perfectly timed jumps, he lands on the ground without a single scratch. His partner calls him insane, but Shenya just smirks and tells him to get the bike ready for their rescue mission. Our hero tears through the city on his high-tech bike, a crimson blur on a mission. He activates the bike's full power with a poetic password, verifying his command. The futuristic ride rockets down the empty streets, leaving a trail of pure velocity. He screeches to a halt on the west side of the city, arriving at the designated location. A small girl peeks out from an alley, confirming she's the one who made the desperate call. With wide, worried eyes, she asks for help finding her mother, who has completely vanished. He tries calling the cops for her, but she reveals no one is picking up the phone. When his own call goes unanswered, the little girl's desperate plea hangs in the tense night air. Learning she's all alone, he promises to find her mom after getting her to safety. He orders his smart bike to take the girl to headquarters, ensuring her protection before he faces the danger alone. He gently reassures the terrified girl, promising her a safe haven from the chaos. With a solemn vow, he promises to find her mother and bring her back safely. Trusting the stranger, the tearful girl bravely agrees to his plan. As she speeds off to safety, his partner scoffs at the seemingly pointless rescue, but our hero insists on saving the innocent, refusing to let his soft heart be a weakness. Alone on the deserted street, an eerie feeling begins to creep over him. His partner confirms his suspicion. The entire city block is completely devoid of life. The chilling realization hits him as he stands in the ghost town, a perfect trap. Suddenly, his senses flare as a distant sound cuts through the dead silence. He pinpoints the source, an intense battle raging at the Maplewood Hotel, and he's heading straight for it. He sprints toward the sinister hotel, telling his partner to be his eyes and ears. Shenya steps into the grand, unnervingly silent lobby, sensing something is deeply wrong. A smiling concierge greets him, but his partner's chilling warning confirms she's already dead. Wasting no time, he uses his dark powers to interrogate the reanimated corpse. She reveals her master ended everyone's lives for decor, controlling them with magical puppet strings. The puppet explains she can't attack because her master is busy fighting a powerful intruder upstairs. When asked how many victims there are, her chilling answer is a single word: everyone. With an unsettling calm, she confirms the entire city block is a graveyard of the walking dead. The sheer scale of the massacre leaves our hero completely stunned and horrified. As the battle rages on the roof, his partner gives him a new target: find room 707. He sprints down the hotel corridor, leaving the lifeless puppets in his dust. Spotting his target, he zeroes in on the door to room 707. With a powerful kick, he smashes the door open, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The room is a gruesome gallery filled with victims tangled in the Skinner's crimson threads. His partner confirms the entire hotel is a tomb, as Shenya desperately searches for any sign of life. Using his dark magic, he questions the spirits, but their minds are blank, offering no useful clues. Just as he's about to give up, one spirit recognizes him, calling him by name. It's the nurse from the hospital, the key witness who saw the killer before she was silenced. Overwhelmed with guilt, he apologizes for her fate, but she tells him it wasn't his fault. With their last ounce of will, the spirits of the dead beg him for one thing: vengeance. With cold resolve, our hero vows to avenge the nurse and protect her daughter. But the spirit is confused, revealing she doesn't even have a daughter. Shenya realizes the desperate phone call was just another part of the killer's elaborate trap. Suddenly, the entire building begins to crumble around him from a massive impact. A fiery explosion rips through the hotel, signaling a new player has joined the fight. His partner confirms the attack is from a third party, not the two battling on the roof. As someone screams in the chaos, the skeleton warns that one of the fighters is falling right toward them. A body plummets through the smoke and debris as a mysterious voice echoes a command. Realizing the falling figure is his ally, Shenya leaps into action to intercept her. He catches the injured Xiao Mengyu midair, saving her from the devastating fall. The swordsman is stunned, demanding to know why he's in the middle of her fight. He declares he's her rescue party, but she just calls him an idiot for interfering. She reveals his heroic entrance just ruined her perfect plan to trap the Skinner. But the master swordsman always has a backup plan ready to go. In a shocking move, she lands a powerful blow on her would-be savior. But our hero has a plan of his own, dumping all his points into strength to knock her out. She's completely caught off guard by his unexpected power. Apologizing for the secrecy, he summons a nightmare realm door for a quick escape. The Skinner emerges from the dust, realizing his prey has suddenly vanished. Intrigued by the challenge, the killer grins, ready to play a deadly game of hide-and-seek. The Skinner starts a countdown, turning the ruined hotel into a deadly game of hide-and-seek. But our hero is already gone, vanishing through a magical doorway with his injured ally. In the safety of the nightmare realm, he orders his partner to find some armor for the unconscious swordswoman. He carries her through the desolate landscape, searching for a safe place to rest. But the only gear his partner could find was a Holy Bunny battlesuit, much to our hero's embarrassment. The skeleton claims he looted it off a corpse, raising far more questions than it answers. Back in the military camp, Shenya bursts in carrying the injured swordswoman, screaming for a healer. The soldiers instantly recognize him, cheering for the boy who lived, a title he still can't escape. They lay her down as the healers marvel at her powerful aura and questionable choice of battle attire. Wasting no time, our hero throws down the prince's bag of gold, demanding they save her life at any cost. The head healer recognizes the royal pouch, asking if it's the tuition money from the prince. He explains the bag itself is a treasure, marked with an emblem only royalty can use. Panicked, our hero screams at them to take it all and save her before it's too late. Inspired by his selfless act, the entire healing squad unleashes a massive wave of green energy. Watching the healers work, Shenya admits that humans can be pretty reliable after all. But a system notification reveals his heroic comeback has put him right back in the spotlight. It explains he just dropped thousands of times the normal healing cost without a second thought. The system congratulates him on his newfound fame, which has only strengthened his dreaded title. Our hero is horrified, realizing his grand gesture has completely ruined his plan to lay low. The head healer cheerfully announces the healing is complete, calling him by his cringy new nickname. The head healer confirms the swordsman is recovering perfectly and should be awake in minutes. Shenya carries her away, knowing she'll be furious about the cost when she wakes up. As he leaves, the soldiers gossip, convinced she must be his sweetheart to warrant such a price. Back in the real world, Xiao Mengyu groggily wakes up in a ruined building. She instantly draws her sword, demanding to know what he did while she was out. He calmly explains it was a special healing technique that required her to be unconscious. She's stunned to find her wounds have vanished without a trace. The healing was perfect. Admitting she misjudged him, she asks if he's ready for the fight that's coming. His question reignites her fighting spirit, her eyes flashing with renewed determination. She unleashes a powerful golden aura, declaring she's stronger than ever and ready to end the Skinner for good. Our hero wonders if the expensive healing gave her a holy guardian buff. He tells her he already has the mastermind's name, but their chat is cut short. A sinister voice echoes through the hall as the Skinner finally makes his entrance. The killer emerges from a vortex of dark energy, surprised to see Shenya. His ally warns him to run, secretly hoping he has a hidden ace up his sleeve. But our hero just waves goodbye, cheerfully taking her advice to find cover. His sudden retreat leaves the swordsman completely stunned and a little flustered. The Skinner scoffs at his cowardice, turning his full, creepy attention to his true target. Undaunted, Xiao Mengyu unleashes a powerful sweeping strike with her glowing blade. The Skinner calmly meets the attack head-on, a golden slash illuminating his chilling smirk. Her blade carves a golden trench through the hall, a testament to her newfound peak power. The golden energy erupts through the building, tearing the structure apart from the inside out. Caught in the blast, the Skinner can only mutter in disbelief at her overwhelming strength. He's completely stunned, unable to comprehend how she recovered from her near-fatal injuries. But the swordsman is just as shocked, wondering how the killer managed to dodge her ultimate attack. The Skinner connects the dots, realizing Shenya healed her and caused the earlier explosion. He dismisses the thought, his obsession with the swordsman reigniting with a twisted excitement. With glowing red eyes, the unhinged killer lunges forward, ready to continue their deadly dance. The scene cuts back to the quiet military camp under a starry night sky. Meanwhile, the healers gossip about the prince's gold and Shenya's selfless act for his friend. The head healer reveals he returned the extra gold and threw in a free strength blessing for his friend. His confession sends the other healers into a collective panic. It turns out they were all so inspired, they each secretly gave her a different blessing. They realize their combined generosity has accidentally triggered a legendary amplification spell. The Holy Guardian buff doubles all her blessings, turning her into a powerhouse for 3 hours. The healers freak out, realizing they've just used a spell reserved exclusively for royalty. Their leader just calls it a friendly gesture, hoping their new hero keeps his mouth shut about the gold. Back in the fight, the supercharged swordsman effortlessly deflects the Skinner's deadly threads. She moves like a whirlwind, her blade a blur against the relentless crimson assault. But the Skinner's attacks suddenly double in power, leaving her wondering how he's getting stronger. She realizes his power boost is coming from a hidden source within the hotel. With a single powerful slash, she cuts through the wall to expose his dark secret. The wall crumbles to reveal a horrifying tapestry of tormented souls, fueling his magic. She's horrified to learn he's drawing power from the countless victims he's slaughtered. The Skinner casually greets her, calling the gruesome display a present just for her. With tears streaming down his face, he creepily invites her to listen to their singing. He kneels before the souls, declaring their screams are the perfect wedding hymn for their union. A system pop-up reveals the name of his terrifying technique, Blood Fiend's Eternal Curse. Elsewhere, Shenya's partner panics, urging him to escape the cursed building immediately. But our hero ignores the warning, charging deeper into the hotel and declaring he's one step away from the truth. His partner warns him to run, but Shenya notices the reanimated corpses are chanting in unison. He agrees he's no match for the Skinner, but reveals he has a different way to help. He finally finds what he's been searching for, bursting into a hidden room. His partner is confused to find a simple server room, wondering what the plan is. With a smirk, Shenya declares it's time to show this killer some modern-day magic. Back in the fight, the Skinner prepares to ensnare his target with a web of crimson threads. He unleashes his ultimate technique, a swirling vortex of energy meant to trap her forever. Unfazed by the overwhelming power, the swordsman prepares her counterattack. With a flash of blue light, she slices through the seemingly unbreakable threads. But her victory is short-lived as she realizes the threads are regenerating instantly. The swordsman finds her blade completely ensnared by the killer's crimson threads. In a flash, the Skinner appears before her, offering a twisted proposal with a ring of his own making. But she has a trick up her sleeve, revealing a second hidden blade crackling with energy. She lunges forward with the smaller sword, aiming for a decisive blow. The surprise attack hits its mark, but she knows this fight is far from over. Powered by his endless curses, the Skinner's wound heals instantly as he declares himself invincible. He taunts her from his throne of souls, confident that her fate is already sealed. Unfazed, the swordsman retorts that the story isn't over yet, readying her blade for another round. She channels all her remaining power, her sword glowing with a mix of blue and orange energy. With a final, desperate move, she unleashes a swirling vortex of dual-colored sword energy. The Skinner's eyes glow red, impressed by her overwhelming power. He recognizes her legendary technique, lamenting that she lacks the divine blade to perfect it. Unfazed by his creepy praise, she gives him a simple, chilling command. She drives her blade down, clashing with his dark energy in a spectacular explosion of light. The killer's grin widens, thrilled by the challenge she presents. He begins a dark ritual, offering thousands of dead souls as a sacrifice. As dark tendrils ensnare her, he calls out her name with a sinister promise. A horrifying, multi-eyed monster emerges from the shadows, ready to claim her. The swordsman realizes he's summoning a powerful demon, and she's the main course. Caught in his trap, she knows there's no time to dodge the inevitable. But Shenya hijacks the hotel's PA system, greeting the tormented souls like a rock star. His voice echoes through the building, stunning both the killer and the swordsman mid-battle. He calls out to the spirits, and their glowing green eyes snap to attention, answering his call. The souls turn on their master, overwhelming him with a deafening chorus of pure agony. The Skinner is horrified as his connection to the souls shatters, interrupting his ultimate curse. Seeing her chance, the swordsman lunges forward, seizing the perfect moment to strike. She unleashes her ultimate attack, a swirling vortex of energy aimed right at the killer's heart. Her blade finds its mark, delivering a devastating and seemingly final blow. Standing over her defeated foe, she declares the long and brutal fight is finally over. But a weak, chilling laugh cuts through the silence, proving her victory was premature. The Skinner rises from the rubble, his dark power regenerating as he declares himself unkillable. Xiao Mengyu is stunned her ultimate attack failed, realizing his armor saved him as the corpses begin chanting again. He dismisses Shenya's interruption, his red aura flaring as he prepares to finish their fight. But our hero has a new plan, asking the army of tormented souls if they know a certain birthday song. The spirits enthusiastically agree, and Shenya counts them down for a truly bizarre performance. As the souls begin to sing, the Skinner's curse shatters under the weight of the cheerful tune. Even the great swordsman can't help but crack a smile as the dead serenade their former master. The absurdly cheerful lyrics echo through the ruined hotel, completely derailing the dark ritual. With his ultimate power broken, the Skinner screams Shenya's name in a fit of pure, unadulterated rage. He unleashes his fury on the building itself, smashing the floor with a devastating shockwave. Xiao Mengyu realizes the enraged killer is now gunning straight for Shenya. His partner confirms the danger, screaming at him to run as the Skinner closes in. But our hero ignores the warning, grabbing a headset with a look of grim determination. He unleashes his next weapon, a non-stop spirit-powered karaoke session. The tormented souls happily oblige, belting out a chaotic medley of their favorite tunes. Unfazed by the ghostly choir, the Skinner stalks through the rubble, zeroing in on his target. With glowing red eyes, the killer finds his prey, a sinister promise in his voice. But Xiao Mengyu intercepts him with a flash of blue light, blocking his path. She orders Shenya to escape, but he just gives her a thumbs up and prepares to ditch her. The Skinner cuts in with a chilling ultimatum, threatening his family if he dares to run. The swordsman urges him to escape as the Skinner's threats escalate to a horrifying new level. Our hero's response is a single defiant gesture as he vanishes, leaving the killer fuming. Alone in the rubble, our hero is in a full-blown panic, torn between running and fighting. His skeletal partner lays out the grim truth, warning that his dark magic stunt was a fluke, not a strategy. He takes a moment to compose himself, reluctantly agreeing with the grim assessment. The skeleton scoffs, boasting that at his peak, a killer like the Skinner is mere child's play. But that's just talk. As the injured spirit admits, they need to focus on escaping, not fighting. Glad his partner is on board, Shenya's expression shifts, signaling he's up to something new. He reminds the skeleton of their binding contract, revealing he wants to make a deal. His proposal stuns the ancient spirit. I'll help you recover your power, and you'll help me end him. The skeleton explains his power-up plan, a dark ritual that drains souls for instant recovery. He's horrified to realize Shenya plans to use the hotel's countless victims as fuel. His partner reveals the Skinner's magic makes the corpses perfect for the ritual, but he's too weak to chant. Knowing the Skinner will interrupt, our hero vows to buy them the time they need. Shenya makes a grim offer. If he falls, the skeleton can claim his body and soul as a minion. With a flash of golden light, the two seal their dark pact in a binding magical contract. Our hero pulls out his phone, preparing to record the ancient chant for a modern playback. He admits a recording is the only safe way, as his rage would get him killed in a direct fight. With a beep, the phone starts recording the dark incantation that will turn the tides. Ready to be the ultimate distraction, Shenya dumps all his points into agility. With his agility maxed out, our hero hijacks the PA system for a little listening exercise. He sprints through the hotel, ordering the army of the dead to pay close attention. The phone plays back the dark chant, a ritual to summon power from the underworld. This ancient incantation calls upon a terrifying entity known as the Dark Lord of Bones. Shenya ends the recording, commanding the spirits to recite the chant in perfect unison. With the murmurs of the dark activated, the corpses begin the ritual, their soul fire blazing. The Skinner realizes the brat is hijacking his puppets and vows to end him immediately. His partner confirms the plan is working, but warns him to stay hidden until the ritual is complete. Following the trail of souls, our hero races towards the roof where their power is converging. But the Skinner is already on his tail, lunging down the stairs with murderous intent. The Skinner roars that our hero won't escape as he chases him through the ruined hotel. But the killer is momentarily distracted by another attack from the relentless swordsman. Xiao Mengyu intercepts him with a powerful downward strike, trying to halt his pursuit. In a shocking move, the Skinner takes the hit, using the momentum to launch himself forward. Her blade strikes true, but the killer completely ignores the wound, his eyes locked on his prize. The swordsman is stunned, realizing he's so obsessed with Shen Ye he won't even dodge. He uses the force of her attack to close the distance even faster, a blur of red fury. Shen Ye reaches a doorway just as the killer screams that he's finally cornered. Our hero dives through the doors, narrowly avoiding the killer's frantic lunge. The Skinner smashes through the wall, finally trapping his target in the room where the ritual is taking place. The Skinner finds himself surrounded by spirits, demanding to know where Shen Ye is hiding. He realizes the chanting is a ritual, invoking the names of ancient, dark entities. As the chant calls for power, our hero sprints past the swordsman, putting his plan in motion. Shen Ye tells his ally he's counting on her, and she accepts her role without hesitation. The killer is enraged to find Xiao Mengyu blocking his path, threatening to tear her apart. The dark incantation reaches its climax, promising to spread the summoned entity's power. His partner confirms the ritual is working, needing the souls to willingly offer their energy. With a glowing artifact, Shen Ye rallies the spirits, declaring it's their one chance for revenge. He leaps into the swirling vortex of souls, calling on them to unite their power with his. But a sudden, urgent warning from his ally makes him turn back in alarm. She warns that the Skinner has completely lost it, willing to do anything to get to him. With a guttural scream, the killer lunges forward for the final, fatal blow. The Skinner's attack lands, seemingly ending our hero's life in a brutal display. But his hand passes through a ghostly afterimage, revealing it was all a clever illusion. The real Shen Ye appears high above, calling on the souls to join him in a final stand. He roars for them to unite their power and finally take down their tormentor. Fueled by his words, the spirit's cries for vengeance echo through the ruined hall. The entire room becomes a swirling vortex of souls, all focused on a single purpose. The Skinner just laughs, mocking the idea that a mere boy could ever hope to defeat him. His eyes glow with dark power as he prepares to unleash his full, terrifying might. A colossal bone sword slams down from the heavens, pinning the killer to the floor. Even the great swordsman is stunned by the sudden, overwhelming display of power. Pinned and defeated, the Skinner can only cough out a weak, sarcastic retort. The fully restored skeleton emerges, promising to deliver a swift and final judgment. As rain pours down, the atmosphere over the ruined hotel grows heavy with impending doom. The ancient spirit looms over his prey, savoring the moment of the killer's demise. Shen Ye declares this is justice delivered right in front of the killer's victims. The Skinner stares in disbelief, realizing our hero has summoned a calamity-class entity. Standing atop the skeletal giant, Shen Ye reveals his ultimate, terrifying trump card. With cold fury in his eyes, our hero gives the final chilling order to end it. The skeletal giant raises its blade, crackling with the soul's energy, ready to deliver the final blow. Pinned to the ground, the Skinner realizes with dawning horror that he never stood a chance. But in a last-ditch effort, his crimson threads snake up the giant's arm, trying to halt the inevitable. The ancient spirit scoffs, mocking the very power the killer held so dear. With a single dismissive word, he calls the Skinner's ultimate technique pathetic. The killer can only stare in disbelief as his life's work is brushed aside like dust. His partner boasts that an insect like the Skinner doesn't even warrant a real fight. Channeling the victim's pain, the spirit reveals its true purpose is to free the tormented souls. With a final declaration, he announces it's time to release them from their long nightmare. A holy symbol of resurrection shines over the hotel, signaling the end of the curse and a new beginning for the dead. Green soulfire erupts from the eyes of the dead as they are finally set free. The swordsman stands among the liberated souls, witnessing the end of the curse. From his skeletal throne, Shen Ye announces that the spirit's hour of vengeance has arrived. Powerless and bleeding, the Skinner realizes his magic has been completely stripped away. He curses in fury, his ultimate power now utterly useless against this new threat. With a final desperate act, the killer uses his last thread to launch an escape. But the ancient spirit scoffs at the attempt, its flaming eyes locking onto its prey. A torrent of golden energy erupts from the skeleton's jaw, blasting toward the fleeing killer. Caught midair, the Skinner is engulfed in the holy fire, his body seizing up in shock. The spirit calmly explains it's a soul-suppressing spell, a temporary paralysis before the real punishment begins. The spirit explains the dead now crave the killer's living flesh, just as he once craved theirs. Dropped into the horde of his victims, the Skinner is immediately swarmed by the vengeful dead. His reanimated puppets tear into their former master, their faces twisted with pure, unholy rage. The skeleton explains that true vengeance means the dead will drag their killer down into the abyss themselves. The once mighty killer can only scream in terror as he's overwhelmed by the vengeful spirits. In a desperate plea, he begs for salvation, offering everything he has as a sacrifice to any god who will listen. Shenya watches in shock as the Skinner's desperate prayer seems to be answered. A sinister red energy erupts from the horde, signaling a new, darker power has entered the fray. The energy forms a swirling vortex, pulling the Skinner into a terrifying, unknown abyss. With his last breath, the killer thanks the dark entity, begging it to descend and claim his soul. The Skinner's body contorts in the dark vortex, his last-ditch prayer backfiring spectacularly. He screams in disbelief, asking why the dark entity he worships is suddenly rejecting him. His partner warns that the killer is casting one last spell, urging Shenya to immobilize him. Vowing to avenge his friend, our hero leaps forward, ready to deliver the final blow himself. As his golden attack lands, Xiao Mengyu screams a warning, sensing something is wrong. The Skinner just laughs, boasting that he's protected by the shadow of his powerful master. With a defiant cry, Shenya lunges through the rain for a final decisive strike. But it's another clone, and the killer scoffs that our hero fell for the same trick twice. Done with tricks, the real Shenya pulls out a gun, ready to end this the old-fashioned way. A single shot hits its mark, and the killer finally stumbles as his army of the dead begins to fall. Our hero is left speechless, realizing his modern weapon was a total bust. He admits his aim is terrible and orders his partner to finish the job with a flame attack. The ancient spirit raises its blade, ready to unleash a wave of purifying energy. Caught in the holy blast, the Skinner screams as his dark form is torn apart. The killer's body finally dissolves, his reign of terror seemingly at an end. But just as they celebrate, his partner screams a last-second warning. A cage of bones erupts around them, shielding Shenya from a shadowy, unseen attack. The skeleton reveals the Skinner's death triggered a final trap from an unknown entity. His partner points out their ally, who stands ready for whatever comes next. As the last of the curse fades, the army of the dead finally crumbles into dust. A shadowy hand smashes through the window, trying to snatch the Skinner's remains. But Xiao Mengyu is in hot pursuit, diving after the mysterious entity without a second thought. Shenya tries to stop her, frustrated that his skeletal ride won't give chase. His partner explains that protecting him is the top priority, forcing them to stay put. Our hero connects the dots, realizing the shadow was helping the Skinner, not them. The chilling truth sinks in. There's a third unknown player on the field. His partner suggests a direct approach, telling him to use the intercom to call out the mystery guest. Standing on his skeletal perch, Shenya calls out, asking their secret ally to reveal themselves. But his request is met with a heavy, telling silence from the shadows. Undeterred, our hero scans the ruins, his mind already racing to solve this new puzzle. He checks in with his smart bike, only to learn his rescue mission has failed spectacularly. The bike reports the little girl jumped off mid-ride and vanished, leaving no trace behind. His partner scoffs, pointing out the helpless girl was clearly no ordinary child. Just then, a message from Xiao Mengyu arrives, promising the truth he's been fighting for. He opens the video, his face a mask of shock at the unexpected contents. The recording reveals a woman from his past, Song Qingyun, at a lavish estate. In the video, an unseen person asks the young woman about her ideal partner. She admits she's never considered it, but is reminded that she's a highly sought-after prize. A close-up reveals a hint of melancholy, suggesting a deeper story behind her smile. She fondly recalls a childhood memory of Shenya protecting her, revealing a long-held admiration. She confesses that if she ever chose a partner, it would be someone just like him. But the heartfelt confession glitches out, the video feed turning to static. The recording cuts to a new scene as a powerful figure demands to know who this Shenya is. His subordinate dismisses our hero as average, but the man worries Qingyun might seek him out. The mastermind gives a chilling order: keep Shenya away from his precious Qingyun at all costs. His men confidently assure him they won't even have to get their own hands dirty. Their plan is simple: hire a professional to stage an accident, a problem easily solved with money. The final command is given to send someone to play with him, sealing our hero's fate. Back in the present, Shenya watches the damning evidence, the order to teach him a lesson echoing in his mind. He repeats the sinister word, play, finally understanding the true source of his torment. Shenya stands alone in the rain, realizing the entire conspiracy was born from a petty, absurd jealousy. His dark thoughts are interrupted as the spirits of the dead turn to thank him for his help. They surround him, grateful that he avenged them against the monster who took their lives. But their gratitude turns to a desperate plea, asking the one question he can't answer. Why them? Shenya is speechless, unable to tell them they were just collateral damage in a plot against him. Overwhelmed with guilt, he wishes them a dignified rebirth, free from the agony they suffered. He promises the restless spirits that one day he'll be strong enough to make the mastermind pay. With a powerful vow, he swears to the souls that he will deliver the justice they deserve. But his resolve is shaken by the reality of his own weakness, admitting he's not strong enough yet. As he spirals, one of the spirits grabs his arm, a strange red energy swirling at their feet. The spirits thank him for his justice, urging him to live well as they prepare to find peace. They surround him one last time, their ghostly forms offering a final, solemn farewell. The souls bless him with strength and a long life, promising to watch over him from the underworld. With their last ounce of energy, they whisper their eternal gratitude before finally fading away. He stands alone in the rain, a silent monument in a graveyard of his own making. His partner confirms the curse is broken, and the souls are finally free from their earthly prison. Just as the dust settles, Xiao Mengyu makes a dramatic return, landing gracefully on the windowsill. Surprised he's still there, she immediately demands to know what happened to the mysterious shadow. She reveals the shadow's power was immense, likely connected to the legendary calamities. She then points out the shadow's energy felt disturbingly similar to the aura around his skeletal companion. Xiao Mengyu thanks him for the power-up, vowing to grow even stronger once this is all over. He hopes her new buff leads to a breakthrough, but admits the video she sent left him with more questions than answers. She warns him the conspiracy is a tangled mess, far too dangerous for them to get involved in. But Shenya isn't backing down, demanding to know the names of the people behind it all. She urges him to run and hide, but he refuses to leave without the truth. With a heavy heart, she reveals the masterminds are from powerful, noble families she couldn't identify. He pushes back, arguing that her own noble background should give her some insight. She explains their families are nothing compared to these elites, but he refuses to accept that they'll get away with it. She grimly clarifies they won't get justice, just a light punishment. The swordsman reveals their penalty will be a slap on the wrist, a temporary grounding, and some blood money. He points out they're both loose ends the masterminds will now try to tie up permanently. She accepts this as the price of truth, admitting she's completely outmatched by the world's elite. She admits they were lucky. The Skinner's obsession gave them an opening a true professional never would have. With the hit squad defeated, she hopes her brother can rest and tells Shenya to look after himself. The two stand alone in the rain-swept hall, a silent testament to the night's brutal conflict. But he stops her with a dangerous question. If she could, would she make them all pay? She turns back, the impossible question hanging heavy in the air between them. She calls the idea insane, warning that those families are the pillars of society and untouchable. He pushes past her excuses, demanding to know if she can truly live with this injustice. He reminds her of the thousands of innocent lives destroyed, all for a rich man's petty lesson. Her voice trembles as she realizes the entire massacre was just a twisted game. Shenya explodes in rage, vowing to make the masterminds pay for treating lives like toys. In response, the swordsman unleashes her full power, her blade lighting up the stormy night. Her raw energy shatters the ground, forcing our hero to take cover from the fallout. But she stands unshaken in the chaos, her resolve now as sharp as her sword. With tears in her eyes, she makes a silent vow and prepares to leave. Without another word, she vanishes into the night, leaving him to deal with the aftermath. His partner sarcastically congratulates him for making his only ally run off crying. As the dust settles, the skeleton asks the million-dollar question, "What's the plan now?" Shenya tries to brush it off, but his partner sees right through his cynical act. The skeleton calls his bluff, lecturing him on the true human pursuit of happiness. But Shenya's new happiness is simple. Hunt down everyone responsible as a tribute to the dead. Finally believing him, the skeleton dematerializes, agreeing its giant form is a bit too conspicuous. Before leaving, our hero shouts a thank you to the mysterious ally who helped him from the shadows. High above the city, a lone figure watches him ride off into the stormy night. It's the little girl who sighs that Shenya is finally all grown up. Perched atop a massive tower, she hums a tune, revealing her true vantage point. Suddenly, a strange pink energy begins to swirl around her, hinting at her true power. In a flash of light, she transforms into a young woman, floating in the rain-soaked sky. With a fond smile, she calls him an idiot, revealing a hidden connection from their past. The mysterious woman watches the city, her secret mission finally complete. She fondly calls our hero a dumb kid, a conversation with an unseen partner beginning. A voice from her strange headphones asks why she's not going to see him now. She reveals this entire mess was her sister's fault, and she just came to clean it up. After some bickering about blown covers, she offers a bribe of beef noodles to her partner. The entity gets excited about food before realizing she wants a favor and demands she spit it out. She orders her partner to erase every trace of the fight, leaving no evidence for her sister's crew. When asked about the swordsman, she smiles, confident Xiao Mengyu won't betray Shen Ye. With a reluctant grumble, the entity in her headphones agrees to the plan. A massive, shadowy being with glowing red eyes manifests behind her, ready to get to work. The shadowy entity unleashes its full, terrifying power, dwarfing the city below. A wave of crimson energy washes over the entire city block, erasing every trace of the battle. With the cleanup complete, she declares it's time to bounce, her mind already on a promised bowl of noodles. But a text from her sister interrupts, summoning her to a party she has no intention of attending. She chooses noodles over the party, insisting a promise is a promise, much to her partner's surprise. She reveals her name is Song Yinshin, explaining her sister Qing Yun is the one who shines in the spotlight. With a self-deprecating sigh, she leaps into the night, calling herself a useless waste of space. The scene shifts to a dark room, where the aftermath of a grim ritual stains the walls red. Above a tub of crimson liquid, the grim results of the Skinner's work are on full display. The liquid begins to bubble and coalesce, forming a strange, ominous sphere at its center. From the crimson pool, the Skinner is reborn, screaming back into existence. He stares at his hands in disbelief, realizing he's somehow cheated death once again. Stumbling from the gruesome tub, he thanks his dark master for this second chance at life. But his prayer is answered with a condescending voice as a shadowy entity manifests before him. The Skinner immediately grovels, thanking the existence beyond words for its loyalty. Getting bold, he asks why his master waited so long to intervene in the fight. The entity's glowing red eye flares with rage, asking if a mere mortal dares to question its judgment. Dark tendrils immediately punish his insolence, piercing his newly reformed body. Pinned and in agony, he quickly backtracks, insisting he would never dare question his lord. The entity reveals it held back because another, unfathomable power was watching from the shadows. The entity mocks the Skinner's weakness, explaining why he never sensed the other hidden power. It admits this world, once thought boring, is now full of surprises after the Skinner's defeat. The Dark Master reveals other powerful beings like itself are already hiding in the shadows of this world. Suddenly, the shadowy form vanishes, leaving the Skinner confused and alone. A click from the doorway startles the killer, signaling a new arrival. A young woman in a school uniform appears, and the Skinner recognizes her as Zhao Yibing. He stammers in disbelief, but a sudden shift in her demeanor cuts him short. Her eyes glow with a familiar dark energy, and he realizes this is the true form of his master. The entity praises its new vessel as the Skinner grovels, pledging his eternal servitude. In its new human form, the dark being commands the Skinner to show it the secrets of this world. The reborn killer sets his sights on a new target, whispering Shen Ye's name with cold fury. His master wonders how a mere mortal broke its ancient curse, vowing to reclaim its lost power. The entity reveals it needs souls to recover, reminding the Skinner of the torment his own soul is enduring. It explains his pain comes from the flesh puppet it used as a vessel for his resurrection. A monstrous feature appears on the Skinner, a constant reminder that his soul will be devoured if it isn't fed. The dark being gives a simple, horrifying command: kill 1,000 humans to nourish them both. With a twisted grin, the Skinner eagerly accepts his new mission, ready to unleash a new wave of terror. The scene shifts as a fiery streak cuts across the stormy night sky over the city. It's Shen Ye, making a speedy getaway on his hoverbike, leaving the chaos far behind. He's caught sneaking back in, casually telling a guard he was just taking his bike for a quick spin. The guard gives him a light scolding for the late-night racket, but our hero plays it cool. Finally alone, Shen Ye collapses, the weight of the night's events crashing down on him. He's furious that a simple childhood act of kindness spiraled into a massacre for a rich family's game. His dark thoughts are interrupted by a call from a number he never expected to see again, the Shen family. On the other end of the line is a man claiming to be his first uncle. He remembers his uncle as a cold man who always looked down on his side of the family. After some fake pleasantries, his uncle gets to the point, bringing up the other noble families. The uncle delivers a shocking demand. Come home and publicly apologize for his childhood mistakes. Shenya realizes this is the noble's first move, trying to clean up the mess Xiao Mengyu exposed. He sees the trap. If he apologizes, he becomes the scapegoat, and the true culprits walk free. He realizes his family is selling him out just to curry favor with the powerful nobles. Worse, apologizing would justify his eventual accidental death and endanger everyone he cares about. Playing dumb, he sarcastically asks his uncle to enlighten him on who he supposedly offended. He tells his uncle he can't possibly cooperate until this mysterious problem is cleared up. His uncle assumes it's a shakedown for money, but Shenya insists it's just a simple question. With a dead serious expression, he drops the politeness and asks his uncle who he thinks he is. When his uncle threatens him, Shenya fires back, revealing he knows all about the groveling his family is doing. His uncle plays the grandfather card before rage-quitting the call, leaving Shenya unimpressed. But his phone immediately buzzes again with a video call from a mysterious unknown number. The call reveals two women inviting him to a midnight party, an offer so shocking it gives him a nosebleed. The women on screen try to tempt him, promising a party full of people eager to meet him. A flustered Shenya politely tries to decline the very forward late-night invitation. But the woman in charge isn't taking no for an answer, insisting she'll send a car. He doubles down on his refusal, hilariously claiming that guys need to be careful at night too. With a flimsy excuse about being taken advantage of, he abruptly hangs up on them. He realizes these powerful families just want to gawk at the man who caught a top heiress's eye. Frustrated, he collapses on his bed, wishing he was a calamity so he could stop being pushed around. A system notification suddenly appears, counting down to midnight and promising a new title. The system dangles a rare opportunity, a hidden ability if he can earn the title One of Us a third time. He sits up, realizing that whether it's fighting his family or avenging the dead, it all comes down to power. He's determined to gain the power to crush anyone who stands in his way. With the clock ticking down, he knows he must seize this chance for a hidden ability. As the hour strikes, a sinister red door materializes, beckoning him to a new challenge. Stepping through the portal, he finds himself alone in a dark, foreboding forest. Suddenly, a familiar skeletal figure erupts from the ground, crackling with restored power. Our hero is surprised to see his partner fully restored, wondering what he gained from their pact. The ancient spirit solemnly announces that the time has come for them to part ways. With unfinished business in the undead realm, the skeleton prepares to leave, and Shenya accepts their journey is over. As a parting gift, the spirit offers a magical storage ring, thanking him for restoring its power. With a final wave, the two allies say their farewells as the skeleton vanishes into the misty woods. Alone in the creepy woods, our hero watches his skeletal ally walk off into the mist. He sarcastically wonders if his powerful partner can handle the wild, just as startled birds take flight. Suddenly, a massive blast of dark energy tears through the forest right where his friend was headed. The shockwave sends him flying, completely stunned by the overwhelming power. Amidst the chaos, he recognizes his partner's voice, realizing the skeleton is already in a fight for its life. He can't believe his ally found trouble so fast, wondering if the mighty skeleton was taken out in one hit. Realizing this new enemy is even stronger than the Skinner, his first instinct is to bail immediately. But a system pop-up warns him that retreating now means forfeiting his chance at a rare title. With a reluctant sigh, he decides to help his bro, definitely not just for the sweet loot. Before he can even take a step, sharp bone spikes erupt from the ground, trapping him on the spot. Our hero is completely pinned, caught in a cage of skeletal hands erupting from the earth. A new terrifying undead entity appears, holding his partner's skull like a trophy. Shenya demands to know what they did to his bro, trying to bluff his way into their ranks. He realizes his partner's past has come back to haunt him, with a failed mission and a heavy debt to the undead. Playing the part, he declares his undying loyalty to his friend and their plan to topple the human empire. The undead leader scoffs at their ambition, preparing to crush the two fools for their insolence. Thinking fast, Shenya presents a glowing medal, claiming it's proof of their high-level infiltration. The powerful entity pauses, intrigued by this unexpected piece of evidence. A system pop-up reveals the item is a Medal of Valor, awarded to the last survivor of the Rhine territory. The medal was given by Prince Norton himself, a candidate for the throne of the human empire. The undead leader's minion can't believe the human might actually be telling the truth. The powerful entity demands our hero explain how he got his hands on such a rare item. A system pop-up reveals the terrifying creature's name, the Baleful Star. Shenya boldly declares their next move is to assassinate the Emperor, all while realizing titles are the key to power. The Baleful Star calls him a moron, but our hero is busy connecting the dots about what makes someone truly strong. He continues his bluff, revealing they have a way to infiltrate the highest levels of human society. To prove it, he presents an authentic, handwritten letter of recommendation from the prince himself. Stunned by the evidence, the entity demands to know who he is, but Shenya just wants to know why they're after his friend. The Baleful Star reveals his partner is a deserter who abandoned his squad and must face punishment. But the story of his friend's cowardice just makes our hero burst out laughing. The Baleful Star tightens its grip, but our hero seems completely unfazed. He calls them idiots for punishing the only one smart enough to survive an elven trap. Shenya claims his friend saw through a high elven priest ambush, but the entity demands proof. He boasts that his story is legendary among the human military camps, and everyone knows it. He even claims the prince dubbed him the boy who lived, leaving the undead leader skeptical. The minions begin to doubt themselves, wondering if the skeleton was a hero, not a deserter. The Baleful Star sends a scout to verify the story, threatening our hero with a fate worse than death. Shenya's sheer confidence impresses the entity, who demands to know why he'd betray humanity. With a straight face, he declares he's tired of being exploited by the capitalists. The ancient undead entity is completely baffled, having no idea what a capitalist is. He launches into a fiery speech about being a poor worker, squeezed dry by the rich who own everything. The ancient undead can only stare back, completely baffled by his modern economic complaints. The leader pretends to understand, earning praise from his minions for his supposed wisdom. Sweating, the Baleful Star asks just how these capitalists tortured him to earn such hatred. With pure rage in his eyes, our hero reveals the ultimate horror. They 996'd me. The undead leader recoils in terror, lamenting the humanity of it all before asking what 996 even is. Shenya explains the grueling schedule, 9 to 9, 6 days a week with barely any breaks. Even the ancient evil has to admit that sounds pretty rough for a mortal. But our hero isn't finished, revealing he also suffered through the dreaded 07. The undead are speechless as he describes working midnight to midnight, 7 days a week with no breaks. Moved by his tale of corporate woe, the undead leader gives our hero a sympathetic hug. The Baleful Star is deeply curious, asking how a mortal could possibly survive such inhumane conditions. Shenya puts on his best sad face, ready to spin another sob story for his captive audience. He launches into a tragic tale of being a poor, freezing child with only a box of matches for warmth. But a system pop-up warns him his performance is so good, he's about to earn the title, the Little Match Boy. Our hero panics, absolutely refusing to be stuck with such an embarrassing nickname. Thinking fast, he claims his skeletal bro saved him from the cold, painting the deserter as a hero. Just in time, the scout returns, confirming that every part of Shenye's wild story is true. The minions are stunned, realizing their traitor is actually a hero who recruited a valuable new asset. The Baleful Star is caught in a bind. Executing a hero would turn his own army against him. The undead leader weighs his options, realizing saving the hero would be a political win, but a personal loss. After a moment of theatrical deliberation, he clears his throat to make a grand announcement. He awards the battered skull a Medal of Honor, spinning his own blunder into a tale of heroism. Turning to our hero, he bestows the cringeworthy title, the Little Match Boy, to hide his other identity. A system pop-up confirms the embarrassing title is now official, much to Shenye's horror. With a sparkling smile, the Baleful Star declares he's incredibly proud of his two new heroes. He then promptly ditches them, ordering his minions to retreat and report their findings. As they vanish, the skull explains that for the undead, getting left for dead is just standard procedure. Shenya roasts his partner for being just ahead again, promising to buy him some calcium supplements. The skull thanks him before asking if the human world is truly plagued by the terrifying capitalists. The skull shudders, admitting the undead are so terrified of capitalists they might just create their own. A system alert warns him he's been spotted again, and running now will cost him his rare title. Before he can react, a squad of armored knights surrounds him in the misty forest. The soldiers immediately accuse him of being a traitor, caught colluding with the enemy. But our hero is shocked to see a very familiar face leading the royal patrol. It's Prince Norton, the very man who gave him the title, the Boy Who Lived. The prince demands the truth, promising to execute him on the spot for any falsehood. Shenya smoothly introduces his battered skull as his top-secret undead informant, claiming they have a contract. Prince Norton is baffled, questioning how a human could possibly make a pact with an undead. But the prince's royal mage confirms the impossible, revealing his magic proves Shenya is telling the truth. The prince's soldiers are stunned, admitting the legendary boy who lived is even more amazing than the rumors say. An elven woman joins the prince, who asks if Shenya actually got intel, and he confirms it's already been passed on. The elf vouches for our hero, sensing his soul is pure and full of righteous conviction. The prince asks why an undead would ever cooperate with a human, and Shenya explains his friend had a really rough time. The skull has a dramatic flashback, a single tear rolling down its cheekbone as it remembers the horror. With a cracked skull, it screams the source of its pain. 996! The prince is completely baffled by the term, having no idea what this strange curse could be. The skull rants about unfair treatment, claiming the undead have their own version of capitalists. It paints a tragic picture of a poor working-class skeleton, squeezed dry by the rich who own the means of production. The royal mage realizes the horrifying truth. Undead are the perfect targets for exploitation. The prince is completely lost, demanding to know the meaning of this mysterious 996 curse. The skull lays out the horrific details of the 9-to-9 6-day work week. Even the hardened prince has to admit that sounds like a truly miserable existence. But the skull isn't done, revealing an even darker horror, the dreaded 07. The royal court is left speechless as he describes working 24/7 with absolutely no breaks. Overcome with emotion, the prince offers the tormented skull a heartfelt, sympathetic hug. He asks the skull how it could possibly have survived such an inhumane ordeal. With a tear rolling down its cheekbone, the skull begins to recount its tragic origin story. It spins a tale of meeting a freezing Shenya who had nothing but a single box of matches. But our hero frantically cuts him off, refusing to be saddled with that embarrassing story again. The skull spins a tale of a young Shenya showing it kindness, lighting a match to keep it warm in the cold. Inspired by the single act of compassion, the skeleton declares it decided to rebel against its cruel undead masters. The system makes his little match boy title official, leaving our hero fuming at the lack of decent nicknames. When asked for proof of its identity, the skull presents a glowing official-looking medal from its time in the army. The royal mage examines the artifact, confirming its dark, soul-bound magic is the real deal. This medal proves the skull was a high-ranking officer, making its story of defection completely believable. The prince's men are stunned, realizing they're witnessing the first-ever human-undead alliance in history. Believing our hero has amnesia, the prince decides to bestow a new name upon him as a reward. His soldiers gasp in awe, knowing a name from a prince is a ticket to a life of honor and privilege. With a regal smile, the prince begins to announce the new name, starting with Har. Our hero panics, begging the prince for any name that doesn't start with Ha. The prince offers Loli instead, and Shenya immediately decides Harry would have been a blessing. Seeing his reaction, the prince tells a legend of 2 divine children who save the world from calamities. He reveals the names of these legendary heroes are Loli and Peppa. Since Loli is out, the prince officially bestows upon him the glorious name of Peppa. Our hero is horrified, realizing his new name is the same as a pig-shaped hairdryer from his world. The royal knights raise their swords in a brilliant golden salute to their new hero. The prince commands Peppa to swear an unbreakable oath to humanity, promising him a path to sainthood. Shenya weighs his options, deciding that being a saint in training is a pretty sweet deal. With a powerful shout, he accepts his new identity, swearing as Peppa to never betray humanity. A holy light erupts as the knights witness our hero's sacred oath. Shenya is bathed in golden energy, officially completing the ceremony. The royal mage reveals his old name is gone, and our hero eagerly awaits his glorious new title. With a grand flourish, the prince bestows upon him the magnificent title of Saint Peppa. Our hero's soul leaves his body as he realizes they just added Saint to his pig-themed name. The prince warns him to be careful, promising big rewards for any useful intel he gathers. As a final gift, the prince hands him a mysterious sealed letter. It's an enchanted paper for instant communication, a direct line to the royal court. Shenya snaps a salute, already scheming how to use his undead bro to get a promotion. With their business concluded, the prince and his royal guard finally take their leave. The elf reveals his new name holds a secret, piquing our hero's curiosity. She explains the legend of a divine hero named Peppa, a master of all weapons, even ones unknown to man. He realizes the name is a hint at his potential, and the elf encourages him to become a master of weaponry. To his dismay, he learns Peppa is a common name with variations like Old Peppa and Fat Peppa. She reassures him he's the most special one, the Saint Peppa, which is only slightly comforting. As the royal guard departs, our hero and his skeletal sidekick wave a final farewell, but the skull immediately pushes his buttons, cheekily calling him Peppa. Furious, Shenya storms toward the exit portal, demanding his partner use his real name. The skull trolls him one last time, earning a threat to have its calcium supplements cancelled. With a final taunt, the skull zips through the portal right behind its fuming master. Back in his own world, Shenya steps through the portal, leaving the chaos behind. He finds himself safely in his room, but the adventure isn't quite over yet. His skeletal partner's skull floats through the portal right behind him, an uninvited guest. Annoyed, he asks his bony sidekick why it's still following him into his personal space. A system notification congratulates him for surviving the ordeal and making peace with both sides. It reminds him of the undead's gift, the incredibly embarrassing title, The Little Match Boy. And of course, the prince's contribution, the equally cringy name Saint Peppa. The system praises his clever maneuvering, officially granting him the title One of Us for the third time. For breaking the rules and achieving the impossible, his gate ability gains a powerful new upgrade. He's stunned to learn he can now freeze time for 3 seconds, a game-changing new power. He learns his new time-stop power has a week-long cooldown, but can be upgraded for longer use. The system reveals the first use was just a free trial, as time snaps back to normal. He asks his partner how it felt, but the skull is completely clueless about what just happened. After a quick prank, he consumes his new title for a sweet stat boost. Completely drained, our hero collapses into bed, ready to finally get some rest. But a sudden loud knock at his door shatters his hopes for a peaceful night. It's Chen Rushan, ordering him to get ready for their trip to the exam site. The next morning, they're soaring through the clouds on a massive state-of-the-art airship. Despite the luxury, Shenya is still completely wiped out, napping on a nearby couch. The constant humming of the engines wakes him, and he begs the universe for just a little more sleep. His nap is cut short by a message from a familiar face, Zhao Yibing, who's also taking the exam. Shenya is stunned, wondering how a seemingly average student could possibly qualify for the elite schools. He notices something is off about her picture, realizing her hair is a completely different color. He asks his companion about the surprise qualifier, and Mr. Qian confirms it's indeed Zhao Yibing. Mr. Qian reveals a rumor. She's a hidden prodigy secretly sponsored by the powerful Archaeology Association. This organization wields immense influence, unearthing ancient secrets and forgotten powers from humanity's past. Doubting she has such connections, he remembers Xiao Mengyu was investigating her and might have answers. But our hero hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He recalls their last explosive argument and worries she's still too furious to even talk to him. Deciding to risk it, he dials her number, ready to apologize if that's what it takes to get the truth. To get answers, Shenya nervously calls Xiao Mengyu, asking if she knows Zhao Yibing. She answers with a chilling revelation. The real Zhao Yibing is already dead. Stunned, he explains the dead girl just messaged him about meeting at the exams. Xiao Mengyu reveals she's also taking the exams and agrees to meet him there to discuss it. Overhearing their 10-hour travel time, she prepares to give him a serious warning. She orders him not to meet the imposter alone, insisting this new Zhao Yibing is incredibly dangerous. After the call, Mr. Qian confirms he knows exactly who Xiao Mengyu is. He reveals she had a massive power breakthrough last night, unleashing a huge wave of sword energy. Shenya realizes she used the Holy Guardian blessing to achieve her new level of power. Mr. Qian explains that as a noble, she's been training in her family's legendary sword style her entire life. Shenya laments the unfair advantage of noble families, who start their training from birth. Mr. Qian agrees, listing their secret techniques and artifacts that put them in a different league. Feeling the pressure, Shenya sweats at the thought of competing with these monsters, but Mr. Qian reminds him of his own noble blood. He promises the human martial arts group will be his true family, offering their full support for the exams. Shenya plays along, secretly thinking his mentor is just trying to keep him from returning to his old family. After admiring Xiao Mingyu's new power, our hero decides he's had enough talk and tries to get some sleep. But his rest is immediately shattered by the buzz of an incoming message. It's the imposter Zhao Yibing again, and he decides to throw her off his trail with a little deception. He sends an old photo lying that he's still in a different city and won't be leaving for days. But his phone buzzes instantly with a reply, her persistence catching him completely off guard. She replies with a picture, claiming to be in the same city and asking for his location. Shenya's eyes widen, knowing there's no way this is just a coincidence. He sends another fake photo, lying that he's now at Nanshan Temple. But his phone buzzes again almost instantly, her reply arriving at impossible speed. The imposter sends a photo from the same temple, suggesting they meet for dinner. He checks a map, stunned to see the temple is 60 miles away from her last location. Completely drained, he decides to ignore the mystery and get some sleep. He figures she can't possibly get to him while he's flying high above in an airship. But the imposter is already at the temple, a defeated figure lying on the ground behind her. With a sinister look, she whispers his name, vowing that he can't escape her. The sacred temple is desecrated, its holy statue stained by the aftermath of a brutal fight. She stands over the Skinner's defeated form, vowing to reclaim what's hers, no matter the cost. Her thoughts drift to a snowy night long ago, a memory from a shared past. A young Shenya celebrates a festival, his face lit up by fireworks and a carefree smile. He glances back, catching the eye of two little girls hiding in the shadows, one of them blushing. But their childhood innocence is shattered as a monstrous wolf appears, sending them running in terror. Without a second thought, the young hero charges forward to face the beast. He stands defiantly between the monster and the girls, a tiny shield against a massive threat. The boy leaps into action, ready to take on the snarling creature with his bare hands. A doctor's voice recalls the aftermath, marveling that the kid survived injuries that should have been fatal. The doctor confirms he's stable, but the memory of the two girls remains. The two sisters he saved visit him in the hospital, holding handmade cards. They thank their young hero, giving him a card before saying a sad goodbye. A blushing Shenya offers them cards he made in return, a sweet exchange. He waves a final, lonely farewell as their car disappears into the snowy night. Back in the present, Mr. Chien wakes him from his dream, snapping him back to reality. 10 years have passed, and he can't help but wonder what became of those two girls. The massive airship continues its journey, carrying him toward his future. He's blown away by the luxurious meal, a perk of traveling on a top-tier vessel. Mr. Chien tells him to play it cool as he devours the food like a man starved. A little while later, our hero is stuffed to the gills, unable to eat another bite. But his food coma is interrupted by an unexpected question. A young man in an orange uniform shyly asks if he can have the leftover meat skewers. Shenya agrees, and the hungry stranger wastes no time devouring the scraps. Mr. Chien explains the airship is packed with elite candidates from 3 powerful factions. The young man proudly introduces himself as a member of the Eternal Life Technology Federation, but his meal is cut short when his stern-looking team leader appears, questioning his actions. The leader, Yusi Hai, mocks Mr. Chien for only finding one recruit, showing off his own large group. Mr. Chien is stunned, realizing his rival managed to recruit 7 candidates at once. With tensions rising, the rival leader dismisses the kids so the adults can have a private chat. The friendly stranger invites Shenya to a fun place on the airship, leading him away from the dining hall. At a bowling alley, the kid introduces himself as Yale Griffin and learns our hero's fake name, Shane Yates. Yale reveals his true motive for begging for food. It was all to complete a mission on a mysterious card. The card's quest is to get free food from 7 other candidates to earn a spot in the newcomer deck. When Shenya asks about the card, Yale teases him for being an amateur and offers to show him how it works. He places his glowing card onto Shenya's outstretched hand, initiating a strange transfer. In a flash of blue light, a brand new card materializes in our hero's palm. Shenya calls it a neat magic trick, but Yale explains it's a powerful tarot deck for elite newcomers. His new card comes with its own set of tasks: host activities and get other candidates to join. Yale explains that completing these tasks will make him a reserve card in the deck, a prize they're both now chasing. Yale is completely baffled by our hero's ignorance, impressed he even showed up to the exam. He explains the Tower of Tarot runs the exam, and this deck is their exclusive support system. The cards issue random tasks, and completing them boosts your rank on a competitive leaderboard. A high rank means extra credit, attention from big organizations, and maybe even a shot at superstardom. Intrigued by the system, Shenya decides to focus on his first task to become a newcomer. His mission is to get 6 candidates to voluntarily join an activity he hosts, completely unprompted. A sly look crosses his face as he glances up at the ceiling, a plan already forming. He points to a high air vent, casually asking Yale if he sees it. Shenya challenges him to a simple game of who can touch the vent, goading him into a competition. Yale takes the bait, getting into a ready stance to prove he can easily reach it. Yale explodes into motion, a blur of speed as he dashes across the floor. Using the wall as a springboard, he launches himself vertically with incredible agility. He soars through the air, hand outstretched towards the vent, as Shenya watches his attempt. With a grunt of effort, his fingers just barely brush the target, falling short of a solid touch. Landing in frustration, Yale claims it was just a warm-up, but Shenya mercilessly mocks his failure. Our hero declares it's his turn, and Yale agrees to take turns, eager to see him try. Shenya's own jump is hilariously pathetic, earning a laugh from Yale for being so far off. His loud excuses about it being a test run attract the attention of other candidates nearby. The commotion draws a crowd who dismiss the high jump contest as childish but can't look away. A new challenger boasts he can reach it, but another clarifies the rules. A full palm touch is required. A new challenger scoffs, boasting that touching it with his palm is no problem at all. He gets defensive when called out, insisting he'll show them what he's made of. Another candidate, Xavier Zeller, calls it a challenge and decides he's in on the action. Suddenly, it's a full-blown competition, with everyone vowing to outjump the others. A whole group leaps for the vent as Shenya watches his master plan come together. His card glows as a notification confirms he's completed the first trial, a smug smile on his face. But his next mission is even tougher. Get 12 candidates to join his next activity. With a brilliant idea, he gets everyone's attention, promising a special benefit from his faction. He begins a bizarre lecture on avoiding emotional scams, passing out papers with cheesy pickup lines. One guy reads a line about abs, and Shenya spins a cautionary tale about being relentlessly pursued. He warns the guys not to play around, telling them to be careful with these kinds of lines. His audience is horrified as he warns them to watch out for girls taking pictures on their phones. He pounds his chest, dramatically warning them about the shame of having their videos posted online. With a tear in his eye, he claims his good looks are a curse and tells the others to protect themselves. He gives them pro tips for escaping conversations, suggesting the classic going to take a shower excuse. The crowd is completely blown away by his simple yet brilliant advice. The candidates start sharing their own horror stories of awkward and forward pickup lines. Waving a flag, he rallies the troops, declaring that boys must be responsible for themselves. The fired-up crowd debates a new team name, settling on the assembled warlords as 2 girls watch in confusion. A system notification confirms he's completed the challenge, officially joining the newcomer's deck. The 2 mentors watch from above, reminiscing about the tarot deck's nostalgic missions. The rival leader points out Shenya started the chaos and is looking mighty pleased with himself. After some boasting, Mr. Chien claims his recruit has more potential than his rival's best student. The rival reveals his 7 recruits are the children of fallen heroes, given a special chance by the government. Mr. Chien worries about the exam's dangers, warning that accidents are common among the elite. But his rival coldly dismisses the concern, stating he's just following orders. Later, Shenya leaves the group to get some fresh air on the airship's deck. While enjoying the view, he's startled as a new image suddenly appears on his tarot card. The card glows with an ominous energy, revealing a sinister 3-eyed skull. His official card materializes, and he's horrified to see he looks like a straight-up villain. The system explains his new card is provisional, but he can become an official member by proving his worth. He asks what's so great about being official, and the answer is a golden ticket, guaranteed admission to the top academies. Stunned, he learns there are only 54 of these golden tickets up for grabs. The odds get worse when he sees over 1,700 candidates are in the game, and nearly all of them are from elite families. He realizes the competition is rigged, with commoners like him having almost no chance against the privileged heirs. A sudden thought hits him. If all the elites are playing, then a certain someone must be in the game too. He searches for her, and his card reveals a stunning image of a lone swordsman on a misty lake. The card reveals her name is Mira Fisher, a 5-star powerhouse and the undisputed top swordsman of the exam. Our hero is hilariously jealous, complaining that she gets a cool profile while he's stuck looking like a villain. But his envy quickly turns to excitement when he sees an add friend button on her profile. To his surprise, she accepts instantly, asking how he joined the newcomer deck so fast. He plays it cool, claiming a friend taught him, but she reveals she was going to explain the Tower of Terror's system anyway. She can't help but laugh at his supervillain portrait, advising him to check the rankings to see who he's up against. After hanging up, he pulls up the leaderboard, ready to size up the 54 official cardholders. He's stunned to see the legendary Mira Fisher is only ranked 5th and decides to check out the top player. The card for number 1, Silas Newman, reveals a regal heir with a 6-star strength rank. Shenya blushes, impressed by the 6-star power and admitting she is also incredibly pretty. But his admiration turns to confusion as he rereads the card, his eyes locking on the words, eldest son. The horrifying truth dawns on him as he shouts in disbelief, the number 1 player is a guy. He's hilariously outraged, complaining about how unfairly good-looking his new rival is. He sees the top player as the only 6-star, realizing he needs to boost his own power fast. A light bulb goes off as he remembers an incomplete martial arts technique he can master. Wasting no time, he heads to the deck to begin his high-altitude training session. Closing his eyes, he focuses his mind, preparing to channel his inner power. A storm of purple energy erupts around him, crackling with raw potential. He unleashes the Frost Moon Shockwave, a blur of motion and crackling energy. A powerful kick sends a wave of brilliant blue energy blasting across the deck. He moves like lightning, his afterimages filling the space as he perfects the form. But his training takes an unexpected turn as his energy suddenly shifts to a vibrant green. He gracefully lands on the railing, having unlocked a completely new technique, the Moonlit Deer Stride. A system notification confirms his success, promoting him to a 1-star rank for mastering a long-lost technique. He's now an official member of the deck, earning the ability to refuse 1 challenge per hour. His new card is revealed, branding him Shane Yates with a hilariously villainous portrait. Our hero cringes at his own card, thinking his smug grin is just begging to be punched. He gets friend requests from his new buddies Yale and Xavier, and quickly accepts. His new friends immediately blow up his phone, freaking out over how fast he ranked up. As he brushes off their praise, Mr. Chien appears, completely floored that he's already an official 1-star newcomer. His mentor is bursting with pride, explaining that just making the list is a massive achievement that will get him noticed. Mr. Chien points ahead as they arrive at a massive, futuristic building, the exam site. Shenya stares at the imposing structure, a nervous sweat drop betraying his cool facade. Our hero is blown away by the sight of a massive city floating among the clouds. Mr. Chien introduces their destination as the legendary Mitten Cloud Port. He reveals the city is built on ancient ruins, and one of the world's top schools is hidden among them. Shenya can't believe a high school is actually located inside floating ancient ruins. His mentor explains that humanity's elites are tasked with uncovering the secrets of their own history. Suddenly, golden streaks of light zip past the airship, catching our hero's attention. Mr. Chien reveals these are admission tickets, and Shenya's evaluation begins the moment he lands. Intrigued by the promise of rewards, Shenya wonders if this is another game he can master. The mission is clear: earn a high evaluation before the banquet to gain an edge in the real exam. But when asked for details, his mentor admits the exam's format is a complete mystery every year. Mr. Chien recalls one exam was just a 45-minute written test, a total cakewalk. Another year, however, was a grueling 3-month survival challenge in the wilderness. Shenya groans at the chaos, but his mentor reminds him his newcomer status guarantees some kind of advantage. Just then, a system alert confirms his status, beginning a fusion sequence with his tarot card. His villainous card glows, solidifying his new identity in the high-stakes game. His first mission is revealed. Take an Azure Dragon for a 100,000-mile joyride, an absolutely insane request. Mr. Chien dismisses it as a mission for the elite, but our hero realizes this means it's not entirely impossible. His mentor scoffs, revealing only the super-rich heirs can use their family's power to complete these tasks. Annoyed by the rigged system, Shenya decides to just find a new, more reasonable mission. But his options are even worse, ranging from a 10-year demon hunt to the disgusting task of analyzing monster droppings. He finally finds a mission that seems simple: win 1 sparring match to rank up. But his mentor warns him it's a trap, a way for rich kids to prey on newcomers like him. Mr. Chien tells him to see the brutal reality of the exams with his own eyes. Below, a powerful warrior stands triumphantly over a freshly defeated opponent. Shenya is horrified to see the victim is his new friend Xavier, already taken out of the game. The victor is furious, realizing his target wasn't a newcomer and the beatdown was for nothing. As Shenya fumes, his mentor holds him back, explaining that this level of conflict is perfectly normal here. He clarifies that as long as no one dies, it's all part of the game, with medics on standby. Mr. Qian drives the point home. Fairness is a myth, and only the strong command respect. He reveals this heavily monitored city is a safe haven for Shenya, who is being hunted in the outside world. Just as he's processing the danger, his card gives him a chilling new evaluation: the Drowning Man. The card explains he's in a situation where he could be taken out at any moment, and he's completely oblivious. He panics, wondering how this is possible when the exam site is supposed to be the safest place for him. His mind races, trying to figure out if it's the rich kids or a hidden assassin who's after his head. Before he can figure it out, a new notification pops up, and it's not a friend request. The top-ranked swordsman, Mira Fisher, has issued a challenge that he absolutely cannot refuse. Our hero is completely baffled, wondering why the legendary Mira Fisher would even notice him. A friendly voice cuts through his confusion, and he spots someone waving from the landing dock. It's none other than the great swordsman herself, looking way less threatening than he expected. His mentor cheekily ditches him, leaving a blushing Shenya to insist that they're just friends. Mira thanks him for the blessing, revealing it helped her achieve a massive power-up overnight. When he asks about the challenge, she mysteriously leads him away to talk in private. She takes him to a soundproofed room she rented, perfect for a secret conversation. He learns it's a private training hall, just as she leads him down a quiet corridor. But their quiet walk is shattered by a massive explosion that sends a body flying past them. Mira pulls him to safety as they watch a defeated student crash into the rubble. The attacker emerges from the dust, annoyed that her powerful victim even put up a fight. Her goons cheer her on, excited to farm the one-star newcomer for easy points. Shenya recognizes the bully as a high-ranking player and steps in to defend the fallen student. The bully's smug expression falters, replaced by a look of sudden contemplation. The bully grins, thinking she's hit the jackpot with another one-star newcomer to farm. Her partner powers up a massive energy blade, ready to take on the new target. But Mira steps in front of Shenya, drawing her sword and declaring that he's her opponent. The attacker backs down, agreeing to let her go first but claiming the next turn for himself. Mira doubles down with a cold stare, repeating that this fight belongs to her and her alone. The bully loses her temper, accusing Mira of hogging the prey and threatening her for it. With a mighty clang, Mira's purple blade clashes with the bully's fiery gauntlet. The brawler puts all her strength into her flaming fist, trying to overwhelm the swordsman. But in a blur of purple light, Mira's single devastating slash ends the fight instantly. Shenya and the goons can only stare in shock as their powerful leader is taken down with ease. The bully is left standing, her clothes shredded with surgical precision, recognizing Mira as the fifth-ranked player. With a single command from Mira, the humiliated bullies tuck their tails and run for the hills. Shenya nervously asks about their fight, and Mira jokes he'll just end up stripped bare like the last guy. She reveals her true motive. The challenge is a clever way to protect him from other predators. As long as their battle is active, his card shows he's unavailable for any other challenges. He immediately sees the potential, realizing this is a brilliant loophole to exploit the system. But Mira warns him it's not foolproof. A strong enough challenger can break their match by defeating her. Shenya gets cocky, boasting that with their combined power, they're practically invincible. Mira explains that most top players, like Silas Newman, are too proud to farm points from weaker opponents. Our hero smirks, asking what she'll do if a shameless point farmer overtakes her in the rankings. Mira's solution is brutally simple. Just beat them and take their points. Our hero has a revelation, realizing that in this world, strength is the only thing that truly matters. She explains only elites can access these private halls, teasing him that a commoner would be kicked out instantly. Annoyed by the class divide, he fumes about the elites before getting down to business. Mira's tone turns serious as she reveals the imposter's true name, Zoe Bryce. He confirms that the supposedly dead girl just sent him a message, a bead of sweat on his face. She recounts how Zoe was taken out after leading her to the Skin Reaper, her body stolen by a dark entity. The horrifying implication dawns on him. If Zoe is back, then the Skin Reaper might be too. Mira agrees it's highly likely, realizing their old enemy is probably at the exam site right now. With a terrifying vision of Zoe's new form, Mira warns him to stay away, declaring she's no longer human. Shenya panics, wanting to report the danger, but Mira reveals the authorities don't care about ordinary people. He remembers how useless calling for help was in the past, a grim look on his face. Mira explains the Skin Reaper has a powerful backer who cuts all communications to hide its dirty work. As if that's not bad enough, she reveals several elite families are trying to force her into an engagement. The proposed fiancé is a creepy old man, and our hero is absolutely disgusted by the idea. He's shocked to learn she didn't refuse, instead asking for a few days to think it over. She admits she's too weak to fight back now, using the time to get into a top school and gain power. Relieved she has a plan, Shenya clutches his chest, glad she's not giving up. Mira thinks back on her humiliation, realizing the elite families are determined to control her. Our hero feels a surge of determination, realizing that even a prodigy like Mira is struggling and he needs to get stronger. Mira asks about his school choice, but he's clueless about the top academies. She decides to give him a leg up, revealing commoners are locked out of cultivation techniques. In a stunning move, she offers to teach him her own elite family's secret art. Shenya is floored by the offer as she unleashes a brilliant flash of purple energy. She demonstrates her power, a whirlwind of graceful, deadly slashes that fill the room. Our hero can only stare, completely mesmerized by her incredible swordsmanship. Mira proudly names her family's Ripple Stride blade and offers to teach him everything. He's immediately worried, asking if she'll get in trouble for sharing such a valuable secret. His concern catches her completely off guard, her confident demeanor faltering for a moment. Mira is left speechless, clearly touched that his first thought was about her safety. Mira reminds him that people would kill for her family's secrets, yet he's worried about her. With a gentle smile, he insists he just doesn't want to cause her any problems. His genuine concern catches her completely off guard, leaving her flustered. Blushing, she thinks he's a fool for worrying about her when she's just trying to repay a debt. Shenya sheepishly admits he wants to learn, but there's just one tiny problem. He doesn't have a sword. He quickly lies that the sword he used before was just a hotel decoration he already tossed. As she ponders this, he panics, realizing a priceless family sword would make him a massive target. Mira pivots, revealing she has a whole arsenal of other techniques to teach him instead. But one name catches his attention, and he eagerly asks if she really knows the Thunderclap. She confirms it's a legendary palm strike, a secret known only to 7 elite families. Our hero's mind races, realizing Thunderclap is the final piece of a puzzle given to him by a mysterious voice. He's instantly suspicious, questioning how Mira knows a technique supposedly from the Nightmare Realm. She reveals the technique was discovered in the legendary Sky Ruins, the very city they're in. Mira explains their ancestors found it, but it's notoriously difficult to master without enough insight. Seeing his interest, she offers to demonstrate the powerful palm strike for him. A system pop-up reveals his insight is pathetically low, but gives him a massive stat boost anyway. With a powerful shout, Mira unleashes a crackling blue energy from her open palm. She moves in a blur of motion, her after-images filling the room with the powerful technique. After her impressive display, she asks our hero if he got the general idea of the move. But Shenya is completely underwhelmed, bluntly asking if she performed it incorrectly because it looked weak. Mira is completely offended, demanding to know how her legendary technique could possibly be unimpressive. Our hero schools the prodigy, pointing out the critical flaw in her palm strike's execution. With a confident smirk, he declares he'll show her how it's really done. Blue lightning crackles around his hand as he prepares to unleash the perfect thunderclap. He slams his palm down, unleashing a massive shockwave that dwarfs her previous attempt. The legendary swordsman is left blushing and speechless, completely floored by his talent. She admits she just skimmed the manual, handing over the real deal, impressed by his incredible insight. He sees the manual requires high insight for mastery, realizing Mira just gave him a priceless gift. The penny drops as he understands insight is the secret ingredient that gives the elites their massive head start. After a single read-through, he's already mastered the technique to the adept stage, his progress leaving Mira in the dust. Impressed, Mira tells him to check his tarot card, certain his power rating has skyrocketed. A system alert confirms he's now a 2-star newcomer, unlocking new outfits and hairstyles. Our hero is thrilled by the customization options and immediately decides to try them out. But his new card is a disaster, showing him as a bald monk with a ridiculous skull necklace. He slams the card down in fury, as Mira explains it's just teasing him until he reaches 4 stars. As he curses the card, she warns him that a bad attitude could negatively affect his evaluation. Panicked, he immediately starts sweet-talking the card, calling it his baby to get on its good side. He suddenly remembers his late-night meeting with Mr. Qian, and Mira tells him to go ahead. Before he leaves, Shenya asks her to keep investigating the dangerous Skin Reaper. She agrees to continue the search as they wave a final, friendly goodbye. Our hero arrives at a luxurious high-rise, but his mentor is nowhere to be found. Impressed by the fancy digs, he decides to use his new room for some top-secret training. Surrounded by crackling energy, he prepares to test the mysterious techniques he's collected. He unleashes a flurry of moves, his after-images glowing with purple power. Combining his skills, he fills the room with a dazzling display of kicks, strikes, and shadow clones. But his grand experiment ends with a fizzle, leaving him to believe the techniques are duds. His skull companion pops in to roast him, calling his entire arsenal a collection of junk. The skull breaks down just how useless his moves are, from weak frost magic to a basic elven jog. After a brutal lecture, the skull tells him to stop collecting trash and learn some real skills. But a single comment sparks a revelation. The useless technique is actually from the nightmare realm. Our hero wonders why combining the skills isn't working, since it unlocked a new technique last time. Suddenly, his vision blurs as a strange power surges through his body. In a horrific turn, blood erupts from countless points on his skin, leaving him stunned. He collapses in agony, coughing up blood as his worried partner calls out his name. Writhing on the floor, he gasps for air, completely overwhelmed by the sudden, intense pain. As his consciousness fades, he recognizes the terrifying feeling of approaching death. Lying motionless, he's convinced this is the end, as his skull companion frantically tries to wake him. His spirit seems to leave his body, falling through an endless black void. A massive surge of crackling blue energy erupts from his fallen form, flooding the room. Now floating in a dark abyss, he's overcome by a bone-chilling cold as energy escapes his lips. A stream of blue energy erupts from his mouth as he plummets through the void. He realizes this strange cold aura is a new form of breathing that just saved his life. To survive this abyss, he must focus on maintaining this new, life-sustaining breath. As he masters the technique, his entire being is flooded with a powerful, icy energy. This new breathing method begins to mobilize every organ and cell in his body. He can feel his entire system circulating in perfect harmony with his breath. In this moment of clarity, he achieves a legendary state, the unity of man and heaven. He understands his old breathing was crude, only enough to keep him alive and nothing more. But a sudden, shocking vision appears before his eyes, catching him completely off guard. A voice from within reveals this cosmic wasteland is the legendary Dharma realm. Back in the real world, his body lies motionless on the floor, a grim testament to his failed experiment. But a system notification declares his success, congratulating him for mastering a legendary ocular technique. His eyes snap open, now glowing with a divine purple light as he awakens the moonlit divine gaze. Pushing himself up, he's greeted by a relieved skull and a massive stat boost from his near-death experience. Not only is he fully healed, but his body is crackling with newfound power, his attributes soaring to new heights. His new Dharma eye reveals a secret path to power. An adept level tag is now within his reach. The system announces his incomplete Frost Moon Shockwave has finally evolved into its true, complete form. All his junk techniques have leveled up, transforming into powerful skills of the legendary Moonlit lineage. His new Frostbite kick can now freeze enemies and even shatter their attacks. His movement is now a blur, the flowing moon technique creating water-like afterimages to confuse his foes. His Thundershock palm now crackles with heavenly thunder, a perfect tool for destroying evil. He's also gained the Heavenly Shadow, a stealth technique that lets him hide in plain sight. Our hero is ecstatic, realizing his new ocular power triples the strength of his entire moveset. He marvels at the purple-level inheritance, wondering who could have hidden such power across different races. Deciding the mystery is too complicated, he gives up and heads off to wash away the blood. In the bathroom, he splashes his face, rinsing off the grim evidence of his brush with death. Staring at his reflection, he can't believe he survived, noticing his eyes now hold a new spark of life. He tests his new power, commanding a system interface to appear in the mirror. His divine gaze reveals the hidden explanations for his titles, unlocking secrets he couldn't see before. But as he examines his reflection, his eyes lock onto a mysterious red thread wrapped tightly around his neck. He's horrified to find a mysterious red thread wrapped around his neck, wondering how it got there. His divine gaze reveals it's a tracking device, allowing an enemy to teleport to him from 500 miles away. Meanwhile, in a high-stakes casino, a new group of powerful players enters the game. A powerful figure fumes over a failed hit on Shen-Ye, vowing to destroy the entire Assassin's League. The man responsible folds his hand, annoyed that his incompetent lackeys couldn't get the job done. His associates are tired of the excuses and demand he contact the Assassin's League to clean up his mess. A holographic call connects them to a man with an impressive mustache, the head of the League. The hologram introduces himself as Wilson Graham, the leader of the Assassins. He's immediately grilled about his agent's failure and the leaked client information. Wilson coldly explains the rogue assassin has already been permanently dealt with for his mistake. The shadowy client reminds Wilson that his target is at the exam site, issuing a final warning. The assassin leader swears on his life he'll make Shen-Ye disappear forever. With the deal struck, the holographic call ends, leaving the clients to their scheming. Doubting the assassins, they decide to send one of their own family's experts to ensure the job gets done. The true motive is revealed. They want Shen-Ye gone for getting close to a noblewoman named Selina. With a sneer, the client declares all commoners should be crushed as we cut to the Assassin's League HQ. But back at the base, Wilson is caught completely off guard by a deadly, thread-like attack. A mysterious white-haired man appears, having just dispatched the entire room with contemptuous ease. The newcomer reveals his twisted preference for the pampered bodies of the elite, seeing them as superior prizes. A dark energy consumes the fallen assassins, leaving the new villain standing alone in the carnage. A mysterious girl materializes from a pool of dark, swirling energy. The white-haired villain bows, addressing his new, terrifying master. She immediately questions his loyalty, asking about a promise he just made. He sweats nervously, trying to explain it was just a casual remark. But she's not having it, declaring that all promises, even fake ones, must be kept. The servant immediately submits, vowing to fulfill his promise by taking out the assassin leader. His master reveals she overheard their target's location, declaring meant Cloudport their new hunting ground. He shudders with excitement at the thought of hunting the elite heirs at the exam site. She lays down the rules of their hunt. He can have the bodies, but the souls are all hers. Eager to please, the servant offers to handle the entire hunt himself, a sinister grin on his face. The mysterious master senses her tracking spell has been discovered, suspecting a powerful force is protecting our hero. She warns her servant that this hidden power is so immense, she had to cut the connection to avoid being found. Now she's not just hunting souls, she's determined to unmask the power behind Shane Yates. Back in his room, the cursed thread snaps, and a system alert confirms the tracking spell is gone. He connects the dots, realizing with horror that the Skin Reaper is still alive and hunting him. It all clicks. This is why his card called him a drowning man, and now it's glowing with a new update. His status changes to prey lingering before a trap, a grim warning that he's aware of the danger but still not safe. Shen-Ye is stunned by the card's intelligence, realizing it's reacting to his situation in real time. But the card isn't done yet as its image shatters, preparing for another dramatic transformation. His profile gets a massive upgrade, revealing him as a 5-star powerhouse, ranked 11th, and the fastest improving candidate in the game. Our hero is stunned as his power level skyrockets from a measly 2 stars to a legendary 5. This new rank comes with some serious perks, promising a special strength boost for the final exam. The system also grants him a stealth mode, letting him hide his true power and appear as a 2-star weakling. Deciding it's better to be safe than sorry, he immediately conceals his rank to avoid unwanted attention from his rivals. A notification confirms his old 2-star profile is now his public face on the leaderboard. He knows not to get cocky, remembering that on the battlefield, the weak can often topple the strong. With the Skin Reaper and Zoe still out there, his only focus is to get even more powerful. His training is cut short by a buzzing phone. It's a frantic call from his mentor, Mr. Chien. Mr. Chien unleashes a verbal storm, revealing he was about to launch a search party for his missing recruit. After learning he was out cold for a full day, Shen-Ye lies about family matters and agrees to meet his mentor for an update. Mr. Chien gets straight to business, laying out the 3 elite high schools Shen-Ye needs to aim for. He breaks down the options: a sky island for fighters, a deep-sea city for scholars, and an underground tomb for a mix of both. Shen-Ye questions their dominance, but his mentor confirms these ancient schools are in a league of their own. Mr. Chien crowns Sky Blueveil High as the undisputed champion among the 3 legendary academies. Blueveil is where the elites study the arts of the gods, making it the top choice for the rich and powerful. Next up is Abyssal High, an underwater academy dedicated to uncovering the secrets of a lost civilization. But its focus on ancient history means many of its graduates end up becoming disciples of various churches. The final option is Verdant High, a combat school in a massive underground tomb teeming with monsters and riches. His mentor reveals the school's wealth comes from monster hunting, but the ancient techniques they find are nearly impossible to use. The secret, he explains, lies in a mysterious resonance level needed to wield ancient divine weapons and arts. Mr. Kin reveals these ancient artifacts require a high resonance level, also called a recognition level. Our hero questions the term, and his mentor confirms it's all about earning the right to wield such power. He explains it's about being acknowledged by the Dharma realm, gaining the authority to command these legendary items. Shenya is stunned, realizing he saw a vision of the Dharma realm when he unlocked his new eye power. His mentor cuts the lesson short, handing him a stack of manuals with some questionable titles. Shenya sweats, baffled by the bizarre techniques, including something called the chrysanthemum cannon. Mr. Ken explains one is a taunt skill, but our hero is still stuck on the flowery-sounding manual. The chrysanthemum cannon is a real technique that uses flowers as weapons to create hallucinations. Next up is the Fist of Eastern Divinity, a technique found by a lone archaeologist in an ancient ruin. The archaeologist heard a mysterious voice ask what he was looking at, and instinctively yelled back, discovering the technique. And with that one defiant shout, the archaeologist unlocked the ancient martial art. Mr. Chien explains the manual simply appeared because the man's high resonance level earned him the technique's recognition. Our hero can't help but think the entire origin story sounds completely absurd. His mentor clarifies that high resonance isn't enough. You still need to be acknowledged by the power itself. Shenya mocks the name but is told to pick a manual for the upcoming exams. His divine gaze reveals the fist technique is an excellent grade skill with hidden potential. Realizing it's a cut above the rest, he gets giddy with excitement over his lucky find. With a confident grin, he officially chooses the Fist of Eastern Divinity. Mr. Chien admits it's the strongest of the bunch, prompting Shenya to ask if it could boost him to 5 stars. His mentor slaps that idea down, making Shenya realize his recent power-up was a 1-in-a-million miracle. Mr. Chien offers to demonstrate the powerful fist technique, telling our hero to pay close attention. The mentor leaps into action, boasting that his high insight makes the legendary move look like child's play. But Shenya watches with his divine gaze, seeing this as the perfect chance to learn while hiding his true power. After a ridiculously fast demo, his mentor tells him to get some rest before the big banquet tonight. Just as he's left alone, his tarot card buzzes with an urgent new message. It's Mira, who's found a lead on the Skin Reaper and wants to meet up immediately. On his way to the gym, he spots a frail old man begging on a desolate street corner. The old man approaches, asking for a little spare change to buy some sake. Our hero hesitates for a moment, surprised by the sudden request in the dead of night. He kindly drops his last coin into the man's bowl, giving him all the change he has. As Shenya walks away, the frail old man stumbles, but it's all part of a cunning act. A sudden explosion of killing intent puts our hero on high alert. The coin he just gave away comes flying back, now a deadly supercharged projectile. The old man mockingly calls himself useless, his true power now radiating around him. But Shenya is too fast, using his flowing moon technique to create a dozen afterimages. The attacker is stunned, unable to believe his surprise attack was so easily dodged. Shenya floats in the air, calling out the spring chicken for his shameless sneak attack. He activates his moonlit divine gaze, his eyes glowing with a terrifying purple light. The old man is shocked, realizing his ocular power has revealed a hidden, invisible sword. His secret weapon materializes, leaving the old swordsman completely baffled by his opponent's perception. The old swordsman is flabbergasted that our hero saw right through his invisible blade trick. With incredible speed, Shenya dodges the coin, leaving his attacker stunned in the street below. Intrigued by his target's skill, the old man can't help but ask how he saw the hidden weapon. Shenya calls him out for the despicable sneak attack, shaming him for ambushing someone who just gave him money. The old man claims he was just teaching a lesson to a kid chasing after elite girls like Mira Fisher. With his divine eyes glowing, our hero reveals he and Mira share a life and death bond, not some cheap romance. A system notification reveals the old man's true identity, the legendary Celestial 5 Sovereign. Shenya puts it all together, calling out the Fletcher family for their cowardly and pathetic actions. He mocks the powerful warrior for targeting a kid while his own family sells Mira off to an old man. Amused by the boy's sharp tongue, the old sovereign simply chuckles and walks away, finding the encounter interesting. The old sovereign's pride is wounded, furious that an outsider dares to mock the Fletcher family. But Shenya is ready for him, his hand shooting up to block a lightning-fast strike. The old man attacks with blinding speed, aiming to put the kid in his place. He scoffs as he overpowers our hero, pushing him back with a single powerful hand. Shenya flips the script, countering with a crackling palm strike of his own. He unleashes a massive thunder shock, blasting the old man with pure electrical fury. The legendary sovereign is sent flying back, shocked by the kid's raw power. Catching his sword, the old man admits the move was surprisingly impressive. Glowing with power, Shenya smirks, knowing he's just getting warmed up. He vanishes into thin air using heavenly shadow, leaving the old master completely stunned. The old master is floored, wondering how a kid can just disappear into the shadows. Shenya reappears with a frostbite kick, unleashing a wave of icy energy. The legendary sovereign is baffled as ice crystals begin forming all over his body. A trail of crackling blue energy shows just how far the old man was pushed back. He's stunned to find his limbs are frozen, realizing the kid's attack is more than just a light show. Annoyed by the trick, the old man unleashes a fiery aura to melt the ice. Now fully powered up, he demands to know the secret behind Shenya's fluctuating stats. Shenya cheekily tells him to guess, secretly sweating that his best move did nothing. As the sovereign analyzes his strange powers, our hero prepares a daring escape plan. But the old man has a change of heart, admitting that the adults are the ones in the wrong here. The old sovereign powers up, his fiery aura exploding as he prepares to make his move. But instead of attacking, he simply bids our hero farewell, announcing he's leaving. In a flash of brilliant light, the old man zips away, leaving Shenya completely baffled. Standing alone, our hero can't believe the fight is over, wondering about the old man's true identity. The fiery streak soars through the sky, a testament to the sovereign's incredible power. Arriving at his base, the patriarch orders his men to prepare for a vacation, cutting ties with other families. A subordinate panics, warning that ignoring the Bryce family's demands will have dire consequences for them all. The patriarch silences the man's protest with a single devastating blow. With the dissenter down, the old man asserts his authority as the others watch in terror. He scolds his underlings for their weakness, declaring the Fletcher family will no longer bow to anyone. He warns that by sacrificing Mira, they're destroying the entire Fletcher family's future. With a fiery blast, the patriarch launches into the sky, leaving his men in shock. He soars through the clouds, a one-man rocket heading for his family's airship. The old man marvels at Shenya's power, recognizing his legendary Dharma eye and unique skills. He realizes a prodigy like this hasn't been seen in 500 years, a truly interesting development. Floating high above, he weaves a message from pure, fiery energy. The message forms a radiant pattern, as beautiful as a rising sun or a blooming lotus. Standing atop the airship, he makes a new vow. He will back his granddaughter, Mira. He declares with newfound resolve that the Fletcher family will never be underestimated again. The scene shifts to a few minutes earlier, focusing on a towering skyscraper under the night sky. Arriving at the gym, Shenya is drawn in by a strange humming sound from inside. He finds Mira training, her sword a blur of motion amidst crackling purple energy. The entire room vibrates with the force of her slashes as she perfects her form. With his divine gaze, our hero spots a critical flaw. Her powerful stances are too heavy. He realizes she's struggling, her movements unrefined, and her power level has stalled. His new vision reveals she's hit a wall and must forge her own path to be recognized by the Dharma realm. Shenya connects the dots, realizing these power tags are certifications from a higher plane of existence. Mira finishes her training, ready to reveal her findings on their shared enemy, the Skin Reaper. She explains the Skin Reaper was once a respected archaeologist before a disastrous expedition. During that trip, he broke a seal, unleashed a dark entity, and vanished after causing immense destruction. The archaeologist later reappeared as a ruthless assassin, prompting Shenya to ask what could have caused such a drastic change. Mira reveals his family suffered a horrific fate, their bodies discovered in a sewer after a brutal ordeal. The sewer was in a town run by an elite family, who were all mysteriously eliminated shortly after. She connects the dots, but Shenya is more concerned about the dark entity that started it all. Mira admits the details are top secret and she's hit a wall in her investigation. She warns him that the Skin Reaper will eventually track him to the exam site, and he needs to be ready. Shenya takes the warning in stride, thanking his friend for the crucial intel, but their serious conversation is cut short by a sudden buzzing phone call. Mira answers, her tone shifting as she speaks to her auntie, clearly receiving some heavy news. Her face falls as she listens, ending the call with a grim, "I understand." Shenya asks what's wrong, and Mira reveals her family is forcing the engagement to move forward. She explains her tragic past. Her mother is gone, and her father is in a coma, leaving her completely alone. Our hero fumes at the injustice, but Mira admits her own family is too cowardly to stand up for her. Blushing, Shenya makes a bold offer to help her escape her family's control by joining a new group. Mira warns him that helping her will make him a target for two powerful elite families. He scoffs at the danger, revealing he already fought one of her relatives and telling her to leave with him. She reflects on his ordinary background, wondering where he gets his incredible courage. Mira finds herself noticing his fearless eyes and rugged charm for the very first time. With a gentle smile, she accepts his offer, realizing his cold exterior hides a warm heart. Caught completely off guard, our hero stammers that he has no plan but is ready to go anyway. Mira teases him for asking her out without a plan, but he insists they'll figure it out on the fly. She plays hard to get, claiming she doesn't just go on dates with anyone, but her phone buzzes. A message from her grandpa tells her to leave the stadium and look to the east.
She's stunned, realizing her grandpa is out of seclusion and was the one who tested Shenya.
Without another word, she tells Shenya to wait and dashes out of the room. Our hero is left blushing, worried his bold invitation scared her away. Outside, Mira follows the instructions, spotting a fiery streak blazing across the night sky. The brilliant light swoops down, leaving a trail of fire as it heads straight for her. She's engulfed in a warm, powerful aura as the fiery energy surrounds her. A voice echoes in her mind as her grandpa declares he's decided to support her decision. The fiery energy floods Mira's mind, bestowing upon her the legendary Blade of the Luo goddess. Bathed in her family's power, she gazes out at the floating city, her destiny now reforged in flames. With a grateful heart, she thanks her grandpa for the incredible gift as the fiery energy swirls around her. Shenya rushes out after her, hilariously asking if she's okay while she's literally on fire. She calmly explains it was just her grandpa, who gifted her a powerful new sword style. Our hero smirks, relieved to see that at least one person in her family has her back. The penny drops as he realizes the old beggar he just fought was actually her legendary grandfather. With her family drama settled, Mira asks if his offer to go to the banquet together still stands. She tries to hold it in, but his awkward invitation is just too much for her to handle. Mira bursts into laughter, affectionately calling him an idiot for his clumsy attempt at asking her out. Blushing furiously, our hero demands to know why she's calling him an idiot. Mira playfully points out that since they're both taking the exam, they were going to the banquet anyway. The realization hits him like a truck, leaving him utterly embarrassed by his own grand gesture. Shaking it off, Mira cheerfully waves him on, ready to head to the party together. He watches her go, happy to see a rare, carefree smile that finally suits her age. In a flash, they're on a souped-up motorcycle, with Mira throwing up rock signs as they tear through the sky. She screams for more speed while he nervously reminds her that safety comes first. Their fiery ride comes to a stop before a massive Gothic cathedral on a floating island. A shady-looking man in a trench coat greets Mira, immediately asking if Shenya is her date. The man teases our hero for moving so fast, leaving him a flustered mess trying to deny everything. The shady man's friendly tone vanishes, giving Shenya a grim warning for the night ahead. The grand doors swing open to reveal a lavish hall, but it feels less like a party and more like a coliseum. Our hero's eyes widen in shock as he scans the room. He realizes every single guest is staring at him with the glowing red eyes of a predator. The man explains this banquet is the final hunting ground for the elites to farm points from newcomers. Shenya recalls the brutality of the exams, knowing this party is just a different kind of battlefield. His killer instinct flares up as he wonders what the penalty is for taking out the trash right here. His new acquaintance warns him to behave, but their conversation is cut short by a sudden commotion. A new challenger makes a dramatic entrance, stomping his foot down to get our hero's attention. The bully, Javier Weber, holds up a defeated student and officially challenges Shenya to a fight. The bully proudly announces his name as Javier Weber, a 4-star newcomer ready to farm some points. But before he can finish his boast, a flash of purple light gives him a surprise haircut. Mira stands with her sword drawn, having just given the bully a humiliating new hairstyle. She coldly informs the room that Shenya is her opponent, and challengers will have to get in line. Javier is left trembling, realizing he didn't even see her draw the blade. His friend Zach wisely pulls him back, warning him to drop the fight immediately. Zach points to the leaderboard, annoyed that a top-ranked player is protecting a two-star nobody. The rankings confirm Mira is in the second tier, making her one of the 5 strongest newcomers in the exam. The bullies retreat for now, but not before giving our hero a look that promises future trouble. Shenya is left speechless, still processing how he became the center of so much drama. With their first target down, the bullies decide to hunt for easier prey to farm more points. As the goons retreat and medics are called, Mira and Shenya are left standing in the middle of the chaos. Their shady guide cheekily tells Mira her sword strike should have been a little more permanent. But their conversation is interrupted by a new voice, recognizing our hero as a member of the Yates family. A powerful woman in black, surrounded by reporters, accuses him of living up to his arrogant reputation. She's revealed as Lady Anne Curtis, who cuts off introductions to spin a tale from Shenya's uncle. Lady Anne publicly accuses him of being a wicked child who trained dogs to attack her nieces. The media erupts, painting him as a villain who sicked a vicious animal on 2 innocent noble girls. But a flashback reveals the truth. He actually saved the girls, and now he calmly denies remembering the twisted event. He flips the script, revealing his family is too poor to own a dog and was even denied medicine by his cruel uncle. Lady Anne feigns concern, but Shenya calls her bluff, pointing out she didn't even know he was on his deathbed. The shady guide is impressed, realizing Shenya just poked a massive hole in her 10-year-old story. Hiding her frustration, Lady Anne asks about his plans, and he reveals he's joined the Mortal Martial Arts group. She dangles a guaranteed admission spot in front of him, and he plays along with exaggerated gratitude. The noblewoman's true motive is revealed. He must stay away from a girl named Selena. The crowd erupts with gossip, jealous that this nobody is involved with the famous Selena Curtis. Our hero looks thrilled, eagerly accepting the deal as if it's the best news he's ever heard. Lady Anne smirks at his spineless act, believing she's won this public confrontation. But Shenya has one final request, asking for her help to fulfill his end of the bargain. He cheekily asks for a picture, admitting he has no clue who Selena even is. The crowd is left speechless as reporters frantically scribble headlines about his supposed memory loss. A bully calls him out for lying, but Shenya just scoffs at anyone remembering things from when they were 5. The shady guide realizes this single move dismantles Lady Anne's entire accusation against him. Playing innocent, our hero publicly rejects her offer, making the powerful Curtis family look like petty bullies. Lady Anne is trapped. His public denial has become the official story, and her grand scheme has backfired spectacularly. Trying to regain control, she presses him one last time, confirming her relation to the famous Selena. But he just smiles politely, insisting it's all a misunderstanding and he can't possibly accept her offer. With a sly grin, he turns the tables, asking the resourceful noblewoman for a little favor. He spins a tragic tale of his near-death experience and the mysterious deaths of everyone around him. With a dark and knowing smile, he asks if she has any idea who could be behind all his misfortune. He puts her on the spot, demanding she bring justice for the thousands of lives lost in the tragedy. Lady Anne realizes he's using her to spread his story, but she deflects, pointing to Mira's family as the investigators. She tries to divide them, congratulating Mira on a fake engagement and questioning her choice of company. Mira shuts the rumor down with a polite smile, calmly stating that she is not engaged. She then backs Shenya up, confirming they're investigating together and have made significant progress. Our hero adds to the mystery, slyly telling the reporters that the truth is a secret for now. Lady Anne is left speechless and horrified as her entire plan spectacularly implodes. The shady guide sweats, asking Shenya if he realizes he's playing with fire by provoking the elites. Enraged, Lady Anne accuses him of trying to turn Mira against her own family and make her an outcast. A new voice defends Mira, declaring she's too virtuous to be spouting baseless rumors with a punk like Shenya. A new warrior arrives, confidently declaring that Mira is in fact engaged. Lady Anne smirks, recognizing the newcomer as Elijah Fletcher from Mira's own family. Elijah ignores everyone else, demanding to know why his niece disobeyed his orders to return home. He tries to drag her away, insisting the engagement is for her own good and she should just obey. Mira stands her ground, refusing to be manhandled as a gust of wind swirls around her. Her uncle's patience snaps, his knuckles cracking as he repeats his demand to return for the engagement. She questions his authority, asking if her grandfather or even her own father approved this decision. With a defiant glare, Mira unleashes her own power, asking if anyone bothered to ask for her consent. The two family members face off, their powerful auras clashing in the middle of the banquet hall. Elijah scoffs, callously using her comatose father as a reason she should accept her fate. Mira puts her uncle on blast, daring him to reveal the creepy age of her proposed fiancé. Furious at the public shaming, Elijah grabs her arm, demanding she stop her disrespectful behavior. She coldly reminds him he has no authority, since neither her father nor grandfather approved the match. Our hero watches in stunned silence as Mira's true, unyielding resolve is finally unleashed. The two warriors face off, their clashing auras filling the hall with crackling purple energy. A system notification reveals her defiance has unlocked a new title, the legendary Sword Sage. Shenya realizes she's solidified her path, awestruck by the overwhelming power of a true sword sage. Her uncle pulls out a family heirloom, threatening to enforce the rules if she dares to resist his authority. But Mira is faster, her glowing blade slicing through his defenses in a single decisive strike. Elijah is sent flying across the room, utterly defeated by the niece he tried to control. Mira schools her uncle, calling him a greedy fool who couldn't even handle a single strike. With an icy glare, she declares him unworthy of wielding the family's divine weapon. She turns to the fallen blade, asking the legendary sword to join her instead. The divine weapon answers her call, flying into her hand as the crowd gasps in shock. Now wielding two swords, Mira is engulfed in a maelstrom of blue and purple energy. Her incredible power surge triggers an immediate update to the newcomer rankings. The leaderboard reveals Mira has skyrocketed to first place, tying for the top spot. Her rivals scoff, dismissing her new rank as a cheap trick from a divine weapon. But a wiser voice explains the weapon only chose her because she earned the Sword Sage title. The rankings, he reveals, are a true measure of power, factoring in everything from gear to sheer willpower. The shady guide reveals that with the sword's acknowledgement, Mira is now the undisputed head of the Fletcher family. He smacks our hero, telling him not to be jealous and praising his 2-star rank as a commoner's triumph. Shenya plays along, secretly amused that his guide has no idea he's a 5-star monster in disguise. With the crowd watching, Mira stands tall, embracing her new title as the Fletcher family's leader. Now free to speak, she turns to Shenya, ready to finally reveal the explosive truth she's uncovered. She drops a bombshell, accusing the major elite families, led by Lady Anne Curtis, of being the real villains. The crowd erupts in disbelief, with her rivals convinced she's completely lost her mind. Lady Anne's face twists into a mask of pure fury, warning the young leader to choose her next words carefully. Mira exposes the entire plot, revealing Selena used Shenya as a pawn, causing jealous families to slaughter thousands just to eliminate him. She holds up a phone full of irrefutable evidence, coldly asking Lady Anne if her investigation is rigorous enough. Shenya hypes up the crowd, offering to show them the explosive evidence he's collected. The media goes wild, one reporter even screaming that Selena is about to confess her love. But in a flash of fire, every camera and phone in the room is mysteriously destroyed. With the proof gone, Lady Anne doubles down, calling the evidence fake and defending Selena's perfect reputation. The other elites pile on, calling our hero a delusional commoner who's slandering their idol. Shenya sighs, calling out the elites for their childish denial and their wasted advantages. He schools the entire room, pointing out they use their power not for progress, but to crush the innocent. With a chilling glare, he declares that none of them even deserve to be called human. His brutal honesty earns him a furious outburst from one of the elite lackeys. A new challenger emerges from the crowd, introducing himself as Quentin Bryce and vowing to put our hero in his place. But before Quentin can even throw a punch, he's silenced by a devastating purple slash. Mira unleashes her power, sending a shockwave that rips through the banquet hall. She coldly schools the bully for his terrible manners, reminding him Shenya was still speaking. But the drama is interrupted by a slow, deliberate round of applause from the crowd. A new challenger, Zach Niles, steps forward to congratulate Mira and immediately requests a duel. Mira is unimpressed, questioning why the 4th-ranked player would challenge the 2nd-ranked. Zach smirks, revealing his plan to defeat a stronger opponent for a better evaluation. Shenya watches silently, his divine eyes sensing something is deeply wrong with this new challenger. Zach's friendly mask drops, his eyes glowing as he reveals a dark, hidden power. A massive, venomous snake of pure energy materializes around him, ready to strike. Shenya steps in to protect Mira, realizing his divine gaze is the only thing that can see the hidden snake. He glances at the elites, realizing they're all aware of the danger and are letting it happen. Zack mocks our hero's intervention, telling him to kneel and apologize to Lady Anne like a good commoner. Suddenly, his tarot card appears, glowing with another ominous update. It reveals a grim new title, Dead Man, declaring his fate sealed for angering the elites. With a wry smile, our hero accepts his cursed fate and decides to forfeit the fight. A system alert confirms his surrender, declaring Mira the winner of their non-existent duel. Zack laughs at the cowardly move, but a new challenge notification pops up aimed at him. But Shenya's aura explodes as he reveals his true plan. He didn't forfeit to Mira, he forfeited for her. Mira is left stunned as our hero smirks, having just challenged the snake-wielding bully himself. Zack erupts in laughter, finding the idea of a 2-star commoner challenging him absolutely hilarious. He summons a massive spectral snake, boasting that his killing intent alone will be enough to finish the fight. Shenya calls his bluff, pointing out the giant snake he's sending to do his dirty work. Our hero unleashes a crackling thunder punch, striking the invisible serpent head-on. The clueless crowd just sees him punching the air, completely baffled by his strange movements. But the elites know better, realizing with horror that he can actually see the hidden attack. Zack is left speechless as his snake fizzles, demanding to know how his opponent saw the invisible strike. With his eyes glowing a divine purple, Shenya prepares to show everyone what he's truly capable of. The shady guide breaks into a cold sweat, recognizing the legendary power of the Dharma Eye. Zack denies the impossible, knowing only a wielder of the Dharma Eye could ever perceive his dark shadow. Zack admits even he can only guess his snake's position, making our hero's perception seem impossible. Dismissing it as luck, he sends his dark shadow to attack from behind, vowing to end it now. The snake wielder prepares a new move, confidently asking if Shenya can handle what's coming next. But our hero meets the attack head-on, his body a blur of blue energy as he deflects the strike. Zack is stunned as Shenya effortlessly dodges, his eyes glowing with newfound power. Shenya unleashes a devastating frostbite kick, sending the spectral snake flying into the ceiling. The crowd is baffled by his moves, but the elites watch in horror, knowing exactly what's happening. The shady guide realizes Shenya has the Dharma Eye, understanding he would have been defeated instantly. With a smirk, our hero taunts his opponent, asking what he's got left without his invisible pet. Zack is left speechless, his face a mask of pure rage as he grips his staff in frustration. Enraged, Zack unleashes a flurry of staffs, demanding to know who dares to challenge a 5-star elite. The sheer force of his attack creates a vortex, threatening to suck in the entire crowd. He spins his weapons with blinding speed, creating a massive whirlwind of destructive energy. But Shenya meets the attack head-on, stopping the powerful strike with a single hand. The entire room watches in awe as he effortlessly halts the devastating blow. Even his allies are stunned, shouting his name in disbelief at the incredible display of power. Our hero stands firm, completely unfazed by the swirling storm of energy around him. Zack is left utterly speechless, unable to comprehend how his ultimate move was so easily neutralized. A system notification reveals Shenya just dumped all his points into strength, his power level skyrocketing. The bully is floored, screaming that it's impossible for anyone to have more strength than his own impressive stats. Zack scoffs in disbelief, convinced our hero is just bluffing to hide his weakness. But Shenya proves him wrong, effortlessly lifting the bully with a single powerful hand. Zack struggles desperately, hammering his fists against an arm that won't even budge. Our hero calmly warns him to stay still, or he'll deal with that invisible snake for good. The bully's eyes widen in terror, realizing his hidden weapon is completely exposed. He frantically calls for his dark shadow, ordering the spectral serpent to attack. Shenya mocks his opponent, revealing the 5-star title was clearly bought, not earned. Zack foolishly believes the crowd will protect him, ordering his snake to strike while he's held captive. Our hero doesn't hesitate, delivering a bone-crushing punch that sends the bully reeling. With a cold glare, Shenya declares that punch was payback for the student he hurt earlier. He taunts the spectral snake, warning his opponent that the beatdown is far from over. The bully sputters through a broken face, vowing to destroy everyone our hero has ever known. But his rage triggers a special condition, upgrading Shenya's fist technique to a remarkable new level. Our hero realizes a simple keyword just unlocked his technique's true power, and he's ready to test it out. He unleashes a brutal flurry of punches, each one a lesson in the fist of Eastern divinity. The other students cheer him on, begging him to deliver some well-deserved payback. The once proud elite is now a broken mess, barely conscious as he's held up by the collar. Tears stream down his face as the bully finally understands the true meaning of fear. But Shenya's not done, his eyes glowing with a dark energy as he asks if he's ready for round two. Completely broken, the five-star prodigy can only whimper for someone, anyone, to save him. Lady Anne panics, realizing this peasant is about to drag them all down with him. The broken bully screams for help, finally understanding he's at our hero's mercy. The entire room falls into a dead silence, the elites watching with predatory eyes. Lady Anne realizes if Zack dies, all their dark secrets will be buried along with him. She coldly accepts the sacrifice, telling the terrified bully to go quietly. In his final moments, she promises to make his father the new head of the family. She declares his greatest value now is to die and frame Shenya as the villain. But our hero just scoffs, having seen right through her pathetic little plan. He erupts into laughter, amused by the elite's desperate and cowardly scheme. Shenya assures the bully he won't kill him, cheekily asking if he finally gets who's in charge. He lays out their twisted plot. They wanted Zack dead to frame him and bury all their dirty secrets. Panicked, Lady Anne orders her allies to silence him before he can expose anything else. A new figure intervenes, using tendrils of blue energy to separate our hero from the broken bully. The man reveals he's an examiner from Blueveal High, praising the fight but declaring it over. Shenya scoffs, knowing the examiner only showed up because he wasn't going to land the final blow. A system notification confirms the duel has been nullified and won't count toward their scores. Lady Anne gives the defeated bully a pill, telling him to get ready for the real exam. A brilliant light erupts from the cathedral, announcing the distribution of final evaluations and rewards. Glowing tarot cards materialize before the students, who anxiously await their final judgment. Mira's 5-star evaluation is revealed, granting her the bearing of a sword sage and a team leader buff. Her new buff forces her to team up or face a massive 70% power debuff. Meanwhile, Shenya's card dubs him the Unyielding, granting him a strange new power called Meat. This bizarre skill lets him tank 3 fatal hits, essentially turning him into a walking damage sponge. As the final exam begins, every student is given a candle flame to light their way. But just as the countdown starts, Shenya's flame is mysteriously extinguished. A system alert reveals his light was stolen by another candidate, leaving him completely in the dark. One of the elite goons cackles, gloating that this is the price for defying them. He mocks our hero's humble origins, promising this is just the start of his suffering. The bully escalates his threats, vowing to make everyone Shenya cares about pay the price. But a fellow commoner steps up, reminding our hero to stay strong and face his fate without fear. Shenya rallies the commoners, exposing the elite family's true predatory nature. He warns them that today's target is him, but tomorrow it could be any one of them. Our hero admits they lack the elite's treasures and powerful techniques, but he defiantly declares they are not inferior and will no longer tolerate their oppression. As the exam countdown begins, he proudly announces his final title, the Unyielding. Inspired by his words, another commoner vows to walk his path to the very end. Across the hall, the elites glare back, their golden auras swirling with malice. One of them promises to grant Shenya's wish, a chilling threat aimed at our hero. The exam begins, teleporting everyone away with one objective: reach the floating island below or be eliminated. Shenya materializes in a dark, empty void, utterly alone in the new exam area. Stranded in the dark, our hero's first priority is finding Mira, but he can't see a thing. Suddenly, the darkness is broken by torches as a group of elite goons surrounds him for an ambush. He reacts instantly, using Flowing Moon to kick away a fiery projectile with a flash of blue energy. With a cold glare, he calls out the elite heirs for their pathetic and predictable sneak attacks. But an attacker strikes from behind, taunting him as a weapon pierces his chest. Shenya counters with a frostbite kick as his flesh ability activates, absorbing the fatal blow. The bullies celebrate their victory, but a system alert confirms he has 2 more lives to spare. Coughing up blood, our hero grins, ready to unleash a terrifying new power from his arsenal. He summons a colossal skeleton of catastrophe, its spectral form filling the void with purple energy. The ambushers are frozen in terror, completely overwhelmed by the sudden suffocating aura of death. But our hero admits his terrifying summon is just a bluff. He's nearly out of strength and needs to escape. Just in the nick of time, a party invitation from Mira Fisher pops up on his screen. He accepts and vanishes in a flash of light, leaving the bullies fuming that they let him get away. Shenya reappears beside Mira, his fatal wound instantly healing thanks to her party leader buff. She explains her card teleports new members to her side and doubles her own combat power. With her candle flame now shared between them, they finally get a look at the new exam grounds. Our hero spots their goal in the distance, a massive floating island they must find a way to reach. Mira then questions him about his Dharma eye, but he's still clueless about his own legendary ability. She explains it's a sign of acknowledgement from the Dharma realm, the very origin of all power. Shenya finally connects the dots, realizing his vision and the strange manuals are tied to this ultimate power source. He blushes, asking if this makes him amazing, and Mira confirms he's way more than just kind of. But his celebration is cut short as a dark, menacing presence puts him on high alert. His divine gaze spots two shadowy figures lurking in the distance, radiating pure malice. Without a word of warning, he grabs Mira's hand and tells her they need to move now. He pulls her right off the cliff's edge, taking a massive leap of faith into the empty void. As they plummet, Mira panics, but he calmly explains they were being watched by two hostiles. He reminds her their goal is the island below, and escaping the ambush is their top priority. With a confident snap, he summons his souped-up motorcycle, ready for a stylish getaway. They blast through the sky, becoming the first two candidates to clear the initial stage. Meanwhile, the shadowy figures admit our hero's perception is dangerously sharp, marking him as a serious threat. One of the shadowy figures notes our hero's power is fading, seeing him as less of a threat. A system alert reveals 4 candidates have already cleared the first stage, stunning the remaining students. A new powerful-looking challenger is intrigued that someone managed to finish before him. This is Silas Newman, the exam's only 6-star newcomer, and he's not happy about being second. With a confident snap, he unleashes a brilliant golden aura, ready to make his move. 2 spectral maidens appear, escorting him down on a lavish floating palanquin. The other students can only gawk as he descends like a god, making a truly grand entrance. The commoners are left stranded, complaining about the rich kids and their flashy flying techniques. But one commoner offers his friend a ride, revealing a very furry secret. He transforms into a massive multi-tailed wolf, much to his friend's shock and his own annoyance. The sky fills with students using everything from magic brooms to giant wolves to reach the island below. As Shenya and Mira descend, she notes the thick fog and suggests using their candle flame for light. They land in a spooky forest, a system notification confirming they've reached the second stage. The new objective is revealed. Find a deity statue and earn its protection to survive the tide of wailing. They stumble upon a massive fallen stone head, wondering how to get its blessing. Suddenly, a strange pink symbol on the statue's forehead begins to glow ominously. The statue makes a creepy offer, demanding a strange ritual from Mira and a sacrifice from Shenya. His divine gaze reveals the truth. This is a fallen, heretical god with twisted intentions. Disgusted by the offer, our hero gives his answer by plunging his sword right into the statue's glowing weak spot. The statue whines about the violence, but Shenya isn't having any of its creepy demands. The creepy statue rolls away, cursing them as Shenya decides to find a less demanding god. Mira cautions against attacking the deities, but our hero insists these fallen gods aren't all friendly. He spots a new, more humble statue of a clay horse, immediately declaring it his kind of god. The horse statue reveals it's just a mount and they need to find its rider, hinting that Mira is the perfect candidate. But before it can say more, the clay horse is suddenly obliterated by a powerful red blast. The 2 shadowy stalkers finally reveal themselves, and Shenya demands to know what they want. The mysterious figures transform, revealing a man with demonic wings and a girl in a gothic dress. Our hero is stunned, recognizing the legendary Skin Reaper and a girl named Zoe Bryce, telling her to leave him alone. Zoe seems confused by his outburst, a strange green light flaring in her eyes. With tears in her glowing eyes, she whispers his real name, Shane, and reveals she's already dead. Mira realizes the girl is an undead imposter and warns Shenya that their enemies are stronger than ever. The Skin Reaper traps them in a web of red energy, vowing they won't escape his grasp again. The undead girl grabs our hero's face, preparing to reclaim something she believes is hers. Bathed in a sinister red glow, she tries to force his mouth open, intent on finishing her ritual. Shenya is completely paralyzed, unable to break free from her supernatural grip. But the undead girl suddenly looks confused, her glowing red eyes widening in surprise. Mira intervenes with a lightning-fast strike, sending the undead attacker flying. The Skin Reaper and Mira are both stunned by the sudden, unexpected turn of events. A system notification declares private fights are forbidden, banishing the undead girl from the area. The Skin Reaper scoffs at the rule, promising our hero he'll let him live just a little longer. The Skin Reaper vanishes with a chilling promise to return for our hero's head. A system alert reveals a divine spell is tracking him, allowing his enemies to teleport to him at will. He explains the invisible tracking thread to Mira, realizing they're only safe as long as combat is forbidden. Shenya decides their best bet is to clear the stages quickly and gain the upper hand. Mira softly calls him by his real name, Shane, catching him completely off guard. With a determined gaze, she makes a solemn vow to never let his enemies harm him. He cheekily accepts her protection, trusting her as they race to find a new deity. The duo ventures deeper into the dark and ominous forest, unaware of what lurks ahead. Elsewhere, two young students plead with a deity, begging it to change its disturbing request. The twisted god flatly refuses, demanding a very personal and bizarre sacrifice from the terrified boys. The creepy god demands a bizarre sacrifice, threatening the boys with a deadly tide if they refuse. The students despair, revealing the immense family sacrifices made just for this one chance. Desperate, they decide to make the sacrifice, hoping a secret manual will turn their loss into a gain. One student hesitates, asking his friend to help him with the grim and personal task. But our hero intervenes with a frostbite kick, shattering the twisted deity before it can claim its prize. Annoyed by their demands, Shenya admits he's been kicking the heads off creepy statues all day. He leaps to join Mira at a new statue, leaving the two boys completely stunned. The boys have a breakthrough, realizing the goal isn't to obey, but to find the right god. Mira calls out to Shenya by his real name, having found a promising new lead. They discover a new statue of a kneeling swordsman, wondering if this is the one they've been searching for. The statue holds a legendary blade, the soul-suppressing sword, which has its own spirit. Mira kneels before the swordsman, respectfully asking for its protection against the coming tide. But her earnest plea is met with complete and utter silence from the stone figure. She's disappointed by the lack of a response, but Shenya seems to have an idea. A closer look at the ancient statue reveals it's just a shell for something much greater. He points out her mistake, telling her to pray to the sword, not the wielder. Taking his advice, Mira addresses the divine weapon directly, offering whatever it requires. The massive blade immediately responds, crackling to life with a powerful energy. With a deafening boom, the stone shatters, freeing the legendary sword from its ancient prison. The weapon issues its challenge, demanding a trial of 10 strikes to earn its blessing. Mira grips the legendary blade, wondering if the trial is really that simple. With a determined glare, she hoists the massive weapon, ready to prove her worth. She unleashes a devastating swing, the sheer force of her strike tearing through the air. Watching her, Shenya finally understands the true meaning behind finding the right deity. He realizes the core of this stage isn't about blind faith, but testing a candidate's resonance. Her Sword Sage title gave her a natural connection, allowing this divine weapon to choose her. The blade accepts her, granting its protection and even passing on an ancient sword art. Our hero is pleasantly surprised to find out he gets a reward just for being on her team. The sword spirit gives him a deadly new finisher, a single strike that guarantees victory. He contemplates his own blade, now armed with a technique of pure, unadulterated finality. Our hero realizes his new one-hit kill move is the perfect combo with his tanking ability. Mira struggles with her new sword art, finding its mental toll too high to master just yet. A system alert gives them a 5-minute warning before the tide of wailing begins. The sword spirit issues a new command, urging them to find a sturdy shelter immediately. Shenya decides to hunt for his own deity, needing a power-up to face his undead enemy. He tells Mira to find cover while he splits off to search for an idol that matches his power. But as he dashes off, he admits he has no idea what his moonlit lineage even is. Mira refuses to let him go alone, insisting on joining the search to keep him safe. He guesses his idol is related to the moon, but their search is interrupted by a sudden noise. The bullies from the banquet emerge from the shadows, finally cornering their target under the full moon. The lead bully lunges forward, vowing to end our hero for good this time. But the entire group is instantly blasted away, punished for breaking the exam's no-fighting rule. Annoyed by the interruption, Shenya races against the clock to find his moonlit lineage idol. Their frantic search leads them to the edge of a rushing moonlit stream. He connects the dots, realizing this stream is linked to his Dharma Eye and flowing moon technique. But with the deadly tide approaching and no idol in sight, he starts to lose hope. With a heavy heart, he decides to abandon the search and find shelter instead. Mira sees right through his act, calling him out on his lie with a sharp glare. She tells him to go find his idol, confidently promising to handle any threats that appear. Stunned by her perception, he agrees to the plan, vowing to make it quick. With no time to waste, our hero plunges into the moonlit stream, searching for his divine connection. Alone in the woods, Mira faces a 30-second countdown, calling on her new sword spirit for aid. Wielding 2 blades, she steals her resolve, ready to hold the line and buy him precious time. Her vigil is cut short as monstrous insect-like legs creep out from the surrounding darkness. A rustle in the trees reveals the first of the horrors, a massive creature with glowing orange eyes. A giant, grotesque centipede emerges, hissing as it towers over the lone swordswoman. Unfazed, Mira unleashes a brilliant golden arc, slicing the massive beast clean in 2. But her victory is short-lived as a whole swarm of the creatures scurries past her, heading for the water. The soul-suppressing sword answers the threat, glowing with an immense divine power. It unleashes a devastating beam of light, vaporizing the monstrous horde before they can reach their target. Mira is left in awe as her new divine weapon effortlessly carves through the monsters. But a new horror emerges from the darkness, a massive, multi-eyed hand pointing right at her. A strange, paralyzing power washes over her, distorting her very senses. She's completely frozen, trapped by an unseen force as dark energy swirls around her. The grotesque hand monster towers over her, its spell holding her completely captive. Ignoring her entirely, the creature plunges into the stream with a massive splash. The horrifying realization hits her. The monster is hunting for Shenye. With her resolve hardened, she draws her second blade, ready to defend her friend at all costs. She leaps forward with a powerful slash, vowing to stop the creature in its tracks. The monster shrieks in pain, its arm shriveling from the force of her divine strike. Mira catches her breath, drained from breaking the spell and wondering what other horrors the tide holds. The commotion in the woods finally gets our hero's attention from the stream below. He emerges victorious, holding a wooden idol and urging Mira to find shelter immediately. They race away from the river as a sinister red mist begins to consume the forest. Following the sword spirit's guidance, they find refuge in a cave protected by the divine blade. Mira explains their shelter is temporary, as the tide of wailing is growing stronger by the minute. She eyes his prize skeptically, but a system alert confirms it's a genuine moonlit lineage idol. Our hero hilariously prays to Brother Wood, confused why his high resonance isn't getting a response. The wooden carving suddenly sprouts roots, planting itself firmly into the cave floor. A glowing leaf appears with a new set of instructions, demanding water, sunlight, and fertilizer. Shenya confidently pulls a water bottle from his ring, ready to hydrate the demanding idol. Mira watches in awe, wondering how a commoner like him has so many incredible items. But the idol rejects the plain water, demanding a holy elixir with a ridiculously complicated recipe. Our hero scoffs at the long list of ingredients, while Mira is stunned by the absurd request. Fed up with the drama, he ignores the ancient recipe and pulls out a bottle of soda instead. He pours the sugary drink on the idol, which hilariously declares it the legendary Water of Bliss. With the water problem solved, the plant reminds him it still needs sunlight and fertilizer. Trapped in a dark cave, he doubts the candle flame will satisfy this high-maintenance deity. As predicted, the plant's feedback confirms the magical flame is inadequate sunlight. He latches onto the strange wording, realizing inadequate hints at a very specific kind of light. Realizing the idol wants praise, our hero lays it on thick, calling the wooden carving his one and only son. The flattery works, and the blushing idol now demands sunlight and fertilizer to grow. With 2 out of 3 needs met, Shenya confidently moves on to the final and likely weirdest request. The idol's final demand is revealed. It wants mental nourishment in the form of a moon-themed poem. He recites a classic poem, earning a masterpiece rating from the idol and a look of awe from Mira. With the offering complete, the idol retracts its roots, asking to join them on their journey. Now holding a portable deity, Shenya taps the strange gourd, wondering what kind of protection it offers. But their celebration is cut short as the entire cave begins to shake violently. Outside, the divine sword glows, its barrier straining against the intensifying tide of wailing. A colossal, multi-eyed monster emerges from the red mist, challenging the sword's divine protection. The grotesque monster raises its fist, ready to crush everything in its path. It brings its massive fist down, smashing into the divine sword's protective barrier. Shenya is thrown to the ground, staring in horror at the towering, nightmarish giant. But the soul-suppressing sword meets the challenge, deflecting the monster's blow with a flash of golden light. Our hero cheers as the legendary blade sends the massive creature stumbling backward. Just as they celebrate, Mira senses a new threat rumbling up from beneath their feet. A massive, rocky beast erupts from the ground, catching our hero completely by surprise. A creepy, smiling centipede monster ambushes him from behind, landing a seemingly fatal blow. But instead of our hero, the monster finds its attack has only hit a wooden decoy. Shenya reappears unharmed, revealing his quirky new idol can swap places with him to absorb an attack. The quirky idol explains its main function is to act as our hero's personal decoy. The wooden substitute is shown taking the full force of the monster's attack, getting completely shredded. It reveals another trick. With a drop of blood, it can even take his place in the exam. A new voice from his sword demands he store the centipede, needing a snack to recover its strength. Mira is completely baffled, asking why on earth he's collecting a giant monster corpse. He blushes and claims to be an insect enthusiast, a lie so bad even Mira doesn't buy it. Outside, the rock giant effortlessly swats away a barrage of flying swords from the divine weapon. The soul-suppressing sword goes for a final, desperate lunge, striking the monster head-on. But the legendary blade shatters on impact, its divine power completely spent. The shattering sword unleashes a massive shockwave, leaving our heroes completely defenseless. With their divine protector shattered, our heroes are left defenseless as a colossal eye looms over them from the mist. The creature brings its massive, multi-eyed arm down with incredible force, sending Shenya flying from the impact. Caught midair, he finds himself completely paralyzed by an unseen force as the monster's hand closes in. The giant's hand tightens around him, but his strange wooden idol prepares to intervene. In a flash of green light, the idol swaps places with him, leaving the monster confused by the sudden switch. The creature crushes the wooden substitute, which retaliates with a burst of thorny energy, causing the beast to cry out in pain. Amidst the chaos, Mira notices the hilt of the shattered sword glowing on the ground, its spirit not yet extinguished. The broken weapon sends out a desperate plea, urging someone to pick it up and continue the fight. Shenya tosses the wooden idol to Mira for protection, reminding her he still has his own life-saving ability. He realizes the monster is intelligent, as it immediately shifts its focus to him, the only one now without a divine shield. He tosses the protective idol back to Mira, insisting he doesn't need it. The colossal monster looms over Mira, its single eye fixated on its new target. The creature is left bewildered as they begin arguing, tossing the idol back and forth to protect each other. Their chivalrous bickering continues, leaving the poor monster completely dazed and confused. Shenya seizes the opportunity, using his flowing moon technique to draw the monster's attention. He follows up with a powerful frostbite kick, landing a direct hit on the creature's massive eye. While the beast is distracted, Mira retrieves the glowing hilt of the shattered soul-suppressing sword. As the monster recoils from Shenya's attack, Mira prepares to strike from below with the broken weapon. With a look of fierce determination, she channels all her energy into the ancient sword's hilt. She unleashes a devastating ultimate charge slash, striking the monster's eye with the full force of the reforged blade. Shenya is completely blown away, marveling at the immense power Mira commands with just the broken hilt. She explains the hilt granted her the original master's ability, courage, and her resonance with it grew through their recent life-or-death struggles. A spirit from his ring emerges, demanding to consume the giant's remains to power up against their shared enemies. The spirit cryptically vanishes back into the ring, telling him not to bother it as it enters a state of seclusion. Mira notices his lingering gaze on the fallen monster and questions if he's also interested in its remains. He awkwardly tries to cover, claiming he's a lifelong giant enthusiast who collects large specimens. Seeing her disbelief, he quickly changes the subject by pointing to his tarot card, pretending it has urgent new information. A system notification reveals 163 candidates have been eliminated, and their victory has created a temporary safe zone around them. Shenya feels a sense of relief, but Mira reminds him their trial is far from over, and they still need to find a way out. Their conversation is cut short by the sound of barking and desperate cries for help echoing from the dark forest. A rustling in the bushes reveals two figures fleeing through the red-tinged forest. A young man and a large, injured husky tumble out of the undergrowth, crashing to the ground. The boy looks up in relief, recognizing Shenya and Mira as they approach the scene. He desperately explains that a high-ranking noble candidate is hunting them down. Shenya is confused, recalling the strict exam rules that should prevent any candidate-on-candidate violence. Mira also finds the situation puzzling, though she feels a strange familiarity with the injured dog. The boy clarifies that the husky is his shape-shifting friend and identifies their pursuer as the third-ranked candidate. Shenya wonders how their attacker is bypassing the system's rules when others were instantly banished for the same offense. The boy admits he doesn't know how it's possible, as the husky growls, sensing an approaching threat. The shape-shifted dog barks frantically as a lone figure emerges from the mist, confirming their pursuer has found them. A menacing, cloaked figure with glowing eyes emerges from the mist, holding a defeated candidate by the neck. The newcomer's fiery eyes narrow as he recognizes the young man he's captured. The captured boy desperately shouts a warning, questioning how their attacker is ignoring the exam's no-fighting rule. The hunter scoffs, explaining he's not breaking the rules, but simply following a new set they haven't figured out yet. He reveals a chilling truth. During the tide of whaling, all rules are off, and killing other candidates is now permitted. Mira's sword hilt crackles with energy, reacting to the sudden, deadly shift in the exam's nature. Shenya's wooden idol also glows, confirming the grim news and the danger they're all in. A system notification officially announces the new hunting rules, stating that all deaths will be treated as part of the exam. They're horrified to learn that succeeding in a hunt grants the victor a power boost, turning the exam into a bloodbath. Their pursuer mocks their naivety, declaring that the strong hunting the weak is the only rule that truly matters. The hunter scoffs at the commoner's ambition, comparing them to rats who should stay in the sewers. He clenches a fist glowing with dark energy, disgusted by the thought of commoners rising to power or marrying into noble families. With a chilling glare, he declares that their only purpose is to serve as stepping stones for the truly powerful. The captured boy's plea for help is silenced in a single, brutal instant. He casually drops the lifeless body, demonstrating the deadly new rules of the exam. Shenya furiously calls out the hunter, recognizing him as the ruthless Heizisi. Hishishi turns his attention to Mira, mocking her rank as a fluke and reminding her of the arranged marriage she escaped. He cruelly dismisses her as a family pawn, who surrounds herself with commoners to feel important. Holding another victim, he reveals his face and scoffs at their attempts to defy their predetermined fates. The hunter declares that the weak have only one purpose, to be consumed and fuel his own growing power. Mira draws her blade, vowing to make Hishishi pay for his cruelty. Hishishi laughs, mocking her inability to wield the full power of her divine sword. He dismisses her as worthless without her weapon, reaching out with a hand full of dark energy. A sudden unseen attack sends the hunter flying backward, interrupting his monologue. He lands hard, clutching his side and furiously vowing revenge on his mysterious assailant. He pulls out a vial with 2 glowing pills, preparing to heal his injuries. Shenya appears behind him, startling the hunter by casually asking for a taste of his medicine. Before Hishishi can react, Shenya unleashes a powerful frostbite kick, knocking the pills away. The icy blast rips through the hunter's cloak, sending him tumbling across the ground. Dazed and covered in frost, Hishishi struggles to comprehend the powerful elemental attack he just faced. Shenya materializes from the shadows, landing a decisive blow on the stunned hunter. Hishishi reels back in shock, questioning how Shenya managed to use a shadow-hiding technique. Defeated and desperate, the hunter tries to surrender, feigning remorse for his actions. Shenya coldly dismisses the plea, recognizing it as the fear of a man who's about to die. Hishishi changes tactics, appealing to their shared noble blood and offering a powerful alliance. He desperately offers up his family's entire fortune, promising anything to be spared. Shenya feigns interest before yanking his blade free, leaving the hunter to collapse. Clinging to life, Hishishi pulls out a glowing device, making one last desperate request for aid. The object expands into a massive, high-tech life support pod, surprising Shenya with its complexity. As the hunter begs for help, Shenya cheekily asks if he can keep the impressive machine for himself. Shenya sarcastically admires the noble's high-tech survival gear, while the defeated hunter questions his meaning. He then asks a grim question, wondering if the same device could save the commoners Hishishi had already eliminated. The hunter starts to scoff at the impossible request, realizing the grim implication of the question. Before he can finish his sentence, Shenya moves in a blur of motion. He delivers a swift and final strike, ending the hunter's desperate plea for his life. With a cold expression, Shenya confirms he was fully aware that his victims were beyond saving. He reflects on the hopes and dreams the hunter destroyed, thinking of the families who lost their talented children. As the body sinks, a notification confirms he's absorbed his victim's power, upgrading his meat ability to Meat Shield. He checks his card, learning his life-saving ability now has 4 charges, a grim reward for succeeding in the hunt. Shenya calmly collects the hunter's pills and life support pod, prompting the rescued boy to point out the valuable storage ring he left behind. He decides to meticulously clean the scene, suspecting the noble families might use tracking spells on their gear. Just as he finishes, his ring spirit urgently warns him of two new threats appearing right behind him. Without a moment to react, a massive fireball hurtles through the air directly toward his position. He dives for cover, narrowly avoiding the fiery explosion that scorches the ground where he just stood. Two more hunters emerge from the smoke, one cheerfully greeting him with a massive club raised high. The brawny attacker swings his weapon, declaring Shen Ye is just a way for them to earn some extra points. Realizing he's outnumbered, Shen Ye transfers all his attribute points into strength as even more enemies approach. He scans the area, counting a total of 8 other candidates now closing in on his position. The hunters unleash a coordinated assault, launching a storm of magical attacks from all sides. Trapped in the chaotic crossfire, even his spirit companion urges him to flee, seeing the overwhelming odds. A massive explosion of magical energy erupts, engulfing the entire area in a fiery blast. Using his moonflow technique, Shen Ye becomes a blue blur, narrowly escaping the devastating attack. His spirit companion directs him to a gap in the encirclement, and he pours all his stats into agility for a desperate escape. He reflects on using a last-second frostbite kick to deflect some projectiles, a move that barely saved him. The hunters watch him flee, confident that his injuries will prevent him from getting very far. He sprints through the crimson forest as a volley of glowing purple swords rains down around him. The barrage of blades crashes into the ground, forcing him to leap through the explosive impacts. His spirit warns him of a new encirclement, prompting him to change direction and head north. The hunters coordinate their attack, using their cards to relay his new position for an ambush. He nimbly leaps between tree branches, using the dense forest terrain to his advantage. His spirit companion urgently warns him that running is futile, as their life flames are acting as perfect trackers. It explains that no matter where he goes, the hunters can pinpoint his exact location in real time. The grim realization hits him just as a new hunter drops from the trees, ambushing him from above. The ambusher strikes with a flurry of purple energy claws, landing a vicious blow across his chest. Reeling from the surprise attack, Shen Ye is knocked off balance, leaving him vulnerable. Another hunter appears from behind, his fist glowing as he moves in to claim the bounty on Shen Ye's head. The second attacker lands a devastating uppercut, launching Shen Ye into the air with explosive force. The sheer power of the blow is immense, causing a severe injury to his arm upon impact. The hunter realizes he used too much power, accidentally sending his target flying far away from the group. While still airborne and defenseless, a massive energy blade slices through the air, striking him from behind. A hunter watches in fury as a flying sword carries Shen Ye away, realizing another candidate just stole his prize. The new hunter mocks the others, revealing his plan to claim the bounty on Shen Ye all for himself. He gloats over the wounded Shen Ye, certain the exceptional reward from a major clan is now his. But Shen Ye suddenly grabs his arm, sarcastically thanking the hunter for helping him escape the encirclement. In a stunning reversal, he turns the hunter's own flying swords against him in a decisive counterattack. The hunter stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Shen Ye survived the fatal blow. A system window reveals his human shield ability, negated the damage, leaving him with 2 lives to spare. He interrogates the dying hunter, who reveals a major clan put a bounty on his head and gave everyone his location. When asked which family is behind it, the hunter admits he doesn't know, only how to claim the reward. He explains a guide will appear to verify the kill, just as a fiery orb descends from the sky. The fiery orb detonates in a massive explosion, blasting Shen Ye away from the scene. He hits the ground running, realizing with grim determination that more hunters have already arrived. Another hunter scoffs at the news of his rival's defeat, vowing to claim the bounty for himself. His spirit companion urges him to retreat, but Shen Ye refuses to be eliminated from the exam. He sends a quick message to Mira, warning her that a pack of noble candidates is hunting him down. Mira stands among the fallen, confirming she's also been attacked by the other candidates. He tells her to stay away, explaining he's been marked with a tracker and it's safer for them to split up. With a final promise to find her later, he disbands their party, preparing to face the hunters alone. The full moon hangs in the sky, casting an eerie light over the dangerous forest. A system announcement declares the tide of whaling is over, revealing the 3rd stage is now wilderness survival. A new rule is announced, survive for 3 days, but a grim hint reveals the hunt is still on. His spirit companion warns that with the tide gone, his pursuers are closing in even faster. The spirit urges him to find an escape route as it senses two new hunters ambushing him from below. Before he can react, chains burst from the ground, instantly trapping him in their grasp. He uses his flowing moon technique, creating afterimages to slip free from the ambush. A hulking hunter swings a massive hammer, confirming their intel on his evasive abilities was correct. Another attacker slams a heavy weapon into the ground, trying to pin him down with a powerful shockwave. Shenya blocks the hammer strike, surprising his opponent with his incredible raw strength. As more hunters close in, he channels a surge of crackling purple energy into his fist. He unleashes a powerful thundershock, blasting one of the surprised hunters with a wave of lightning. The hammer-wielding hunter correctly deduces that Shenya's life-saving ability must have limited charges. He confidently declares he's seen through all of Shenya's tricks and knows his weaknesses. The group of hunters closes in, vowing not to give him any more chances to escape. Realizing he's outmatched, Shenya shifts all his stats into agility for a desperate speed boost. He vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving his pursuers stunned by his incredible velocity. Two new hunters mock his escape attempt, comparing him to a naive mouse who thinks it can get away. She reveals with a smirk that he's already run straight into their well-laid trap. The cloaked hunter intercepts his path, unleashing a powerful kick that he struggles to block. The sheer force of the blow sends him flying, completely overwhelmed by the perfectly timed ambush. Before he can recover, she follows up with another devastating kick, sending him hurtling toward the ground. The cloaked hunter looms over him, her glowing eyes promising a swift end to the fight. She slams him into the ground with a devastating, energy-charged blow that shatters the terrain. The impact sends him crashing into the earth, the sheer force creating a small crater. Badly injured, he struggles to recover as his spirit companion panics over his condition. The other hunters surround him, vowing to make an example of him for defying the noble families. Lying on the ground, Shenya smirks, revealing to his confused spirit that this was all part of his plan. He unleashes a new ability, Celestial Shadow, as dark energy and spectral blades erupt from his back. The shadowy blades shoot past the hunters, embedding themselves in a nearby tree with incredible speed. The hunters are left completely bewildered by the sudden and unexpected counterattack. They look around in confusion, realizing their target has completely vanished from sight. The cloaked hunter realizes their intel is dangerously outdated, warning her allies that Shenya has more tricks up his sleeve. Before she can finish her warning, she and her companion are both struck down in a flash of movement. Shenya appears from the shadows, having used his new technique to deliver a swift, decisive blow. A system notification confirms his victory, refilling his human shield ability with 4 charges for his successful hunt. He explains to his spirit that luring them into the moonlit forest was his plan all along, as the long shadows maximize his new power. Since the elites changed the rules to a hunt, he's more than happy to play their deadly game. Elsewhere, another hunter notes Shenya's tracker has stopped moving, assuming he's been cornered by a rival team. Surrounded by swirling shadows, Shenya smirks, declaring the tables have turned and he is now the predator. 2 more hunters arrive at the scene, finding the remains of the ambush team and wondering what happened. They stare in disbelief at the defeated trio, unable to comprehend how their allies were taken down so quickly. One hunter warns the others that Shenya is far more dangerous than his rank suggests and has hidden abilities. His companion scoffs, convinced the last team only failed because they got greedy trying to monopolize the reward. Another hunter agrees, blaming the previous team's incompetence and suggesting they split up to find their wounded prey. The new hunting party separates, zipping through the dark forest to cover more ground. One of the pursuers smirks, vowing to personally eliminate Shenya as payback for a previous humiliation. His search is interrupted by a rustling sound, and he spots a lone shoe discarded in the grass. Believing he's found his target's hiding spot, a sinister grin spreads across his face. He leaps from behind a tree, ready to ambush the person he thinks is hiding there. The hunter stops in confusion, realizing he's been tricked by a simple decoy. Before he can react, Shenya emerges from the shadows above, turning the tables on his would-be ambusher. With glowing purple eyes, Shenya coldly asks his defeated opponent who was truly hunting whom. The hunter's disembodied head screams out Shenyi's location, desperately trying to alert his allies. 2 more hunters hear the call and rush toward the sound, certain the bounty is now theirs for the taking. They arrive at the scene, calling out for their companion as they cautiously scan the empty clearing. Their allies' desperate cries are permanently silenced by a swift and shadowy intervention. The hunters are horrified to find their companion's head on the ground, which eerily confirms Shenya's presence. A dark tendril of energy snakes out from the shadows, catching one of the hunters completely off guard. Shenya materializes from the darkness behind them, turning their ambush into his own deadly trap. He unleashes a devastating flurry of shadowy attacks, overwhelming the two hunters in an instant. Using a dark new power, he compels his defeated victims to reveal the locations of every other hunter in the forest. The defeated hunters, now under his control, begin calling out false locations to lure their allies into a trap. Another fallen hunter is used as a living beacon, calling out to his comrades from the shadows. Hanging upside down like a predator, Shenya relishes turning the tables and making the arrogant nobles feel the fear of being prey. A new group of hunters arrives, drawn in by the desperate cries of their supposed allies. Another pursuer with sinister red eyes peeks from behind a tree, confident he's about to claim his prize. The head of a defeated hunter, glowing with an eerie light, continues to shout, acting as the perfect bait. The hunters are baffled, unable to understand how a low-ranking candidate is using such a bizarre and powerful technique. One of the hunters realizes the gravity of the situation, deciding they must warn the others about this unexpected development. Before he can act, a shadowy force strikes him down, silencing his warning before it can be sent. Shenya materializes in their midst, sword ready, as the remaining hunters realize the trap has just been sprung. He lands a decisive blow, taking one of the hunters completely by surprise. The force of the attack pins the defeated hunter to a nearby tree, ending his hunt. The hunter can only express his shock and pain as he's taken out of the fight. The remaining pursuers realize Shenya's abilities are far more complex than they anticipated. Dark energy consumes the fallen hunter, his glowing eyes showing he's now a puppet in Shenya's game. They deduce his life-saving ability activated again, making him nearly impossible to catch in the dense, dark forest. The leader scoffs at their hesitation, proposing a simple, brutal solution: level the entire forest. His companion is stunned, questioning if he's truly willing to unleash such a destructive technique. The leader's foot ignites with a fiery aura, confirming he's serious about his plan. He erupts with immense power, demanding half the bounty in exchange for flushing their target out. His companion agrees, eager to witness the legendary secret technique of the Wang family. The leader transforms, clad in armor and a flowing cape, surrounded by an inferno of his own making. He issues a chilling command, telling the others to gather anyone who wishes to survive what's coming. Floating above his allies, the spear-wielding hunter prepares to unleash his ultimate move. The other hunters question the summons, but their leader simply promises a spectacular show. He raises his spear to the sky, gathering a blinding sphere of pure, destructive energy. With a focused gaze, he invokes the name of his technique, the Samadhi Fire Mantra. A miniature sun forms above the forest, a terrifying omen of the devastation to come. The orb detonates, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of fire that incinerates everything in its path. The other hunters are caught in the blast, realizing too late that their leader's attack was completely indiscriminate. The fiery technique carves a massive burning crater into the landscape, wiping the forest from existence. The surviving hunters stand in awe on a scorched plateau, witnessing the overwhelming power of the third-ranked candidate. They spot Shenya through the smoke and flames, mocking his charred and defeated appearance. Battered and burned, Shenya struggles to his knees, caught in the center of the inferno. A hunter gloats that Shenya's life-saving ability is dwindling, declaring his struggle against the nobles is pointless. His spirit urges him to flee, but Shenya reveals the magical flames are pinning him down, preventing any escape. Another hunter explains their leader's technique has created an inescapable prison of fire, trapping Shenya inside. The spear wielder impatiently orders his allies to finish the job before Shenya's card can heal his injuries. Meanwhile, another hunter plots, knowing the fire user will soon be exhausted, leaving him to claim victory. Seizing his chance, the ambitious hunter unleashes a powerful water-based attack, aiming to eliminate Shenya and everyone else. A system announcement interrupts the chaos, revealing the third stage is now a survival test against random natural disasters. The cloaked hunter stares in shock, realizing the true nature of the exam has just been revealed. As Shenya is pelted by magical hail, his spirit companion urges him to summon it for protection. All around them, the other candidates scatter in a desperate attempt to escape the deadly ice storm. One hunter is struck by the hail, his body beginning to freeze solid as he's rooted to the spot. With no shelter in sight, another candidate is struck down, learning the hard way how lethal the storm is. The fire user creates a protective barrier for his allies, but admits his power is quickly fading. Their leader orders a retreat, confident the ice storm will finish Shenya off for them. But the cloaked hunter refuses to leave, her gaze fixed on Shenya with a fierce determination. Her eyes glow with an intense focus, revealing a personal vendetta she intends to see through to the end. The cloaked hunter senses a new presence as a massive, shadowy figure emerges from the blizzard. A colossal, spectral skull materializes behind Shenya, radiating an overwhelming aura of death. The hunter realizes with shock that the chilling energy she felt is emanating from this skeletal entity. Shenya reveals his spirit companion is absorbing the storm's energy, allowing him to fully heal his injuries. With a confident smirk, he declares that it's now his turn to go on the offensive. He launches himself from the spectral skull, delivering a powerful flying kick straight at the hunter. She realizes the skeleton is acting as his shield, letting him attack without fear of the deadly hail. Panicked by this new development, she decides fighting him here is a losing battle and calls for a retreat. Even the powerful fire user is stunned by the skeleton's immense aura, wondering if it's a calamity-level threat. Shenya mockingly informs them that escaping his grasp won't be nearly as easy as they think. He unleashes a powerful frostbite kick, channeling the spectral skull's energy into his attack. The hunters are stunned as he cleverly kicks the deadly hailstones directly at them, turning the storm into his weapon. The fire user scoffs at the attack, effortlessly deflecting the icy projectiles with his own fiery aura. In a flash, Shenya appears behind the arrogant hunter, ready to repay the previous attacks with a decisive strike. His spectral energy clashes with the hunter's fiery defense in a massive explosion of opposing elements. The fire user lands confidently, dismissing the attack as laughably weak and ineffective. But his arrogance is short-lived as the delayed frostbite effect activates, impaling him with ice from within. With their leader defeated, the remaining hunters are left defenseless against the relentless hailstorm. Shenya watches calmly from his spectral shield as the storm overwhelms his pursuers one by one. He reflects on their fatal mistake. By burning the forest, they destroyed their only shelter, sealing their own fate. His spirit companion notes the fire user's powerful bracelet, mocking his inability to properly wield the family heirloom. The spectral skull scans the fallen hunters, its glowing eye detecting a lone survivor hidden among the bodies. Shenya stands unfazed as his spectral companion effortlessly lifts the last of the ambush party into the air. The survivor is revealed to be a ruthless candidate who sacrificed his own teammates for shelter from the storm. The spirit taunts the cornered hunter, who is left speechless by the bizarre and intimidating display. The desperate hunter tries to bluff, calling on his clan's power and shouting for an ally who is nowhere to be found. His calls for help go unanswered, leaving him to face the spectral entity and its master completely alone. Before he can act, a single hailstone from the storm strikes him down, ending his desperate plea. Shenya calmly observes the aftermath as his spirit companion laments the hunter's unfortunate end. His cold, calculating eyes reflect the falling ice, showing no emotion for the hunters who tried to end his life. The spectral skull addresses a new presence, a glowing green snake, questioning its inaction and hidden motives. The snake spirit scoffs, revealing its disdain for its former master's weakness and inability to wield its true power. Shenya is surprised to hear the snake speak, and the ethereal creature admits it finds him intriguing. The snake reveals a crucial detail, noting Shenya's moonlit lineage makes them a good match and offers to share a secret.